everyone, and welcome to this amazing session on MS SQL. SQL or Structured Query Language is a database query language that allows users to retrieve and manipulate data. With the ever-increasing demand for data analysts, SQL has become an essential skill in the data science industry. Whether you are an amateur or a seasoned professional, there is much to learn and master. In this SQL tutorial video, we will cover the basics of SQL, such as installing a database management system, creating and manipulating tables, and retrieving and managing data. We will have multiple fun quizzes throughout the session, so make sure you answer them in the comment section below. By the end of this video, you will understand how to use SQL to manage your data more efficiently and effectively. So without any further ado, let's jump to the session's agenda. In this video, we will start with the basics of SQL, including data types, DDL and DML commands, and different types of database architecture. We will also cover PL/SQL, which is an extension of SQL used for procedural programming. We will then move on to advanced topics such as blob, constraints, set operations, and different types of SQL joins. We will also discuss string functions, ranking functions, and transaction control language, that is TCL. We will also cover user-defined functions and variable declaration, and then move on to a SQL hands-on exercise to give you a practical understanding of the concepts. Finally, we will cover SQL interview questions and answers to help you prepare for your next SQL interview. So sit back, relax, and join us on this exciting journey through the world of SQL. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more informative content on SQL and database management.
What is SQL? SQL is a database programming language for retrieving and managing data in relational databases. SQL is an acronym for Structured Query Language. The Relational Database Management System (RDBMS) standard language is SQL. SQL is the standard database language used by all relational database management systems such as MySQL, MS Access, Oracle, Sybase, Informis, Postgres, and SQL Server. They also use a variety of dialects like TSQL is used by MS SQL Server, PLSQL is used by Oracle, JetSQL is used by MS Access. This query language was adopted by as an ANSI standard in 1986 and an ISO standard in 1987. It is the most important query language to learn if you want to work in the field of data science. SQL is used by big companies like Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn to store data in the backend. So now let's see, what is the significance of SQL? A computer programming language is a set of explicit instructions for accomplishing specific operations on computers or equipment. We can use precise algorithms to control the behavior and output of a computer using a programming language. SQL is one such programming language used by the computer. This helps computer and machines to process vast amounts of complicated data more efficiently and effectively. That is why SQL is beneficial to business, particularly in the development of system database management services. So let's see, what are the different applications of SQL? As previously said, SQL is one of the most extensively used database query languages. Some of the applications are: the users can gain access to data stored in relational database management systems using SQL. Users can use SQL to describe the data. SQL also allows users to define and manipulate the data in a database. It allows SQL modules, libraries, and pre-compilers to be embedded within other languages. The users can have the ability to build and delete database and tables. It also allows users to build database views, stored procedures, and functions. Permissions for tables, methods, and views can be set by the users with SQL. So let's see, what are the salary expectancy of SQL enthusiasts? From startups to established companies, the job market looks good for SQL enthusiasts, and it is expected to grow exponentially in the coming years. SQL programmers or developers have good opportunities in all the geographies. Also, after obtaining a certification in SQL, the average salary hike expected is around 40 to 50%. So that's all about SQL. Happy learning!
in real-time projects, what happens is, okay, you will be having, different data sources. Okay, could be Excel files or CSV files or any databases. Okay, let us say, for example, this is Oracle. Okay, and could be Salesforce. Okay, you'll be having different data sources. Okay, generally what we do is, okay, we will use some ETL tool. ETL tool could be anything, SSIS or Informatica or a DBT, anything. Okay, what we do is, okay, we extract the data from these different data sources. Okay, and ingest the data as is format. Okay, into one area. Okay, and that area we'll call it as a either import, or few people will call landing area. Okay, once the data is available in this area, then okay, we will push this data to, okay, staging area or historical storage, few people will call it as, or few people will call it as a clean area. Okay, from here to here we will push the data. During this, what we do is we will merge all these sources data as per the requirement. We will transform the data. Okay, we will standardize the data. When I say standardized, for example, in Oracle, there is a column called country. Okay, in country in Oracle, it will be u dot s dot. Okay, but in Salesforce, they might be storing with USA. Okay, for the same country, I'll not have two different names. Okay, so if I want to standardize that, okay, from import area to, while moving the data from this import area to staging area, then I will standardize that and I'll have the data here in a normalized fashion. We'll have a dimensions and facts here. What is a dimension? What is a fact? We will discuss later point of time. For now, okay, just remember that dimension is nothing but which will hold just attributes information. That means, for example, Srinivas. Okay, Srinivas. Okay, his country, his for example, his religion, his address, city of living. All of that will become your dimension. Whereas Srinivas papex, Srinivas attendance. Okay, wherein measurable numbers. Okay, quantifiable numbers are called as facts. So we will we will create two different tables, dimensions and facts, and here the data will be stored here. And then we will push this data to one more layer. Okay, will be call it as ODS, operational data store, or reporting layer. Okay, so here we will aggregate the data as per the business requirements, reporting requirements. Okay, and from here, okay, reporting users will fetch the data and show the reports, okay, in the visualization side of it. Okay, from here, okay, users will actually see the data. Okay, so okay, if you look at now this whole process, okay, this data is in all different formats, wherein now the users will see, the end user will see in a pictorial way, some graphs, some line charts, some bar charts, some visualizations, pie charts, and all of that. Okay, he will see the data in very understandable, meaningful manner. So this is how the overall process will be. SQL stands for structured query language. Okay, PLSQL stands for procedural structured query language. Okay, for example, okay, apple, boy, cat, rat, mat, whatever. Okay, these are all words, right? Okay, PLSQL is like making a sentence with these words. SQL is like your words. PLSQL is like your sentence. Okay, for example, if it is a SQL Server, now in these sessions, I'm going to use RDBMS SQL Server. Okay, in SQL Server, we'll call it as a T-SQL, transact SQL, transact as structured query language. It's the same. Okay, then just the name is different. So what is the real-time scenario where we use data, right? Okay, I'll take a simple example. I hope you might be visiting any retail store, right? It could be a DMart. Okay, I'm just taking an example of DMart. Okay, so in DMart, okay, you'll be visiting and you are buying some articles. Okay, and you will be leaving the store. Okay, that's fine. Sales information is captured. Everything is fine. Now, as a business owner, I would like to know, okay, what is the product is getting sold in very less time. That means the shelf time is very less. For example, there is some edible oil, okay, some fortune edible oil, which is getting sold, very quickly. If I kept in the store, some 100 cans, okay, those 100 cans are getting sold in just, 10 hours of time. I'm running out of this particular item. Okay. And if I'm not putting those items more, okay, I'll be losing my revenue. And other side, okay, there is some cool drink, okay, and which is lying in my store for 10-15 days, but it is not getting sold out. But the expiry date is coming nearer, and then I'm running an offer to sell it.
Here is a quick quiz question for you guys. Which of the following data type is most appropriate for storing a string of up to 255 characters? And the options are text, tiny text, blob, and binary. Make sure you put your answers in the comment section below.
So this is one use case. The other side, there is one particular article item which is getting sold more. Okay, if I want to evaluate this base, I have the data. Okay, but I want to know this calculation, what is happening. So the data is there. So to play with the data, okay, I have only one language that is available, that is SQL. So I'll write some queries on top of this data and fetches the information and find out what is happening in my business. This is the one of the use case. What is the data first? Okay. Any quantifiable, any information is called as a data. For example, sun rises in the east. Okay. It's a information, right? Okay. Can we say that as a data? Nothing. For example, Srinivas height is 5.8. Can we say this as a data? Yes, because there is something measurable available. That is called as data, something we have to measure. Okay, Srinivas today came to office at 9:45 a.m. Yes, there is some number. Okay, we have. Okay, so that is called as a data. Once this data gets accumulated, we have to store somewhere. Okay, so now we have the computer system. Now we are storing this data into in databases, in Excel, all of that. Okay, fine. But in ancient days, how people used to store this data? People used to store this data in their brain, because during those days, they are dealing with very, very less number of transactions. Because if there is a retail shop, that retail shop will be only limited to that particular street or to that particular village. Okay, when the business expansion started, okay, he moved his retail outlet to, let us say, to the district. In district, many people will come from the village. Okay, he cannot remember, every transaction that he has made. Then what people have started? They have started writing in the books. And when people used to store the data in the memory, what is the disadvantage of that? Due to some accident, okay, if he lost his memory, then all the data, whatever he has stored, has been gone. If he die, the data is gone. Now coming to the books. Okay, yes, you're capturing all your transactions in a book. Good. If a fire catches, then what happens? The data will be gone. Okay, after few days, okay, the letters, might, get disturbed. You cannot see the full data if water, falls on that particular paper. Okay, these are all the disadvantages. When computer, evolution has started, initially people used to store the data in the flat files. Okay, and then people used to store the data in Excel files. Okay, now what is the disadvantage of storing the data in text files or Excel files is if the data volumes are so huge, you cannot operate that file. For example, you just try to open some 10 GB file, 10 GB Excel file in your PC. Then see what happens. Your system get hanged. No other application will work. Okay, because all your RAM will support this Excel file just to open that. Okay, you will be having some 16 GB RAM. Okay, to open that 10 GB file, the other resources have to work. For all of that, it will eat all memory, and no other application will work, and this particular application will respond very slow. So this is the drawback. Then people started storing the data in the databases. Okay, here I'll take a pause and I'll show you how this evolution has started. Let us say, for example, this is the data I have. Okay, this data is all about few employees who are working in some ABC organization and drawing what is their salary and in which location they are working. All of that information I have. Okay, so initially people used to store the data in this fashion. When database has started, the same information has been converted into a table format. The same information you can see here. I've given some employee ID, employee name, Srinivas, Mike, Ben, Ravi, whatever I've given here. Okay, and what is the currency they are drawing? Okay, what is the salary that they are drawing? In which department they are working? What is the country?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft SQL certification training in partnership with Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below.
Okay, so now this particular information has been stored in simple table format. Okay, and here this whatever you're seeing here, color in blue. Okay, this is called as a column. I'm sure you're aware of it, but for namesake, I'm saying. And the data, whatever you are seeing here, let me highlight this in some other color. Okay, this particular row is called as row. This is called as column, and this particular B column, C column, whatever you're seeing. Okay, this is called as column, and this particular entire row is called row, and this is called as cell, which I have highlighted in here. This is your cell. So from now onwards, going forward in all our sessions, I'm going to talk about in this terminology only. Column, row, cell. What is a column? This is your column. Okay. And what is your row? Whatever you are seeing in color in yellow, that is known as your row. This particular value is called as a cell. So using our SQL scripts, what we do is either we create a column, or we will modify a column, or we will insert a row, or we will update a cell, or we will delete a row. All these operations that we are going to learn. Now, with this, what is the drawback? So we have discussed, right? Brain, books. Okay, we have seen the drawbacks. Now, after storing the data in this such a structured manner, What is the drawback of storing this, something like this? Let me give you one example. For example, you take iPhone latest version, okay, 64 GB and 512 GB. Okay, is the price same? Definitely no, right? Price varies. Why? The product is same, the features are same, the apps are same, the functionality is same, camera is same, but the price varies. For what? For memory. So now, nowadays, the most expensive thing is memory. Either it could be human brain or a computer. Okay, your lappy or your iPads, whatever you go, whatever you pick. So if your memory gets increases, then the price gets increases, right? So it's in the same way here. Here, if you look at, okay, I'm storing the data in department field, okay, information technology. How many times you are seeing this particular word here? How many times? 3 times. Human resources. How many times? 3 times, right? Why I have to store this particular piece of information thrice? Okay, first I'm only talking about 6 rows. Let us say I have 1,000,000 employees working in my organization in different shifts. Then imagine how much memory I'm wasting here. Each character will occupy 1 byte. Okay, and how many bytes of data I'm wasting it, right? And also, for example, if I would like to update my department name from information technology to some, let us say, I technology or whatever, then how many places I have to change? In this particular example, in 3 places I have to change. I'm changing my human resources department to HR. Then how many places I have to update this? In 3 places, right? And one more problem is, for example, I'm removing completely. Okay, let us say, for example, there is a sales department here. Sales department here. Let us say Mukesh is working here. Okay, and he's down is drawing, let us say, some 100,000. Okay, so now I would like to remove this sales department. Okay, how do I do that? If I remove this particular record, Mukesh also will be removed from my table, but I haven't removed to Mukesh. I only removed sales department. I might have moved Mukesh to some HR department or IT department, whatever, but I can't remove directly a sales department, a value called sales from this table. So these are the problems. Okay, memory is getting used more. Okay, updation is you have to update in many places. Deletion is also a problem. Okay, so we have this such kind of problems. To handle this, okay, what we are doing is we are going to normalize this particular data and keep it in different tables. The same information, we are going to store this into multiple tables. How do we do that? Is the same information. Now you see here, what I have done is I have created this single table into 3 different tables. This is employee table, okay, which I have highlighted now. Okay, and this is my department table, and this is my currency table. Okay, so here what I've done, here I have mentioned, okay, once I have mentioned IT and I'm using the reference of this particular ID over here. Okay. Now, for example, you take this row as an example. Employee ID 1, his name is Srinivasan, and currency is 1. What is currency is 1? This is INR. This table is also having the same information, INR. Okay. And in department place, okay, I have information technology. Okay. But in my latest table, I have department ID 1. What is department ID 1? Is nothing but IT. IT and city is Chennai and country is India. Instead of repeating this information multiple times, I'm creating one table and I'm giving a reference over here. So this makes the same meaning, but here I'll be having a more control. Now, if I want to remove the department, independently, I can remove this department. If I want to update human resource HR to human resources, okay, at one place, if I update automatically, it indicates the same. Oh, second department ID 2. Oh, department ID 2 is human resources. So this is how we will divide the single table data into multiple tables, and we will establish a relation between these tables with the help of constraints. We have a topic called primary key, foreign key. Here, whatever you are saying, PK, FK, PK is primary key, FK is foreign key. Okay, so primary key means it's a parent. Foreign key means it's a child. Okay, so why do we create them? How do we create them? All of that we will see in follow-up session. For now, you just remember that we will normalize the data. Normalization is nothing but simplifying the data into multiple tables and establishing the relation between these tables. How do you establish a relation between these tables is by creating a primary key and foreign key. For now, you just keep this information with you. Primary key means parent table, PP. P stands for parent. Just for your easy understanding, I'm saying. Primary key means parent table. Foreign key means child table. Without a parent, a child cannot be produced. I mean, and generally, right? In the same way, when you establish a relation between the tables using a primary key and foreign key. Okay. For example, if there is another employee, okay, whose name is Shweta. Okay, and the currency ID is, let us say, some 2, and let us say she's drawing some $200,000. Okay, if I would like to enter 4 here, do I have a value for 4 here? No, right? So it will say, boss, you don't have a parent. You cannot insert me into this table. It will throw an error. Okay, how it will throw an error, we will see later. But for now, you just remember that without a parent, a child record cannot be entered into this table. In the same way, when your child is alive, a parent cannot be removed. Now, for example, if I want to remove this row from this table, I cannot remove it because you have a child records. Okay, these two are alive, boss, you cannot remove this record, you cannot delete. How do I delete? And all we will see later how to delete when, if I want to delete this. Thumb rule is when parent is alive, without a parent, a child cannot be inserted. When children are alive, parent record cannot be deleted. So this is how we will establish a relation between the different tables and we will normalize the data. So this whole concept is called as a normalization. Okay, if there is the same department and different city, how to create it? So in 2 ways we can do that. Either you can further normalize this table, or else in this table you add a column city and you create another dimension called city. Your city ID is now Chennai is 1, New York is 2, again Chennai is 1, Hyderabad is 3, Hyderabad is 3 here, and Chennai is 1. Something like this you can create. In child table you can remove the data. For example, if I want to remove a Bhumika's record from this particular table, yes, I can remove. Okay, but I cannot remove department ID 1. Try to understand the difference. Simple. When child is alive, parent cannot be removed. When child is alive, what is a child table? What is a parent table? This is your department is a parent table. Currency is a parent table. City is a parent table. Okay. And employee is a child table. Okay. Now this department ID 1 cannot be removed. Why? Because boss, you have a dependent records here. If you remove this particular record from this table, okay, now department ID 1, becomes meaningless. What can I understand from department ID 1? Because now no longer this value is available here. Okay, this is the case 1. What is the case 2? Without having a parent, a child cannot be inserted. So for example, if I insert this particular row, okay, now department ID 4. Okay, do you have any meaning here? So this row becomes meaningless. So that's the reason you cannot insert a value without having a entry in the parent table. Most of the times, okay, most of the times data will be normalized and stored. I mean, very few cases. I mean, I haven't seen so far in all my experience. Okay, I never seen any database without normalization, without dimensions and facts. Otherwise, there is no point of storing the data in database if you don't want the normalization and all. If you want to normalize, okay, and too much of normalization is also not good. Let us say, I like sweets. It doesn't mean that, I ignore all my food and I'll always eat sweets. Then I'll become diabetic, right? In the same way, normalization is good, but too much of normalization is a problem. Why is, okay, when, for example, if I want to know, okay, this particular record, okay, what is his currency, what is his department name, currency name, okay, and city name, then what I have to do? I have to do a join with all of these tables. Okay, and then I have to find what his department is, what the currency is drawing, which city he's living in, all of that to get it. So I have to make a lot of joins. So this becomes very expensive. So normalization also, we will do it as per the need of our. It's not too much of normalization is not advised. This value is getting referred here, but none of the value. Okay, for example, employee is getting referred in some other table. Then the employee table become a parent. For example, my grandfather, okay, is a parent, my father. Okay, doesn't mean that, my father is a son to my grandfather. He cannot become a father. So in this particular relation, okay, department is a parent, employee is a child. For example, employee ID is getting referred in some other table. In between those two tables, employee will become a parent table and the dependent table will become a child table. Normalization is nothing but simplifying data into multiple tables. One table data is getting divided into multiple tables to avoid the data redundancy. Repeated data. Okay, to eliminate that repeated data, we will store one table data into multiple tables. That process is called as normalization. So when we divide one table data into multiple tables, but then we have to establish a relation, otherwise they'll become orphans. To establish that relation, we use constraint concept, primary key and foreign key. Okay, primary key stands for parent table, foreign key stands for the child table. Okay, one joint family divided into multiple families, and they are bonded with the relations, right? In the same way, one big table, okay, so having a clumsiness, to avoid that, dividing that one big table into smaller tables and create a relation between these tables. There is a fundamental principle of primary key, but when that particular topic comes in, we will discuss. Primary key will not allow any duplicate value. So once you have given that number, that cannot be given to the next row. For example, bank account number. Okay, can it be given for both of us the same number? No, right? Is in the same way, that means it's a primary key there. In the same way, when you define a primary key, that value cannot be repeated. In that case, your table's design should be something like this. For example, you're saying HR, okay, he's from, let us say, Chennai. Okay, then what it happens is his department ID is 2. Okay, 2 stands for human resource, and here city dimension, I have created another dimension. Okay, he's from Chennai. Chennai stands for 1. Okay, here I'll keep 1. And one more rule that you have to remember is a cell will hold only one information. Okay, 2 columns information, you cannot keep it in the same single cell. That is not possible. Only one particular value only you can store in a cell. It's one of the reason why we do normalization. One of the reason is, yes, to save the memory. That's the end goal, actually. Okay, the first fundamental rule is to remove the data redundancy. Redundancy is nothing but duplicate data. Now, if you see here, this is all duplicated data, right? Why should I, hold this information thrice, or what? How many number of times? If I have a million records and they have spread across, 10 different departments, I have to repeat this information at least to, some, 100,000 employees. Why should I do that? That is the data redundancy. When you remove this data redundancy, automatically, the memory will be saved. Excel is also a database for that matter. Okay, what is the limitations of Excel is, if you are using the older versions. Okay, if I correctly remember, it will store some 67,565 rows. It can store. Now the latest Excel, it can only store, okay, 1,000,000 rows. That is in Indian number 10 lakh rows. It can only store 10 lakh rows. More than that, it cannot store. Okay, and the second thing is data search is bit slower in Excel when you have 10 lakh rows in a sheet. And if you have a 10 lakhs rows in a sheet, and if you open that file, it will take time. Okay, it will consume all your system resources. Okay, for example, if you have a Adobe Photoshop in your machine, and you are working on Photoshop, and parallelly, if you are trying to play a game in your laptop, I mean, it will be very slow, right? Okay, one of the applications you have to shut down. In the same way, when you have more number of records in a sheet, okay, the performance of the the overall system will become slow. That's the drawback. Otherwise, this whatever you are seeing here, in the similar fashion, the data will be stored in a table. I can show you, okay, how to connect all, but don't worry, I'll show you. is the same, looks like. So it's the same, no? The same fashion the data will be stored. It can store any number of rows. Okay, the data retrieval also very faster. Okay, how many rows you can store in a table is in database? It depends on your size of your hard disk. Okay, the application is not having any limitation. Based on PK and FK, will identify what is a parent table and what is a child table. So it's our family relation, right? So my father is there. Okay, for my father, I'm a son. Okay, I have a son. For my son, I'll become a father. In the same way, in tables also the same. Primary key table will become a parent. Foreign key, wherever you have used, that becomes child table between those two. Okay, but again, if this table is getting referred in some other table, then it will become a parent to that. Disadvantages is, when you do too much of normalization, you have to do joins between these tables to get the data. So when you do joins with multiple tables, the query performance will become slow. That's the drawback of the normalization. So that's the reason we'll not do too much of normalization. It's just, as per the need, till what extent it is needed, we do till there. But don't worry, normalization is a job of architect. Okay, he designs. Okay, right from the what are the tables, what are the column names, okay, what are the data types, what are the relation between the tables, what is the parent table, what is the child table, all the relations. He will give a pictorial representation of the data. Based on that, data engineering team will start creating the tables and dump the data into those tables. Okay, so why I'm showing the example in the Excel is, okay, to directly show the data in the database, I have to trigger queries. I have to create tables. Okay, so if I start writing the code here and start executing the queries, then you'll ask questions on, sir, why did you keep where clause? What is the primary key? What is the syntax? All of that, you'll come up with a lot of questions. Rather than digesting the topic, you'll focus on the queries that I write. So to limit to that, so I have used Excel as an example and explaining the concept. Let me show you, okay, practically, okay, how looks like. I'm not going to explain anything creation of the table and all of that. I'll show you here some. Okay, basically this is the SQL server. Hope this is visible to you. Okay, this is the server. Under the server, okay, I'll be having databases. When I expand these databases, I have these many databases here. Okay, under the database, I'm expanding one of the database. I'm having a tables. Okay, these are all my. So this is the hierarchy. Okay. Okay, these are the columns. This is the table. Table is available under a database. This database under available in a one server. Server, database, table, columns. This is the hierarchy. Okay, now let me show you some in real time. Okay, how the data looks like. Do you want me to repeat the hierarchy? Columns is the lowest level of data holding element. Okay, group of columns makes tables, group of tables makes database, group of databases makes server. One student, group of students make one class, group of classes makes one department, group of department makes one college, right? In the same way, columns, group of columns makes tables, group of tables makes database, group of databases makes one server. So now you're seeing, right? Okay, I'll help you, in loading these adventure works in your system also. Hope you're all have the installation of SQL Server in your machines. Okay, what I'm trying to say is, okay, generally we are having multiple databases in a one server. Okay, this is one server. Okay, so in one server we are having a multiple databases. Okay, in one database we are having a multiple tables. In one table we'll be having one or more columns. So this is what I mean, when I say a hierarchy. Server is the highest level. Okay, under the server I'm having a multiple databases. Under one database I might having multiple tables. In one table I'm having multiple columns. So our next topic is different types of database architectures. So here different things. For example, Excel, Access, SQL Server. These three are applications. SQL is a language. Okay, so this is the first thing that we should remember. Okay, now MS Access, okay, it uses, it does not use SQL. It uses VB script. Okay, it uses some DAX, I believe. I'm not pretty sure about it, what language it uses to play around. Okay, but traditional RDBMS uses SQL. Yes, you can store images, you can store videos, but don't expect here you will get a photo of the image what you have stored. Here the image will be stored in var binary format. There is a different data type, var binary. In that format, yes. So that will be typically stored something like this. All right. So our next topic is what is okay, database architecture. Okay. So to understand this database architecture, okay, we should understand these three terminologies. What is a client? What is an application? What is a server? Okay, for that, let me take an example of, okay, now I have typed amazon.in. Okay, now I become, okay, client. Whatever you're seeing here, this is your application. Okay, and I've searched for something. Okay, and it has given this list. Okay, what is happened behind the scene is this particular application, okay, has sent some request to the server, okay, and asking an information about this iPhone 14 Pro Max. And then the server has responded and given some information. And this is the information that you are seeing here. In which context you are using that term. Okay. For example, you have developed a report. Okay. And the report is getting accessed, okay, by someone. In that context, he'll be called as a user. He's not a client. He's a user. Now, in this particular context, Amazon.in, okay, in this context, you can say both user and client. Hope you're clear. What is a client? What is an application? What is a server? Okay, if this is clear, then we have three different type of architectures. Three type of architectures: one tier, two tier, and three tier. Okay, in one tier architecture, all these three will be available at one single location. Okay, that means I mean, in good olden days, okay, there are one-tier applications. Now, it's very tough to see one-tier applications in existence, but you can see them in very small restaurants if you go there. Okay, so I mean, where this breakfast restaurants. Okay, if you ask for some, let us say, some idli. Okay, what they'll do? Okay, there will be a mission. Okay, they'll type. Okay, and they'll give you a receipt, right? So in that particular mission, client is standing in front of that machine. Okay, and then okay, the data is also available in that particular machine. Application is also in the same machine. Okay, so in the morning, what he'll do, whatever the available breakfast available, whatever the price is, he'll configure there in the application. Okay, when you go and ask, okay, he will type something, some buttons, and he'll give you a receipt. So in that particular situation, client is standing in front of that machine, that and in that machine, application is also resides there, and server also resides there. If if you have noticed, while shutting down his business, what he does is he'll take full final report. Okay, complete one big paper will come. It will give him the total what is the business that has happened for that particular day. Okay, so in that particular situation, client, application, and server are in the same place. That is known as one-tier architecture. Like, yes, POS machine, Nipan. Now POS is, I mean, it has increased its definition. Okay, in olden days, POS means yes. I mean, all will be available there. Now, if you go to any retail outlet, big retail outlet, okay, could be DMart or More or Metro, okay, any clothes retail outlet, there will be a POS machines, but the data resides in the server, not there. They are connected through internet. Okay, so now coming to the two-tier architectures, client and applications are in the same place, but server is in different place. That is known as two-tier architecture. The example is, okay, again, you have to, I mean, these applications are also not existing at the moment, but typically you can see, I can correlate in only one example, one scenario. For example, if you would like to book your railway ticket by visiting the station, okay, then client and application will be available at the same place. Okay, and then okay, he through that particular application, okay, that particular supervisor, whatever the details that you submit in a white paper, okay, from location to location, okay, train number, okay, your preferred travel method, okay, seating, sleeper, AC or whatever. Okay, so based on that, he will input those details and he will send this information to the server, and server responds. Okay, and if the seats are available as per your requirement, then the ticket will be booked and given it to you. So that is your two-tier application. So both client and the applications are at one place, but server is at a different place. Now coming to the three-tier architecture. In three-tier, okay, we have seen just now. Okay, client, okay, Srinivas is sitting. Okay, let us say some Chennai location. Okay, Amazon.in is hosted on internet. Okay, probably that hosting details are in, let us say, in US, and server is in Europe. Okay, so sitting in Chennai, Srinivas is able to access the application which is hosted in US servers. which communicates to Europe servers and gets the data. So this is known as your 3-tier architecture. So now all our applications, majority, I can say 99%, all our applications are 3-tier architectures. ATM machine can be one of the example for your 2-tier, because client and that particular application, okay, will be in the same place, okay, and then your server is at a different location. See, the restaurant example which I have given, it's for 1-tier, okay, and then your retail stores example, that POS is 2-tier. 3-tier is the one now which I have access, right? Okay, I'm a client, I'm a user, I'm sitting in Chennai, okay, and this Amazon.in is hosted in, let us say, I'm just saying, okay, could be in Delhi, okay, but when I type Amazon.in, is it in my machine? Is it in my machine, Amazon.in? No, it's hosted somewhere, okay, and when I type here something, I'll have my data here. So the data is resides in some other place, in some other server. So this application is communicating to server, database server. Okay, that is nothing but in our case, we can say, okay, this one. Okay, under this, let us say there is a database called Amazon. Okay, under the Amazon, there is a table called some products. Under the products, probably product ID, product name is there, and you are typing here Samsung Z Fold 4, and related to that, whatever the products are available, it is returning the data. So these 3 layers are at 3 different locations, but we are able to access it. Example is, I mean, what is that you have to understand here is, okay, what is a client, what is the application, what is a server? Client is a basically a user, okay, application is which helps you to access the data, and server is which stores the data. So for 1-tier example, what I've given is that restaurant, in a small restaurant POS machine, okay, you can consider that as a 1-tier. For artificial intelligence, okay, you have to supply a data first, okay, and then on that data it will do with the help of whatever the programs that you do for artificial intelligence. With that, it will find out and it will give you some results. To supply the data, okay, the data resides in the database, okay, and you have to extract and supply to it. Okay, there SQL plays a role till you provides the data to your model. Okay, once your model consumes this data, then based on your theories, programs that you have written, it produces results. Okay, so difference between database and server. Okay, let me ask this question. What is the difference between college and a department in a college? A college will have many departments. Okay, in each department, there will be many students. Agree? In the same way, there will be one server. So if you ask me, there will be only one server in any organization? No. In a city, there will be only one college? No, there will be many colleges, right? In the same way, in a server is the highest level of hierarchy. Okay, in a server, you will have multiple databases. Why a college will have multiple departments? For example, information technology, okay, electronic and communications. So in the same way, one group of information, if you want to gather and store it, then you will name that database with some relevant name. For example, okay, I own let us say I'm Aditya Birla Group of companies. Okay, Aditya Birla Group holds more retail, pantaloons. Okay, so for more the business nature of business is different. For pantaloons, the nature of business is different. So all more information, I'll keep it in one database. All pantaloons data, I'll store it in another database. Okay, and these two databases I'll keep in the same server. One server can have many databases. How many? That is 32,767 databases a single SQL server can hold. So application is a front end, database is a back end. Okay, now if you ask me what is the difference between country and state, okay, what I can say, state is a subset of country. Okay, state will have, you know, one group of, one what do you call, cultural people together. All right. In the same way, server is country and one database, one state. This database will have similar line of business information, same line of information it will have under it in form of tables. See, you are seeing a server here. Okay, under the server you have databases. Okay, Adventure Works 2017 is one database. 2014 is one database. DB Intellipaat is one database. IITM 2022 is one database, right? In the same way, I have many databases. So I'm saying in this way, I can have 32,767 databases maximum. Okay, again, each database will have tables. In tables, we will store the data. So in SQL Server, yeah, as we are here, we have two concepts. One is version. This is how you can identify your version, @ version. Okay, what version have been installed in your machine? If you want to check, you can check it here. Okay, and
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft SQL certification training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below.
while installation, okay, it will ask for, when you download, if it is a free, you're downloading it from Microsoft Store. Okay, there will be different editions, standard, okay, and express and enterprise. Okay, this is for developer, this is for production, this is for student or practice. So you might have downloaded this express edition and I might have installed. So this is free. Okay, standard also free. Okay, enterprise is chargeable. Okay, you have installed standard. Okay, yeah, these two are free. Okay, but this is okay. In the production, if you want to host it, you should have a valid product key, and then you should use it. So from here, Microsoft makes money with the enterprise editions. These are the 8 commands that we focus on now. Okay, DDL stands for data definition language. So with the help of DDL commands, we will create the objects in a database. Okay, so far we have seen, okay, a database and a table, right? Okay, whatever you're seeing other than this table, for example, views, okay, stored procedure, functions, triggers, assemblies, types, rules, defaults, all these are called as objects. Okay, so for all of this, the base is table. Okay, without a table, you cannot create anything, any other object. So table is your base object. So for now, we will only talk about tables. As we make a progress, we talk about other objects. Okay. So with the help of DDL, I can create a table. Okay. Alter statement itself, the name itself is indicating I can alter a table. That means once a table is created, if I want to do any modifications to the table, that I can do with the help of alter. Drop, this will remove the object from the database. With the help of drop command, you can remove a table. And with the help of rename, you can rename your table name the way we do it, for any Excel file or Word file. Okay, we can rename the file name, right? In the same way, once the table is created, if you want to change the name of the table, you can do that. Okay, now let us see this in practically how these commands works. First, let me disconnect this. Let me show you from the beginning how to connect to this. Okay. Once you launch your application, okay, this is how the screen will appear. Okay, and here you're seeing this button, right? Connect Object Explorer. And you click on this. Okay, it will ask for various details. Okay, so this is how you'll get the connection window. Okay, it asks for server type. Okay, here we are dealing with, okay, Microsoft provides various other tools also. I mean, these are all whatever you're seeing. MSBI suite, this one, analysis services, reporting services, integration services, but we are only interested in database engine for now. Okay, so first server type you should select as a database engine. And now server name, this server name is nothing but your machine name here. For few, okay, probably if this is I'm sure you are aware of how to find this machine name. Okay, you can go to your properties and you can see there. Okay, laptop name will be there, and from there you can take this name and you can give. If not, okay, probably, okay, if you click on browse for more here, okay, in local servers, okay, if you expand this, automatically it will be shown here. Okay, if you select this, then it's good. Coming to the authentication, you will be having multiple authentications, but either you might have installed with the Windows authentication or mixed mode authentication. Okay, if it is Windows authentication, it's well and good. Okay, you can directly click on connect. If not, then SQL Server authentication here, during the installation, whatever the username and password that you have given, those names you have to select here. Okay, and then click on connect. Once you connect to this, okay, this is how it will be shown to you. Okay, now you select this, either expand this. Okay, now I have so many databases, but you'll not be having these databases. You can see only system databases and database snapshots. Okay, and then okay, here you can click on new query. This is the, if you want to see new query, you can click on new query, or else control N. All the shortcuts which you typically use in Microsoft applications like PowerPoint or Word, Excel, all those shortcuts remain same also here. Control C, Control V, Control X, okay, Control N, Control O, okay, all those works. When I say, I mean Excel shortcuts in the sense like it's not VLOOKUP, okay, not all of that, exact, if, okay, those will not work. Normal Microsoft shortcuts. Okay, so first statement I'm writing is I'm going to create a database. Okay, the syntax will be very simple: create database and your database name. For example, I would like to give some database name I'm giving. Okay, and then you execute it. Here you can see the button execute. Okay, this is the new query and this is the execute. click on execute. Okay, come to databases. This is the refresh button. When you refresh it, you can see the database has been created. Now see, do you have any tables here? No tables are available. Wherein if you see here, tables are available here. Because now it is a newly created database. That's why you are not seeing any table. Now I'm going to create my first table in this database. Now I have created the database, but if you see here, this is the database list. Okay, it is in the master database. Okay, now I want to move this to DB batch 47 to this database. Okay, so either I can select from here, okay, or else write a command for that saying use, okay, and then you select this line and execute it. Automatically it will be changed. Okay, either from the drop down you can do it, or else you can write a command use. Okay, it's a pretty simple plain English language without any grammar. Create database, some name, use the database name. Okay, so now under this database I would like to create a table. So the syntax will be create table, table name. Let us say, for example, some employee. Okay, but my table will have columns also, right? Okay, those column names are something like this I'm giving. Okay, don't worry about what I'm writing. Okay, between the brackets. Okay, so you can write this syntax in a single line or multiple lines or capital letters, small letters, anything will work. But as a standard practice, what I recommend is all system keywords should be in capital letters. So when I say system keywords, whatever you're seeing in color in blue, okay, those are called as system keywords. So those, if you give in capital letters, the code readability will be nice. Yeah, it's not a case sensitive SQL server. You can write whatever the case you want. Okay, for now, don't focus on the data types what I have mentioned here. Integer, varchar of what is varchar of 50, why 50. Don't think about it. You just try to focus on what is happening with this. So now I'm going to create a table. My table name is employee, and then I'm creating 3 columns: ID, employee name, and salary. 3 columns I am creating. Okay. This table, whatever you have written here, that will be created. And you can see the columns: ID, EMP underscore name, salary. Okay, so focus on the syntax, create table, table name, and I have specified my columns and separated by comma. Okay, and you are seeing the same thing, okay, here. If you don't select this thing, okay, then what happens is all the statements which are available in this pane will be executed. That's only the difference. Okay, for example, now let me show you. Okay, if I directly click on execute here, okay, then it says, boss, this is already exists, because it starts getting executed. Okay, already if you have an Excel file in your desktop with the same name, if you are trying to create another Excel file, okay, it will say, boss, file already exists, right? In the same way, it is also saying the same. Boss, database with this name already database is available. So it starts from the first row. That's why, I'm selecting the required piece of code and executing it. For your easy understanding, probably what you can do is you can give the line numbers. So you go to tools, options, in options, okay, you select this option and you have a line numbers here. So this is how you'll get the line numbers. Okay, then it will be easy for you to communicate. For example, while screen sharing, you're talking to your colleague space. Okay, they'll easily navigate through these line numbers. Okay, so now I have created this table. Okay, this is how it is. With the help of create, I have created the table. Now I would like to explain the alter command. Now let us say in alter, there are three operations you can perform. You can add a column, you can modify a column. Our next statement is control R. Okay. Control R is, when you execute some statement, okay, this is how you'll get your result set. Okay, so if you click on control R, that result set will go to hide mode. That's only the difference. Again, if you want to see the result set pane, then you click on control R, again it will come. Okay, so our next statement is drop. So far there is no data. I'm able to access this table. Okay, now to drop the table from the database, okay, the syntax is pretty simple. Drop table, here table name. That's it. Okay, select that and click on execute. Okay, now if you execute the same statement, it will say was invalid object name, and go to tables and refresh this. So the table has been removed from the database. So the way we do it, right? Shift delete. We have created a Excel file and shift delete I have applied on that. Okay, then the file will be removed permanently from my disk. In the same way, when you drop it, the table will be gone permanently. Okay, now let me create that again for you. The table has been now again created. These are the three columns: ID, employee name, salary. Okay, this is how drop will work. Now coming to the rename. So rename is a little different. Okay, so I'm using sp_rename. Okay, this is called as a system stored procedure. Okay, this color is a little different, right? So this is known as a system stored procedure. Okay, how do I change my table name is sp_rename old table name, comma, new table name. So now here the table name is employee. Okay, I have changed to employee details. Okay, if I refresh that, so you will see the same here. Okay, you can change the table name from here or else. Okay, the way we change, the name for the Excel files or any other Microsoft files. Okay, you just click it and it will allow you to edit. Either programmatically you can do it or manually also you can go here and you can do it. So this data definition language commands create, alter, drop, rename. These four commands will deal with the object in your database. Okay, either you can create a database. Yes, we have created this database. Under the database, I have created a table with a couple of columns. Okay, and I have altered my table, and I have dropped my table, and I have renamed my table.
So in the DDL commands, we have discussed about create statement, alter statement, and then drop, and then a rename. Okay, so quickly, let me create a table for you. Okay, create table. Let us say table name is products. Okay, so now if you see this syntax, okay, you are seeing a red marks, red lines, right? Where that means syntactically this is not correct. Okay, so that's where when it is syntactically it's not correct, it gives you a warning. Okay, then you have to check your script. There is any comma missing or any data type or wrongly mentioned or anything of that sort. Syntactically, if the statement is not correct, you will find that red line. Okay, so how do I create this table? This is how I create the table. Okay, now, okay, if you want to see this table, how do I access this table is select star from my table name. DML commands, okay, which are insert, update, and delete, and then truncate. These are the 4 commands that we are going to discuss. So after writing some lines here, okay, if you want to comment, I mean, if you don't want to execute that, it's just if you want to keep these lines for only readable purpose, then here you have a section called here, okay, comment out the selected lines. Okay, if I do this, okay, 2 hyphens will be here and it will be changed to color in green. So now if you execute this, just commands will come, gets executed successfully. Okay, but internally it will not get executed because it's just a commented line. Okay, now I would like to insert the data into my table. Insert into, okay, the syntax will be pretty simple. Okay, while creating the table, what is my syntax? Create table, table name. So while inserting the data into that particular table, the syntax will be insert into what? Table. Okay, so insert into my table name, and what I'm going to insert? I'm going to insert values. Okay, what are my values? Product ID 1, product name is quantity is 10, and the price is 1 million. Okay, now if I execute this statement, you can see in the messages 1 row affected. Now I'll go here and I will execute select star from products table. Now whatever it has been inserted, that's been retrieved here. Okay, so SQL will help you to not only create the object, you can insert the data and you can retrieve the data. Okay, let me insert another way. Insert into products values. Now I would like to insert multiple rows at a time. Okay, how do I do that? 2 comma, let's say answer t in some value. So now if you see here, there is a syntactically there is an error. Instead of comma, I have kept dot here as a typo mistake. That's why it is showing red color line. Okay. Now if I execute this particular statement, if I execute my select star from product, you can see 3 rows now total. So either you can insert a single row or multiple rows or group of rows together. Create table this. Okay. Open bracket, close bracket. Order ID, order date, column, and order date and quantity, price, numeric. Okay, and each column have to separate by. Okay, now if I execute this, someone has asked, how to see the database and all. Okay, I'm creating a new database. Okay, and you can drop down from here and you can select your database. Then if you again execute this particular table will be created under Intellipaat star database. Where you can find this is here. At few times what happens is, this window object explorer will get disappeared. Then no need to worry, you go here, view, and click on object explorer here. Then you will get this window. Okay. So let me refresh databases, and I have created this database, and I have created a table. Okay, and my table name is orders. So you can see here orders. So if I want to insert the data into this particular table, insert into orders. Okay, my order ID is 1, order date is, okay, let us say, okay, some date I'm giving, and quantity is 10, some price I'm giving. Okay, insert into orders, and I have to specify values here. This is the syntax. Insert into table name. What I'm going to insert? Values I'm going to insert. What are the values? These are the values. Each value will be separated by comma. Execute this, and the record will be inserted here, and you can verify the data whether the record has been inserted or not. It will be inserted. Now if I want to insert group of rows together, so what I will do is values, just copying this, and if I execute this, now you can see 3 rows have been inserted successfully. Okay, we have a topic called constraints. There we will see how to restrict that and all. Okay, so this is how you will insert the data. Now, okay, this data has been inserted. Fine. Okay, now I would like to update, okay, a row, okay, a particular cell in a row. How do I do that? Is update table. My table name is, what I'm going to update is set quantity equal to 20, where order ID equal to 2. Okay, now if I execute this, one row affected, and you can see it has been updated from 10 to 20. Here you have to be very careful while doing such operations. Okay, if you miss out to put any where condition, or if you write this statement, but if you select from here and if you execute this, what happens is all the data in that particular column will be updated to whatever the value that you specify. So we have to be very careful while executing the update statement. Where condition is must. If you don't specify, then the data will be completely changed to the value that you set. Okay, for example, okay, if I want to set the change the price for order ID 3, then how do I do it is orders set price equal to where order ID equal to 3, and you can see the data is being changed to the value that we have specified here. Okay, so here what you have to focus on here is insert into statement deals with row, update deals with cell. Hope you remember what is a row, what is a column, what is a cell. Okay, so both the combination of rows and columns makes the table. Can we update a row with quantity or price also? So this, I mean, always order ID is, is not needed to put in the where clause. Let us say, for example, update my database is Intellipaat star, okay, but in now currently in Akriti database. Okay, let me show you what happens here, what error it gives. Okay, it says was invalid object name orders. Okay, so that means was I don't have any orders table. That's what it's saying. Okay, so you have to be in the right database. Okay, either you can select it from here or else you can write use command. It will automatically change here, or else you can write. Okay, now if I execute this statement, delete from orders. Okay, what happens? All the rows, okay, in this particular table will be removed. All the rows in the table will be removed. If I don't specify any where condition, for example, if I say where order ID equal to, if I delete, then only this will be. If we don't specify where condition here, okay, just making a copy of this, okay, but we have a topic. Okay, for now, please don't raise questions on this line 58 what I'm writing. Okay, if I don't specify any where condition, now you can see all 5 rows will be removed. Okay, so while executing update and delete statements, we have to be very careful. Okay, whether we have put the right appropriate where condition or not, and have we selected that particular line or not. Okay, you might have written, but in a hurry, if you miss to select that particular row, and only you have selected only one row. Okay, and if you execute this, then on case every record that has been there in the table will be permanently removed from the table, and you cannot roll back that, you cannot undo that. Okay, so that's the reason while applying update and delete we have to be very careful. For now, because if I go deeper now, okay, you'll get confused. Okay, for now you just keep it simple. You cannot roll back the data if the way we are writing the scripts, then you cannot roll back. Now the fourth command is truncate. Okay, truncate is, let me bring the data from now. So far you have seen, okay, insert into, right? Okay, what I am doing here, insert into my table, because my table is empty now because I have executed delete statement. Okay, but now I want to get the data into this table. Okay, so far I have told you values. Okay, you enter the values and all, but there is another way also to get the data into your table, that is from the select statement also you can bring in the data to your table. Insert into your table name and select star from your another table. Here only the condition will be the number of columns should match and the data type of the column should match. Then the data will be automatically inserted into your table. So now my table has 5 rows. Now what truncate does for me is truncate table name. Pretty simple syntaxes. Delete from orders, truncate table orders. Okay, now if I execute this particular statement, please note that you have total 5 records in this table. Okay, that particular record count here also you can see 5 rows. Okay, and this particular, here if you see here, okay, it will tell you in which server you are. Okay, what is the login name? Okay, what is the database? Okay, all this information also you can find it from here. While working in the different environments, they have QA, UAT, production. Okay, and if you have access to all of them, okay, at times we get confused in which database we are. So from here you can easily make it out. Is it a dev or QA, UAT, login name, database name, and all. Okay. So now coming back to our truncate statement, if I execute this particular statement, okay, it simply says commands completed successfully, and now you see nothing is there. Delete also removes the data from a table. Truncate also removes the data from table. But what is the difference between these two? Let me show you here. So for your easy understanding, I'm using the Excel. From Excel, if you want to do, from the database, you want to copy the data and do some analysis. Okay, you can do something like this. You can select your result set and copy with headers. Okay, and keep it in Excel. Okay. Now, for example, okay, I want to remove this data from this sheet. Okay, how can I do that? I can do delete row numbers individually. This like this. And what is the another way of doing it? You select everything and click on delete. Okay. So which one is easier? This is the delete. Okay. And this is the truncate. Okay. In delete, we have deleted row by row. In truncate, we have selected everything at one go and then clicked on delete. Okay. So truncate is always faster because it is one operation. You select everything that is available there in your table and you click on delete. That's it. But whereas delete, it's a row by row operation. Okay. But then what is the use of a delete command? So delete will help you to pick either one row or group of rows. But in truncate, everything will be selected. For example, okay, I have a million rows in my table, okay, and I would like to only delete only, okay, the people who are working in UK region. Okay, I would like to remove only those rows from the table. Then, okay, I would like to go for delete. Okay, if I would like to remove the entire table data, then I will choose truncate. Two major differences you have to notice between DDL and DML commands. Data definition language deals with objects. Okay, for now you keep it simple. Object is nothing but now only one object we have, table, because we are only discussing about table for next couple of sessions. Okay, so when I say object, that is nothing but a table. Okay, so DDL, data definition language, deals with creation of the table, modification of the table, dropping of the table, renaming the table. Okay, it only deals with definitions. Now, DML command, it deals with the data that resides in the table. Okay, so we have to clearly understand the differences between a drop, delete, delete, truncate, okay, and DDL and DML. Drop deals with object. Drop removes the object from my database. Now, when I remove the object from the database, okay, what happens to data in the table? It will be removed because now we have created Excel sheet. Okay, and I'm removing the Excel sheet from my desktop. Then, can I see the data that resides in the Excel sheet? No, because the Excel sheet itself has been removed from my desktop. Right? In the same way, drop deals with object. When we drop any object, the data which is there in that particular object will get removed completely. Object and data completely erased. But whereas with the DML commands, the definition of the object remains same, but the data which is there will get affected. The DDL deals with objects, DML deals with the data. Now, let us quickly move to select command. So for you're seeing I'm using select star from some table name, right? Select from, you have already seen at least over while I was using this. Select from where group by having and okay. So this is the
Another quiz question: which of the following commands is used to delete all rows and free up space from a table? And the options are truncate, delete, alter, and drop. Please make sure you put your answers in the comment section.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft SQL certification training in partnership with Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below.
heart of the SQL. Okay, so if you are very confident about these, 6 statements, then I can say that you have achieved 50% of the SQL training goal. Okay, the remaining stuff, whatever we discussed, that that is another 50%. All other topics. This is very important. Okay, select from where, group by, having, and order by. Now, in select, what we write generally is we write either star. Star indicates all the columns in the table, or else you can specify list of columns. Let us say, for example, I have 10 columns in my table. I would like to retrieve only 3 of them. Okay, that is one another use case. You can specify alias names. Alias names is in very layman language, for example, pet names. Okay, that in the table the column name is okay, product underscore attribute underscore name. Okay, but in the result set, if you would like to show that as p underscore name or name, something like that, then you can use this alias names, and you can find out how many rows are there, and you can remove duplicates by applying distinct. You can see the sample records, all of that. Don't worry. Okay, one after the other, I will explain each use case. Okay, these are the different distinct things that we specify in the select command. Coming to the from clause, we will always specify table. For now, you can keep it simple. Okay, stable. But when we do a deep dive, we'll see we can write in the from clause view and scalar functions. I can say functions. Okay, these three we can write. In where class is used to apply filters. Group by is used to group the data. When I say group the data, for example, in this particular session, okay, around some 63 people are attending. Okay, if I say gender wise, okay, how many students are listening to this session? Then probably you can say 30 male, 33 female. There, what you are doing, you are grouping, right? Or else if I ask region wise, okay, or state wise, okay, then we can come up with some numbers. So there I'm grouping the data at region level or state level, whatever. So if there is a situation to group the data and get some aggregations on top of it, then we will use the group by. And coming to the having clause, okay, again it is similar to where, okay, it will be used to apply the filters, okay, on group data. Okay, that means, for example, okay, there are 4 departments. Okay, in each in 4 there are 100 employees. Okay, 100 employees are working in 4 different departments. Okay, and I would like to find out the department wise sales and find out who are drawing more than 50,000 US dollars per month. Okay, then what I have to do first, I have to group the data department wise, and then I have to find out the department who are drawing more than 50,000. Then if that is the use case, then I will use the having clause. Order by clause is used to sort the data, okay, either in ascending or descending order. Default order is, so it is 920. So select from, where, group by, and having an order by. These are the topics that we are going to discuss now. Okay, so for that, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a table. Okay, and then I'm trying to insert the data into this particular table. Create this table and see P, yes, and I'm inserting some data. Okay, total I have 15 rows with variety of data. Okay, now someone has asked previously, a few values are in single quotes, few values are not. Okay, so in most of the times, I can say 95% of the time, when we are dealing with RDBMS, okay, we will deal with 3 types of data. One is number, the second one is string, the third one is date. Okay, all our data deals with these 3 major data types. Okay, so when I say data types, don't get confused with integer, numeric, varchar, char. Okay, for now, leave that matter aside. Okay, so only we deal with 3 types of data: number, string, date. For strings and dates, we have to mention the values in the single quotes. That's the SQL syntax requirement, syntax wise requirement. Swapna, I mean, nothing actually discussed. I have just created a table and inserted some data into this particular table. Okay, and I'm saying, okay, only there are three types of data we deal with: numbers, strings, and dates. Okay, strings and dates always should mention in the single quotes. Strings and dates we should always specify in the single quotes. I've created this table. Okay, I've told you here. Okay, I mention star and all, right? Okay, let me write up for you. Select star from EMP. My table. Okay, so all 15 rows. I have 8 columns are there. Oh, is it? Okay, so you are retrieving all the rows and all the columns from this table. Let us say, for example, I want to retrieve only select employee number, employee name, and department number from this table. You can get only 3 columns. Okay, this is what I mean, list of columns. You can specify your columns that you want to retrieve. Coming to the alias name, I'm going to take the same example. Okay, employee number, I would like to represent that as an ID. Employee name with name. Okay, and department number with department. Okay, and if I execute this, now see this column has been, this column name in the result set, it has been changed to ID. Employee name changed to name, department number changed to department. But don't get confused. These names are changed in the result set, not in the table. Okay, if you want to change the column name, okay, we should use alter command. When we say select, it is used to retrieve the data. Okay, select cannot rename any column names, table names of that sort. In the representation of the data, you can give any name that you want to give. Okay, this is your alias names. Okay, and if I would like to find out how many rows are there in my table, then select count of 1 from EFP. Either you can write count of 1 count star 15. Okay, so how many rows are there? You can easily find out with this statement. And then I don't have any duplicate rows, but just to show you, okay, let me insert two duplicates into this table. Now total how many rows will be there? I have inserted 2 more rows. Now the count will be 70. Okay, there are 2 duplicate rows, right? Let's start EMP. Total how many rows? Now you can see that number here also. 17 rows. Okay. For example, if I say distinct star from EMP, then you will get 15 rows. So those 2 duplicate rows will be eliminated from your result set, not from the table. You have to remember DDL is used to create the tables or modify the tables. DML deals with data. Either you can insert or update or delete or truncate. But whereas select You can only select the data. Okay, you cannot manipulate the data. So this, when you apply this distinct from your result set, the duplicates will be eliminated. But in the table level, it will remain same. Now again, if I execute, yes, there will be 17. How to count the column? Okay, probably after this I'll tell you. And for example, let us say I have millions of rows in my table. Okay, I want to see only few sample records. Okay, then what I'll write is top 5 star from. So I have 15 rows. It gives 5 rows. You can specify any number you want. For example, if you are writing 500, okay, but your table is having only 17 rows, then all 17 rows will be displayed. Either you can specify top 5 or something of that sort, or else you can specify top 10%. I have total 17 rows. Okay, 10% is 1.7, close to 2. Okay, so 2 rows will be displayed. So top clause is used to see the sample records in the table. In my table, the column name is employee number, but in my result set, I don't want to see this column as a employee number, but I want to see this as a ID. For example, my name is Srinivas. Okay, at my home, I'll be called as Munna. Okay, so in all my documents, okay, my name remains same, Srinivas. Academics, passport, driving license, vehicle registration, land registrations, all of that. Okay, but whereas at home I'll be called as Munna. So it doesn't mean that my name is Munna. Okay, that is limited to my home. Is in the same way here Elias name is limited to that particular select statement. That's it. No, it will not write the data to the table. It only retrieves the data from the table. It's something of this order. I mean, in very layman language, I'm talking. Okay. For example, if you go to college, faculty will teach you. You cannot teach the faculty, right? In the same way, here select only retrieves the data from the table. It will not affect. It will not insert the data or update or delete the data from in any manner when you are using the select. If I ask, okay, how many colors Maruti Suzuki releases their cars? If I ask that question, okay, then what will you do? Okay, for example, you take an example of Cias. How many colors are there? Okay, you might think, okay, white is there, black is there, maroon is there, right? Okay, what you are doing, you are counting the distinct colors. Okay, with white there could be millions of cars. With maroon some thousands of cars. But you are only counting distinct colors, right? Is in the same way in a table if there are repeated rows and you would like to only see the results of distinct rows, then we will apply this distinct so that the duplicates will be eliminated in the result set, not from the table. What is the use case? For example, you have a salary and you have a commission, and I want to disburse the salary for this month, okay, including commission. Then what I have to do? I have to calculate what is the total salary for this employee. For your understanding, I'm writing this. Now, if you come up, I'm missing. Now, you see here, what is the column name? No column name. Okay. Now, I will mention this as This is one of the use case. Now let us move to the from class. So you are already seeing, in from always I'm using table. Okay. And then I'll move to the where clause. Where clause is used to filter the data from a table. For example, select from MP. Okay. I'm sorry. Before jumping out of this, okay, someone has asked how many columns are there in a table. How do I know? For that, what you can do is there are multiple ways. The simplest way is, okay, select this, highlight this table name, and click on Alt F1. Okay, for few of you, okay, probably if it is not working, then hold function key and click on Alt F1. Okay, then it will show you, okay, here how many columns are there. Okay, total I have 8 columns and respective data types and all. Okay, what it is it a table or a view or a function procedure, whatever, and when it was created, all the information will be given over here. Okay, this is one way of doing. The another way is sp underscore help emp, and if you execute that, it gives you the same. Another way is select star from, there is a system table. Okay, just not tables where name equal to mp, and you will get a object id. Capture this object id and go to select star from this dot columns, where object id equal to, you will get all these 8 columns. Or else you can write select star from information schema dot columns, where also will have the object id equal to, here what I have. Okay, directly I have the table name. Table name equal to, okay, you will have the list of columns. This is how you can find out, okay, what are the columns that are there in the table. Probably I can ping these queries to you, but don't okay, execute your query with this particular number. Okay, this number is in my database. Okay, so this object id, if you want to find out this particular, from here you have to get it. This is what I have copied. Okay, all right, so now let us move to the where condition. So select start from emp, you are having some 17 rows in this table. Okay, now I would like to filter, okay, row wise filters. Okay, out of 17 rows I would like to fetch only 4 or 5 rows based on some conditions. For example, let us say select star from emp, where a department number equal to 10, then only 10 department records will be retrieved. Let us say, for example, if I say department number 20, 20 will be, I'm sure you in your graduation you might have listened to AND gate, OR gate, right? Okay, now to test your skills, okay, let me ask this question. Select star from emp, where department number equal to 10, and department number equal to 20. This is the reality. No data will be retrieved. Okay. So if you understand this logic now, what I'm going to explain, okay, then you are going to master the data of retrieval. Okay, let me explain that. This is very important. Okay, with headers, and I'm pasting over here. Okay, just to I'm removing couple of records because explaining all these use cases will take time. Now I'm writing a condition, let us say, where a department number equal to 10. Okay, this is the condition. Let's say if I put, okay, this particular row, okay, is it true? No, that's a false. Is it true? False, 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 true, okay, false. Okay, this is how your query engine goes to every row and checks whether this filter condition is matching or not. Then wherever there is a matching, those rows will be okay. Up to here, I'm sure you are very clear about it. Now coming to the end clause, I'm sure in your graduation, okay, you might have gone through this, but okay, let me repeat. Okay, how end condition works. If there are two operands, operand 1 and operand 2, okay, if this is true and if this is true, then the result will be true. If this is true, if this is false, the result will be false. If this is false, let me this is false and this is true, again the result is false. This is false and this is false, and your output will be false. Hope you recollected this. Yes, Ravi, that's true. Now, coming to our condition, what I have written there, where department number equal to 10 and department number equal to, this is the condition I have written. Okay. Now, first department number equal to 10 is one operand. Department number 20 equal to another operand. Okay. So department number for this particular row, department number equal to 10. Is it true? False. For this, is it true? Yes, true. What will be the result? For this particular row, let me hide this. Okay, for easy understanding. For this is false. This is also false. Output is false. False, false. So, in any given situation, a single cell cannot hold two values, right? So, when you apply AND condition on the same column, you will get zero records because it cannot be satisfied. How can a cell can hold two values? No, it's not possible. Cell can hold only one value at a time. When I'm executing this particular statement, I'm not getting anything. The same use case, if I keep R, I'll get 10 and 20 department details. Why? I'm sure now you got the point. R clause is different to AND clause. If either one of it is true, the output is true. Okay, now wherever you have a 30 department, for that it will become false and false. That's why 30 department records you will not get yet. Okay, so this and or clauses plays a vital role while retrieving the data from the table. Let us say now, okay, I would like to fetch the data from this table. Okay, who belongs to department 10, 20, 30. Okay, then what should I write here? Select star from MP where department number equal to 10 or department number equal to 20 or department number equal to 30. This is how I should write. Okay, if I want to retrieve 10, 20, 30 department details. Okay, either you can write in this way, or the most appropriate way of writing this is when you are applying or clause more than two operands, then we have a facility to use in operator. You can simply write in 10 comma 20 comma. Okay, let us say for example you would like to retrieve the range data. For example, the employees who are drawing salary between 2000 to 2500. Okay, if you would like to retrieve, or 2000 to 3000, whatever the range you want to retrieve, then okay, if the same thing, if you would like to achieve in the in clause, okay, what you have to write is 2000, 2001 comma 2002 comma 2003 comma and so on till 3000 you have to specify. Okay, instead of that, you can write a simple statement: select star from EMP salary between 2000. Now you can see, okay, the people who are drawing between these two salaries will be retrieved. So when you use, for example, yeah, already in the results that you can see, between works something like this, where salary greater than or equal, it's not greater than, it's greater than or equal to, and salary less than or equal to, this also gives you the same result because it works with numbers. Okay, greater than or less than. Either you can write in this fashion or you can write with the help of between. So this is your and or in between. Now if you would like to apply filter on strings, then we have a statement called like. For example, select star from employee where ename. For example, if I write where ename equal to Jones, you'll get only Jones name. Okay, I can give you one use case. For example, um, mm, mm, if you go to any banks or anything, okay, you got all your banking details. Okay, you don't have any customer ID, account number, okay, any of that sort. Okay, then if you go to your bank, okay, and they'll ask what is your name. Okay, you might say, okay, my name is Kanan. Okay, and they'll try to filter it out by your name, Kanan. So then they'll ask what is your last name. Okay, and then they'll try to figure it out. Okay, so when in behind the scenes, what happens is a select star from where employee name. For example, if I say S percentage, that indicates the first letter will be S, after that whatever. So now you can see here all the people who are, okay, whose name is starting with S. Okay, those records will be retrieved. For example, if I say the same thing, something like this. Okay, first whatever the letters it could be, but it should end with H. Then if that is my use case, then I can write H, something like this. So this helps you to filter it out string records apart from equal to operator. Okay, if second word is A, for that select from emp where name like underscore A. This is how you can find out. Yes, you can write. So when you write percentage yes, percentage, so in the name, okay, if there is S, letter S, okay, wherever it could be starting letter, ending letter, in between, wherever they are having, those records will be retrieved. So now you can see Jones, Smith, Scott, Adams, James, Srinivas, Smith. Okay, they have S somewhere on their names, irrespective of the position. It will any other common have to get S without like. So we have discussed about select. Okay, what star indicates? Star indicates all the columns. And at the same time, you can write list of columns also. Instead of all the columns you want to retrieve, you can write column names separated by comma. And we can give alias names, okay, in the result set. And we can count how many rows are there in this table. And we can write distinct clause to eliminate the duplicates in the result set. And we can do the sampling data. We can by with the help of top clause. Okay, this is what we have discussed in the select. And coming to the from clause, we will use the table, and where clause is used to filter the rows in a table. So there are different ways to filter it out. We can use equal to symbols, greater than or equal, less than or equal to, all of that. And also we can use and clause, or clause, in between, like. Now we are moving to group by clause. Okay, now just I would like to drop the table. What is the syntax? Drop table, dropping it. Okay, I'm recreating the table. Then I'm inserting the data into this table. Department wise, okay, how many people are working? Department wise, how many people are working? So when I ask this question, what did you do? In back of your mind, what did you do? First, you have taken the department 10 and then counted the number of rows in that particular table. Okay, right? In the same way, if I ask the same question, department wise salary, then what will you do? You will do the summation, right? Okay, if I ask department wise, what is the average salary? Then what will you do? Okay, you will do the summation and the number of employees divided by those employees. Then it gives you the average. So if you would like to achieve the similar functionality in database, we have a concept called group by. How do we write? And remember, one answer here. Someone has, okay, this one. Rajkumar has mentioned. My question was, in each department, how many employees are working? So he simply said 10 department, 20, 30 and count, respective counts. So did he bought, who is working in it, what their names, what their salaries? No. What is my question? My question is department wise count. Okay. So when you group the data, you cannot bring the individual row level data. You can get only aggregated data. Okay, that you have to make a point. Now let me write the group by clause. Select star from select from MP group by department number. Department number, comma.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft SQL certification training in partnership with Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below.
So it is. Yes. If someone has asked, okay, what is the use case of alias name? Now you can see it is saying no column name. So here I'll mention count of something like this, whatever the name. Okay. Now I want to find out sum of salary department wise. In the same way, average of salary, min of salary, max of salary. So these are the 5 different aggregate functions that we can use, okay, in the group by. So this particular statement is returning, okay, in each department how many employees are working, what are their summations, what is average salary, minimum salary, maximum salary. Okay, so based on the need of the hour, okay, we can write, okay, appropriate aggregate function. Now with the same example, okay, so can I apply the where clause? Yes, you can apply the where clause. First let me write the wrong way, where department number equal to, for example, 10 comma 20. Okay, now if I execute this, it is saying, boss, it's an incorrect syntax because here it cannot be executed. Where should be after from, not after group by. Okay, now if I execute this, it will give only data for 10 and 20 departments. They are system defined functions. Okay, when we discuss about functions topic, there I'll show you, but as you asked, I can show here. In programmability, okay, you have a section called functions. If you expand this functions, and you can see system functions. Under the system functions, you are having aggregate functions. Under the aggregate functions, you can see average, okay, max, min, count, all of sum, all this. Okay. So for this already Microsoft has developed the script how this function should work. Okay, and you can directly use them. I would like to find out the employees, the departments who are drawing more than 8,000 salary. Departments, not employees I'm talking about. The departments who are drawing more than 8,000. Then what I'll write is having sum of salary greater than, let us say for example 7,500. Okay, then you'll get only one row. Earlier you are retrieving 0. Oh, sorry, where clause was there. Okay, so this having is filtering out the department 10. Okay, why? Because this is the condition. This total salary is 7450 and I have said greater than 7,500. That is why it is getting filtered out. Any questions on this? Where condition will be applied on rows, whereas having is applied on group data. Now that is order by. Now I'll say order by cell. Okay, now you see this salary column is not in a sorted manner. Okay, now let me execute this. Now you can see the data has been sorted. Okay, for example, if I would like to find out, okay, who is the employee details who is retrieving, okay, least salary. Okay, then here if I write top one, okay, I'll get least employee salary details. You might have seen here, right? Okay, but you might not have been cleared why we are using this top. Okay, for logical usage we can use top clause. The same example, let us say, okay, if I write ascending, the result will be same, because as I said, ascending is a default. By default, if we specify order by, then the data will be sorted in ascending order. If this have to be happened in a descending order, then explicitly you have to mention here AESC. Then what happens is, okay, the highest salary record will be kept here, and you can write, if you write top one, then you will get the details of highest paid employee. Okay, this is a tricky question, people will ask in the interviews. Okay, how do you find out, least employee paid salary? Order by salary, top one. Okay, highest paid, then you reverse the order, descending order, and then take the top one. You get it? Okay, let us say, okay, 81, 82, higher date is also not in a sorted manner, right? Okay, if I write, okay, order by higher date, now you can see the date will be sorted. Okay, name also you can, Adam Chalian. If I say descending, then what name will become first? Yeah, you can write. And also one more interesting thing in order by clauses, there is no need to mention the column name. You can mention the position of the column also. What I mean by this is, for example, instead of saying order by 2, means the first column, this is the second column. By this also you can see. For example, if I want to sort the data by salary, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sixth column, right? So I can say 6 descending. The data will be sorted. Either you can mention column name or position of the column. Second highest. Okay, there is another way of doing that, but with this understanding, how do we achieve second highest? I'll show you. Select star from, then by salary. Okay, I'm writing the program in a systematic way, step by step, descending. Now, okay, I would like to represent this data, right? Okay, now what I'll do is I'll take top one salary from this. This is 5,000. Right. Then I'll write select star from employee where salary less than this. Then what happens? Excluding that 5,000, all the records will be retrieved. Then I'll apply order by salary ending. Then what will be my first row now? 3,000. Then I will write here top one. So Scott is the second highest paid salary. So this is how you can write. But there is another way of writing actually. So with the help of ranking functions, we will write it. Okay, if someone asks without ranking function, how do you do that? Then the logic is pretty simple. Okay, what I'm doing here, first I'm identifying what is the highest salary. Okay, I'm finding it out that, and I'm doing a less than of that particular salary. Okay, then that particular top record I'm eliminating. Okay, and then there will be starting from 3000 if I order by. Okay, and I'm fetching top one record. So the logic is important. If I'm in a panel, okay, what kind of questions I ask? Okay, I ask like, what are the differences noticed between DDL and DML? What is the difference between drop and delete? Okay, because drop is a object related one and delete is a data related one. They are completely two different silos. So that you have to clearly call out. Suppose drop is a DDL command, delete is a DML command. Drop deals with object, delete deals with data. Okay, so that shows how clear you are about the subject and the differences between delete and truncate. Okay, and then I might ask, okay, how do you insert multiple values at a time into a table? Okay, on update, okay, if I don't keep where condition, what happens? Okay, and it's the same to delete. Okay, and on where conditions, probably they'll tweak around and or conditions. Okay, what if if I keep and between these two or between these two, what happens? And how do you filter it out? SQL, actually someone has asked the right question. Okay, in the second position letter is some y. Okay, how do you filter it out? So these are all the important things, important questions you might face in the interviews.
Okay, select from where, group by, having, and order by. Okay, in select, we have seen star, list of columns, alias names, count, distinct, top. Okay, all these clauses, how it will work. In from clause, we are using for now only table. Going forward, we will see view and functions. In where condition, where clause is used to apply a filter on a table. Okay, so for that we have seen all arithmetic operators like equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than. Okay, all of that you can apply, and also you can apply okay, and, or, in, okay, between, like, all of these operators. And the group by is used to group the data and then to perform some aggregate operations on top of it. The aggregate of operations are like count, min, max, average, and sum. Okay, and having is used to filter the grouped data. Now, what is the difference between where and having? Both are getting used to filter the data, but what is the difference between both of them? Where is used to filter the data in the table, but having is used to filter the grouped data. Okay, grouped data will not be stored in the table. Okay, on the fly it will be calculated. Okay, after the calculation, if you want to filter it out, then we will use having. Without a group by, having cannot be used. Okay, and order by is used to sort the data. Okay, either in ascending order or descending order. What is the default descending the default sorting order? That is ascending. So the memory, the space plays a vital role, okay, in the software architecture. Okay, so how do we save this space that gets stored? Okay, that's the point. To achieve that, okay, we have a functionality called data types. As I told you yesterday, when we are dealing with the databases, we will most of the time we will deal with three types of data. One is numbers, second one is strings, the third one is dates. Okay. So here little bit of SQL Server internal stuff that you should understand. For that matter, it's not only applicable to SQL Server. It is applicable to any traditional relational database management system applications. Could be a Oracle or DB2 or Sybase or MySQL, all of that. Now I'll take you to the few basic fundamentals of computer. Let us say, okay, you have stored some data in Excel file. Okay, and where it will be stored? It will be stored in hard disk. Okay, that could be C drive or D drive. Okay, the location you will specify while saving this particular file. Okay, now this data stored in hard disk. Okay, how the data will be stored in the hard disk? Is it in English language? No, will it get stored? No. It will get stored in the hard disk in machine level language. Okay, when a user tries to access this Excel file, okay, then what this hard disk will give back the data in English. So it is stored in the hard disk in machine level language. Hope you are aware of what is a machine level language. If not, okay, it will be something like this. Okay, machine level language is like this. Okay, user cannot understand. Okay, so the user entered the data in English. Okay, it gets converted to machine level language and gets stored in the hard disk. Okay, now when the same user opens the file, again he will see the data. Okay, this hard disk, okay, who will convert this machine level language to your user understandable language? Machine level language, what else I can add on more? It's for example, if there is a letter A, okay, you might be typing A, but behind the scenes it gets stored as 101, something of that sort. Okay, B will have some other number. Okay, so machine level language is not our theory to understand now. Okay, so when in hard disk is having this machine level language, okay, it is getting converted to user understandable language with the help of operating system. Okay, what are the operating systems that you are aware? MS Office is not a operating system. It's MS Office is a suite and it is having various applications like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, okay, MS Access, all of that. Okay, Windows is an operating system. When you purchase a laptop, okay, without installation of operating system, can you operate your laptop? No. You have to install either Ubuntu or Windows, some or other operating system. Without that, you cannot operate. Okay. So this operating system converts machine level language to user understandable language. This is what in behind the scenes it happens. Now we will understand, okay, in terms of database management applications, how the data gets stored in the hard disk. The data gets stored in the hard disk in form of pages. Okay, so if you call, for your easy understanding, I'm saying Okay, in hard disk, okay, if you consider this hard disk as a textbook, in textbook, what will you have? You will be having a pages, right? Okay, pages will have some information. Okay, in the same way, in hard disk, we will have pages. Okay, what is the page size? Okay, for example, if you take a rule notebook, okay, in the rule notebook, if you have 20 lines, how many lines you can write? You can write only 20 lines, right? In the same way, page is also having a size. Okay, the page size is 8 KB. Okay, hope you are aware of the memory fundamentals like bit, byte, kilobyte, megabyte, gigabyte, terabyte, all of that. Okay, so the page size is 8 KB. Okay, that means 8 KB is how many bytes? 8 into 1024. I think it is 8192 bytes. Okay, this page is having 3 parts. Why am I explaining all of this is, okay, what is the importance of a data type? To why we are declaring a data type with different values? Why should we do that? Okay, for example, you might have seen I'm declaring varchar of 50. Why can't I declare varchar of 10,000? What's wrong in that? So to know that, you should know this theory. Okay, we'll have a page header, and we'll have payoff load, row offset array. For your easy understanding, okay, you can consider these 3 terms with, you can relate these 3 terms with, this is the page header. Okay, and this is the main, information is available, and this is the page footer. Okay, so this page header will have an information of, okay, what is the uh, previous page number, what is the next page number, all of that. Okay, and this payoff load, actually, this is what it, the rows which you are inserting the into a table, okay, will be stored in the payoff load area. And the row offset array will store, for example, if you have an habit of reading textbooks, okay, then you might have seen, okay, some difficult word will be there. For that, they will give some number, and the explanation will be given in the page footer. Okay, in the same way, this row offset array will hold some details about the row. Okay, so this is how this hard disk will have many pages. Each page structure will be like this. So for these 3 sections out of this 8192 bytes, this takes the major portion of it. 8060 bytes, okay, will be here given to payoff load, and there will be 132 bytes. Out of 132, okay, I believe row offset area will take 90 bytes, and remaining 42 bytes will be taken by page header. Okay, this is how the page structure will be. Okay, now, for example, if I declare a data type varchar of 10,000, okay, now what will happen? It will not be taken, because one one row cannot be splitted into 2 different pages. That's the fundamental rule. one row cannot be split into two tables. So that's the reason you row maximum a row can store all the columns. When I say row, hope you are aware of this. For example, there is a order ID, order date, quantity, price. There are 4 columns. Okay, but in a row, all the 4 values will be there. All these 4 values length should not be greater than 8060 bytes. If it is more than that, then the system will throw an error saying that data overflow. Okay. Why we are giving some specific numbers is because the data gets stored in the pages only up to 8 KB. Because of that reason, we give appropriate data types to our columns. Page header and row offset array. Page header is nothing but, you just take an example of your textbook. Okay, in textbook, in the header, okay, what will you have? Page number, right? Okay, page number 63. Okay, and it will have, okay, in database pages, okay, will have information of what is the previous page and what is the next page also. Okay, you might ask, oh, pages will not be in a sequential way. No, it will not be in a sequential way. Okay, page 1 will be there, page 3 will be there, page 32, 51, 22, something of that sort. If you want to store the data in the sorted manner, then we have a different concept called index. Okay, so that's a different concept. When we reach to that level, we will discuss about that. But for now, the pages are not in a sorted order. Okay, so that's the reason it will have current page information, previous page information, and next page information. Okay, and coming to the row offset array, for each row, there will be a location ID. Okay, and that location ID will get stored here. Okay, when you are writing, for example, select a star from, okay, employee table where employee ID equal to 123. Okay, now what happens is how the search happens is it comes to the page. Okay, before reading the data from the particular row, it will check in the row offset array whether that particular value is available or not. Okay, and then it goes to your complete row and pulls that particular row into your result set. Okay, so that row offset array will have a pointer towards a row. And pay offload, actually main data will be stored in that particular page. Page can store maximum 8 KB only. Okay, so let us say I have 15 rows. Okay, and out of these 15 rows, let us assume, okay, 8 rows are in page 1, okay, up to 1 to 8, and the 9 to 15, they are in the second page. Now, okay, page header will have an information. Okay, my page number is, let us say, the 11. Okay, and the second page will be 12. Page header will have, okay, was 11 and 12. It does not have any previous page information. So previous page information will be blank. Now coming to the page 2, page header will have, okay, previous page information as 12. Sorry, 11, and the next page current page information as 12, and next page information as blank because it does not have any next page for this table. Up to here, clear? And then now coming to the pay offload area, this particular complete row will be stored. Okay, this row information will be stored. Now coming to the row offset area, it will have each row will stored in some location. So that location information for each location, I mean for each, what I say, how do I say? For example, if you step into a movie theater, okay, there will be a seat numbers. Okay, some A1, A2, A3, A4. In the same way, okay, in the hard disk, in the page for every row, there will be a location given. So, okay, how many locations are there? Okay, those locations will be stored in the row offset area. Okay, in that particular location, who has sat? Okay, what is their name? When did they book the ticket? Which movie? What time? What show? Moving cast? All that information will be stored in the payoff load area. Okay, so now if you are clear on this, now let us move to understand what are the data types we have. As I said, majorly we will deal with numbers, strings, and dates, right? There will be a data type. For each data type, there is a memory associated to it, and there will be a range. Okay, when I say range, probably once I start explaining this, you'll get to know. For example, there is a data type called bit. It will occupy only 1 byte. But you can, when you declare a data type as bit, then you can store either 0 or 1. Nothing else can be stored. For example, tiny int. There is another data type. Okay, it also occupies 1 byte, but you can store from 0 to 255. There is a small int. Sorry, there will not be any space. 2 bytes, but it will store minus 32,762 to 32,767. Integer will take 4 bytes. Okay, and it can hold the data 2 to the power of minus 2 to the power of 32 to plus 2 to the power of 32. This is approximately, if you ask me in Indian numbers, it is around minus 214 crores 74 lakhs 84,000 approximately to plus 214 crores. Yeah, that's the number you can, if you want to store. And there is a big int. Big int occupies 8 bytes, and it will store the data minus 2 to the power of 64 to 2 to the power of 64. Okay, now, for example, if you are developing an application for college, okay, now there is a department ID field. Which data type do you choose? In a college, how many departments can be there? Maximum 100 departments, 200 departments, right? Okay, so in that case, okay, what data type you can choose? Tiny int. But if you are giving big int, then what will happen? It will occupy 8 bytes. So for every row, you are wasting 7 bytes. Okay, let us say you have some 10 million rows. 10 million into 7 bytes, right? 70 million bytes of data you are wasting. If you get converted that into GBs, it is somewhere around, let us say 10 GB. So you're unnecessarily you're wasting 10 gigabytes of data. Okay, so For this reason, it is very essential to know what is the data that is going to come and store in that particular column. We should be aware of that. By keeping that in mind, we should choose right data type for this, for our column. And there are another data types. So all these data types, whatever we are seeing here, these are all called as, exact numbers. Okay. And if you want to store some numeric data types, decimal points, then we have different data types: numeric, decimal, float, real, money, small money. Yeah, all of this. So here you might have seen, okay, I might be declaring some few columns. Okay, wherever there is a price column for that. Okay, I'm declaring, let us say, for example, something of this sort, numeric, some 6 comma. Okay, then what does this mean is I can store the data maximum. So total numbers will be 6. Out of those 6, 2 will be decimal points. Okay, for example, if I enter, I declare a data type as numeric 6 comma 2, and then if I'm entering 10,000, it will say arithmetic overflow. That means, boss, the data is getting overflow. My ability to store the data is still 49.99. But you are inserting 10,000. I'll not able to accept this. So the statement will get failed. Okay, so this will be the range, the storage range varies, okay, based on these numbers that you specify over here. So the maximum here, okay, it will go here is maximum 6 to 8 bytes. Okay, these are all same, but there is a thin line difference between these data types. Numeric and decimal, both are same. Either of it you can use. There is no difference between these two. Okay. Now, decimal, numeric works in the same fashion. No difference, just two different names. Okay. Now coming to float and real, these two are one kind of.
Let's take a quick quiz, and the question is, when is the wildcard in where clause used? Let's take a look at the options. Firstly, an exact match is necessary for a create statement. Second option is, an exact match is necessary for a select statement. Third option is, an exact match is not possible in a select statement. And lastly, none of the above.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft SQL certification training in partnership with Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below.
Data types. Okay. So they store decimal points, but it will store approximate data types, not the exact value that you would like to store. For example, see, okay, if you want to store, okay, some 91234.45678 okay, if you want to store this, okay, now this value will be stored as not exactly like this in the behind the scenes. It will be stored something like 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not even 3. Okay, it will be 4, 5, 6, 1, 7, 2. Okay, something like this, it will be stored. Okay, an approximate value will be stored. Okay, so there is a problem with this. float data types. So that's the reason most of the times when we deal with any decimal places that you would like to capture, don't use a float or real. Okay, only use numeric, either numeric or decimal. Okay, and then coming to the money and small money, again, it works in the similar fashion of numeric and decimal. Okay, so there's no difference, but just in name wise, they have given. And I have documented this piece of information, and okay, let me open and show that to you. Whatever I have discussed here, the same thing I've captured here. Okay, and you can refer to this. Okay, now hope you are, in a position to understand why data type is important. Okay, and coming to the strings, this is, mostly asked in interviews about the string data types. Okay, to store the strings, we have char, varchar, text, and then nvar, sorry, nchar, nvarchar, ntext. These are the 6 data types that are available to store the strings. Now, what is the maximum size that you can store? Is 8,000, char of 8,000. If you give char of 9,000, your data type will fail. Okay, it will not get executed. Okay, maximum you can is 8,000. For varchar also you can give maximum 8,000 characters only you can store. Now, you may have having a question. There is no way to store more than 8,000 characters? Yes, there is a possibility. Text, when you declare your data type as a text, the data will be stored in a different page. Okay, in simple, very layman language. Okay, for example, okay, if you are attending a college, okay, every day you will go and write, okay, whatever the faculty teaches you in a notebook. But there will be a project submission, okay, practical examinations, all of that. For that, you will prepare a project in some special pages. Okay, some A4 pages, bond pages, executive pages you will use, right? In the same way, okay, when you declare your data type as a text, the data will be stored not in the normal pages. It will be stored in a different pages. Okay, so this page is very expensive. Executive pages, executive bond pages are expensive, right? In the same way, this data will be separately stored in a page, and this will be linked to the normal data page separately. So when you are, for example, if you're writing a query, select star from where employee ID equal to some one, okay, let us say you have declared name column as a text. Then what happens is, instead of searching the data in one pages, it has to search the data from 2 pages, because okay, ID, department ID, salary, all of that information will be available in one page. His name will be available in the second page. And reading the data from this particular page is little slow, because it is very heavy. Okay, so text data types, okay, we have to use very carefully, unless it is very essential that you have to store more than 8,000 characters in your column. Okay, don't never ever use text data type. Okay, so now what is the difference between all these 3 data types? Is char is a fixed length. Fixed length, that means, for example, if I give okay a char of 50, then it occupies 50 bytes. Okay. For example, okay, there is a employee and her name is Sophia. Okay, now Sophia, total 6 characters. Okay, how many bytes it will occupy? Generally 6 bytes. But you have declared that the data type as a 50, and because of that, okay, you are wasting unnecessarily, okay, 44 bytes. Now the same data type, if you declare for the same column, if you declare the data type as varchar of 50, then what happens is 6 characters will be occupied, and then remaining 44 characters will be released from the memory. It will not take, it will take only how much characters you have entered there. Okay, so that is why it is known as variable length. Then you might have a question, okay, then why should I use a fixed length? Okay, instead of for char of 50 for every column, I will use varchar of 50 or varchar of 500, whatever. Okay, for that, there is, when you declare a data type as a varchar, it is little slower because it has to calculate how many characters you have entered into that column, and then it has to release the memory. For that, okay, it needs little time, but you will not be noticing that when you are operating with, okay, 1 row, 2 row, 100 rows, 1000 rows. Okay, because the difference is in nanoseconds. Nanoseconds means 0.00001. Okay, that 0.0001 into 10 million rows. Then what happens? It comes into seconds. Even 1 second matters, right? Because if you are trying to log into any banking application, okay, you just enter your username and password, and you'll click on login, and immediately the page will load to take you to the your home page, right? If it is taking, let us say, 5 seconds, how do you feel? Even if it is 2 seconds also, when you click on login, it should go, right? So when to give char is, data type as a char is when you know the length of the character, fixed length. For example, there is a column called gender. Okay, in the column called gender, I'll store only either M or F. So in that particular context, I'm clearly aware I'm going to store only one character. Then I will use character as my data type. And there is a column called address. I'm not sure what is going to store, how many characters will be stored. Then I'll declare my data type as, let us say, for example, varchar of 2000. Okay, if somebody has only 200 or 400, somebody has 1500, then whatever it gets wasting, then it will be released, and the same space can be used for the next row. Okay, now coming to the text data type, for example, okay, you are speaking to a customer care executive, and he has to store in notes section, okay, very lengthy detailed information that has to be captured. Okay, then in those specific cases only we will declare the data type as text. But you have to well aware that when you declare data type as a text, the data will be read from 2 pages for every row. Okay, one is data page and the second one is text page. Okay, the text page is called as blob, B-L-O-B, binary large object, blob. So that page is called as binary large object page. Okay, normal page and binary large object page. Okay, it is very heavy, and reading the data from this is very slow. Character will store a fixed length. Okay, and varchar will store variable length. for example, okay, you are booking a Tatkal train ticket. Okay, will you cancel? If you cancel the ticket, will you get the refund? But wherein you are booking normal ticket, normal reservation. Okay, if you cancel your ticket, okay, after deduction of whatever the percentage of amount, okay, reservation amount, your money will be refunded back. Right? So in the same way, when you declare your data type as care, that means you are booking the Tatkal ticket. That means you're sure that you are going to make this journey. Okay, and when you are not sure, tentative, then you will use your varchar. When you increase your RAM, so I mean the additional space will get appended to it. Okay, so it does not make any change. You will have, for example, if you're having a, okay, 1 TB, okay, and you are adding one more TB. Okay, so in 1 TB, how many of our pages are there? That will be there. And when you add newly added memory, so again, the pages will continue. See, this practically, I mean, you cannot visualize it. Data types. Okay, this is a purely theoretical concept. For example, okay, here, okay, I'm creating a table. Okay, prioritize it as integer. Okay, here I cannot physically show you, okay, in the hard disk how it has got stored. Getting me? In the hard disk, in which location it has been stored physically, I cannot show you. So this is the theoretical concept where you have to digest this, and you have to be well aware of the data types what you are declaring for your respective columns. Yeah, page size, that's what. See, for example, if you are declaring, okay, two columns with varchar of 8000, and if you are entering, for example, let us say, so now if you see here, okay, what it is saying, given column name 1 exceeds the maximum allowed for any data type is 8000. So I'm giving more than 8000, it is throwing an error. So the highest limit is you can store only for any data type 8000 characters. Now let us say, for example, 8000 I have given, and name 2, okay, varchar of 8000. Okay, I'm just trying to copy some 8000 length string. They're saying this is 2507. If it is true, let me check. Oh, this is 719 only. So I have to make 10 times, 11 times, 12 times. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So now see, I'm trying to insert more than 8000 characters length string here. Have I created this? Okay, let me create this. Okay, insert into data type test. This is my table, and I'm giving values. Okay, 1 comma more than 8000 length. Okay, and say some test. Now let me execute this. You're getting an error stating that string or binary data would be truncated in column name 1. Okay, truncated value is this length is string, because you cannot put more than 8,000 characters in a row because the page size is okay 8 KB. In payoff load area, it can store maximum 8060 bytes only. But now I'm going to insert more than 8060 bytes in a row, and the row cannot be split into 2 pages. So it is throwing an error. So you have to be careful. Overall row size should not exceed more than 8060 bytes. Hope you're clear, how the data types and pages are interlinked. Okay. When we are sure about our length, okay, only, couple of values storing. Okay, for example, okay, there is a field called rating. Okay, for that you are giving your string as, for example, the different values that you supply are good, fair, weak. Okay, these lengths, they are fixed. Always I'm going to have only these 3 values. Okay, good, fair, weak. Okay, then all the lengths are 4 or 5 characters. I'm sure this is what is going to be there. Then I'll go with character data type. Okay, and for example, there is a name field, address field. Okay, and then there are other different string fields where I'm not sure what is the total length that is going to happen. Okay, then I will choose my data type as varchar. Text data type, when you declare text data type, okay, what happens is, how do I put it? For example, there is a row, okay, and generally when you enter a single row, okay, the data will be stored in pages. All right. Okay. So let us say the data is getting stored in the page, but there is 3 columns. Let us assume, okay, ID, name, remarks. Okay. And the values are respectively, let us say 1, okay, Nipun, okay, and remarks is he is working in some ABC company. Okay, he is working in ABC company, is taking some, let us say 20 characters or 30 characters. Okay, now what happens is, irrespective of the length, you have defined remarks column as, okay, text data type. Okay, the same row will be stored in 2 pages. Okay, here, okay, employee ID is some 234 and employee name is Nipun. Okay, and here, okay, he is working in ABC company will be stored here. Okay, and in another column, okay, this reference information, okay, page 1, okay, location 5. This reference information will be stored. Okay, so this information refers to page 1 and location 5. When you write a query, select star from employee table where employee ID equal to 234. Then what it has to do? It has to go to these 2 pages and fetches the data. But if you don't have this data type as a text, then the data will be stored in a single page. And it will be faster. So now let us quickly move to date data types. Okay, so to understand the date data types, first we have to understand the portion of the date. Okay, or else I can show you here also. In Excel, I don't get everything here. Okay, so that's the reason I'm coming here. Okay, so this is year and this is your month. Okay, now first let me complete this then before coming here. Okay, so these three and this is just a rep repeated concepts, but only the difference is, okay, when you want to store Unicode strings, okay, when you want to support all the international languages, then we will use, okay, nchar or nvarchar ntext. That is number one. Number two, okay, the difference between these two are character. Char data type will occupy 1 byte for each string, whereas nchar will occupy 2 bytes per string. Okay, the same way varchar and varchar. So here every string will occupy 1 byte, but whereas here it will occupy 2 bytes per every character that you enter. Okay, it is very expensive storage. So you have to be very careful whether you are supporting all international clients or not. If it is specific to one particular region and all, then you should use only varchar. Yeah, month and your this is day and this is your hour, minute, second, nanosecond. Okay, so this is your format. Okay, this is how it will be. So you in a date you will have 7 internal parts: year, month, day, hour, minute, second, and nanoseconds. So to store this date, we have different data types like date, time, date time, date time 2, small date time. Okay, all of this. Okay, most of the times we use either date time or date. Okay, but as I said earlier, each data type will have a memory associated to it and range also associated to it. Okay, so let me pull up that document where I kept. So small date time, it takes 4 bytes and it can store the data only from 1900, year 1900. Okay, up to maximum 2079 only. Okay, whereas date time will occupy 8 bytes and the ranges you can see here from 1753 you can store the data. Okay, and for example, let us say if you have defined your data type as small date time and if you are inserting a year less than 1900, it will not be stored. It will throw an error. Okay, so date time 2, all of that. Okay, a memory associated to it and range also will be there for every data type. First, let us understand what is a null, and then we will discuss about how to handle it. Now, so if you have a close look at a column called commission, okay, you are seeing a value called null. But how does it get inserts? What does it mean? Okay, let us review that. Insert into product. Okay, now how many values? Okay, till 3 rows. Okay, insert into product values. Okay, so far we have seen inserting the data into the table, okay, for all the columns, right? But now, okay, price, if I'm not aware, okay, then what I'm doing is I'm ignoring that value. I'm not entering that value at all. 4 comma let us say Vivo, and quantity is some 20. Okay, now if I try to execute this statement will get failed. Okay, saying that was column name or number of supplied values does not match the table definition. What does this indicates is my table is having 4 columns, but you are supplying 3 columns. Okay, now I'll not allow you to insert. That's what it says. So, but still you want to insert this record, then what you should do is these 3 columns belongs to which columns? These 3 values belongs to which column that you have to specify here. Okay, ID, name, quantity. Now, if you execute this, then it will be executing. Now, what happens to price column? Insert into product. I have specified the column names. I've entered the 3 column name values. Now, what happens to price value? Now you can see for the price in null has been inserted. Who has kept this null? Okay, now if you're able to see this clearly, okay, the background of this null is little yellowish. Okay, rest of the values are having white background. Okay, so this null has been inserted by your database engine. Okay, so this is how we get to find the null values. When the values are not supplied to the column, null will be placed by default by database engine. Okay, now what is this null? What does this mean? Okay, null means absence of data. Okay, so in very simple language, okay, for example, Srinivas is not taking today's session. Okay, then it doesn't mean that Srinivas has reached the god. Srinivas is just absent today. Okay, he'll take the session next weekend, right? So in the same way, for now, you are not sure about the value, but remaining column values you are clear. Then if you want to insert that particular row, then you can do that and database engine will place the null. Okay, so in real time example, if you ask me, for example, a employee has been onboarded. Okay, he has not been allocated to any department. He has just been onboarded as a fresher. Okay, he'll undergo with various trainings. Then people will identify his talents, aspirations and all, and assign put him into a right department. Right. Okay, till then his department title will be null.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft SQL certification training in partnership with Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below.
This is how this null gets added. Insert statement deals with row. Update statement deals with cell. Delete statement deals with row, group of rows, or complete table. Truncate deals with complete table data. Okay, so if you want to specifically update any cell or complete column, then there is only one option, that is update. Now, how to handle this null? So null has been inserted. Okay, fine. Now, what is the problem with this null? Right? For example, I'll write a statement called select star from product where price equal to, let us say, this value. The See, if there is no space in between these two by mistake, okay, you'll find the error line here. Okay, then I have noticed this. Okay, I missed a space. That's how I have given. So someone are asking how to remember the syntax and all, right? With practice, you'll get to know. Okay, so now you see, okay, it's working fine. Where price equal to 10,000 we have specified. It has returned all the records where price is 10,000. Now, if I say where price equal to null, nothing it is showing, but there is a null. Okay, so is it expecting to keep it in a single quote? Let us try. Boss price is a number column and it is saying you cannot compare numbers and strings. So that's why it is failing. This way also it is not getting executed. Okay, so null expects a special kind of treatment. Okay, another use case, I'll tell you. Let me take another example. Okay, from this employee table, okay, there is a salary column and there is a commission column. Okay, and I want to find out total salary of each employee. Okay, then what I'll write is salary plus commission as total salary. What is total salary is called as? Yes, Elias, not group by. Elias name, Elias name. Okay, now you see what happens here. His salary is 700. Okay, his commission is null. Now, what is his total salary? It's null. Now how much I disburse at the end of the month? So this is the another problem. Okay, so to address these null issues, okay, we have four different commands. One is space null. The second one is null. Sorry, is null. The third one is coalesce, and the fourth one is nullif. These are the four different statements we have to handle these nulls. First, let us address the first problem. Okay, what I'm doing here, where product price equal to null, when I said, okay, it is not returning any row, right? Now, because null is a special value and it expects a special treatment. So for that, okay, if I say where price is null, then okay, you'll get null values. And is in the same way here also. For example, where commission is null, if you want to find out, you can say where commission is null. So it will return all null records. For example, if you want to retrieve not null commission call rows, then you just say where commission is not null. Then, okay, these are the 4 rows where commission is not null. So you can use is null or is not null. Now the second problem, okay, salary plus commission. You do whatever with null, okay, it will become null. You do addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulo, whatever you apply, anything you multiply with 0, it will become 0, right? In the same way, anything you do with null, could be addition or multiplication, subtraction, division, modulo, square root, what not, whatever the operation that you are aware. Okay, you do it, the end result will be null only. Okay, so to handle this, I would like to clearly show Okay, the difference. Okay, salary plus is null of commission comma 0. Salary is null example. Okay, now you see what happens. Okay, my total salary is 700 and I said if commission is null, then replace with 0. That's why you are seeing 700 plus 0, 700. Okay, let us say if I keep 100 here, if there is null, then replace that value with 100. Then what happens? 700, here it is null, then that's why it is getting 700 plus 100. Total you can see 800. So is null is used to replace null values. So this is space null is used to filter the null records. This is without space null is used to replace the null values. Let us say I have a table, okay, with 3 different phone numbers. Okay, but I want, okay, in my result set, I want only one phone number. Okay, and the first priority goes to home number, and the second priority goes to work number, and the third priority goes to personal number. Okay, so if this is the requirement from these 3 columns, I am going to fetch only one value, okay, which is not null value and the first occurrence value. If this is the requirement, hope the requirement is clear. Okay, there are 2 conditions. Okay, requirement number 1 is the priority goes something like this: home number, the second priority goes to work number, and the third priority goes to personal number. Okay, so what does this indicate is, for example, if a person is having all the 3 phone numbers, okay, then I should pick home number. Second use case, if the person is not having home number but having both work number and personal number, then I should pick work number. If the person is not having home number, work number, but having only personal number, then it should pick personal number. Okay, if this is the requirement, then how do I write my code is select star from employee contact. Okay, just to show you the all these 3 columns next to the result set, because you can easily compare. The syntax will be simple: coalesce home number, comma, work number, comma, personal number. Okay, now you see here, though he's having both the home number and work number, the output will be given to the first not null value. Okay, here these 2 are null. That's the reason the final result will be personal number. In this use case, all 3 are null. Then in that case, it will return null only. This is the 4th different case. Here, both the numbers are same. Okay, then it will return the one of it. Not one of it, it's a work number. So coalesce is used to get the first not null value among multiple columns. Okay, let me explain again. E space null is used to filter the null values. is without space null is used to replace the null values. I'm sure up to here you're clear. Now coming to the coalesce. Coalesce is used to get the first not null value on different columns. Okay, for example, okay, in our college, okay, they'll seek two addresses from you, right? I mean, any application, okay, banking application or anything. Okay, there will be a communication address, and there is a residential address, there is a business address, all of that, right? Okay, for example, if you're not filling, all the three, okay, or else you're filling only one of it. Okay, but the bank wants to communicate to you your address. Okay, the priority goes to, first is personal address, the second one is uh, uh, residential address, I mean communication address, residential address, and the third priority goes to business address. Okay, so if you forgot to fill your communication address, but your residential address is there, then they will send the some couriers, whatever, okay, to your residential address. Or else if you have communication address actively available, then they'll send the information to your communication address. So if I want to, all these three columns are available in the same database, but I would like to fetch first not null values of these three columns, then I will use coalesce. Okay, so coalesce is used to get the first not null value of multiple columns. The last statement in null handling is nullif. Okay, nullif is used logically to check whether in both the columns the values are same or not. Okay, for example, okay, if I take nullif, select nullif 25 comma 25, some number I have given. Okay, it could be 252, here also it can be 252. If both the values are same, then it will return null. So to compare, okay, column 1 and column 2, whether they are having the same values or not, okay, it is one way. If it returns null, then okay, it is true. I mean, the values, both the values are same. When we will use this is in real time. For example, you are extracting the data from source A, okay, and you are, for example, extracting the data from the Excel and loading into various layers of your warehouse, landing area, staging area, warehouse, and all of that. Okay, and you want to ensure that okay, the value of that product is consistent across all the layers. Then we will join these tables and compare. Okay, in the staging area for this product, for this particular date, the total sale amount is, let us say, some 500K. Okay, is it the same in the next layer or not? If then we will do a null if for these two columns and compare. Yes, these two values are matching. That if it is written the null value, then the values are matching. If they are not returning null values, then there is a problem. Okay, now see the another example. Okay, the first value is 25 and the second value is 24. Then it returns 25. That means if the values are matching, then it returns null. If the values are not matching, then it returns first operand value. If it is something like this, again, operand 1 is 25, operand 2 is null, then it returns 25. In this context, it will fail. If the first operand value is itself is null, it cannot compare. And it will, the statement itself will get fail. So in a nutshell, nullif is used to compare two columns whether they are having the same values or not. If they're having the same values, then it will return null. If they are not returning the same, if they are not the same values, then it will return the first operand value, first column value. Now you see where these two are matching, for that it is returning null. In rest of the cases, it is not matching. So that's the reason it is giving the, always it is giving the salary value. Okay, now if you would like to find out an employee who has earned commission of equivalent to his salary, then what will you write? Where null if of salary comma commission equal to null. Is it the right way of writing? Equal to null. If you write equal to null, nothing will be returned. So null expects a special treatment. It asks for ease. Then it returns this one particular row, who has earned commission of equivalent to his salary. So this will help you to find out whether two column values are matching or not. The another one is string data types. So in string total, we have 6 data types: char, varchar, and text. Char and varchar, char is a fixed length, varchar is a variable length. So as I have explained here, the same string, for Nipun Jain, if you declare character of 50, it takes 50 bytes. Though it is, your 10 bytes of data you have it, but it occupies 50 bytes. Whereas if you declare that as a n varchar, then it only occupies 10 bytes and remaining 40 bytes will be released. Okay, coming to the text data type, it is generally it is called as a blob data type. Okay, binary large object. When you declare this data, the data will be splitted into 2 different pages. Non-blob data columns will be stored in the normal data pages, and the blob data type columns are stored in the blob data page. So while retrieving the data from these blob pages, it will take time. It is very expensive. So try to avoid text data types. And similarly, we have nchar, nvarchar, and ntext. When you would like to support Unicode strings, when your operations, your client's business operations are spread across the globe, and you would like to represent the data in their local languages, then we should use nchar or nvarchar and text data types. And the only difference between normal strings and Unicode strings are char, varchar, text data types occupies only 1 byte, and nchar, nvarchar, and text occupies 2 bytes per string, per character. We have discussed about the fundamentals of data. Data, what is a data? Database management system, normalization, all of that. Basically, data is nothing but, any factual information, any measurable information, we'll call that as a data. So what is a database? So where this particular data can be stored, that particular thing, we will call it as a database. Now, what is a database management system? So first we should understand what is a data and what is a database. A data is nothing but a factual information, and a collection of this factual information kept it in under one object, that is called as a database. Once the data is captured, then we will do a management. What is that management? 4 type of operations we will perform on top of it. What are those 4? One is insertion, the second one is updation, the third one is deletion, the fourth one is your data retrieval. These 4 operations. So to perform these 4 operations, you need a system. What is that system? System is nothing but your SQL Server or Oracle or a DB2 or Sybase, MySQL, all of them are called as a systems. So this is what your database management system. Now coming to the normalization in simple English, what is the normalization? Organizing the data in a simplified tables. Okay, so why we are doing the normalization? To avoid the data redundancy, the duplicates in the data we would like to eliminate, and to ensure our data operations are the read and writes from the disk are limited. With the help of DDL, okay, we can create a object, alter an object, drop a object, rename a object. So with the help of create, we have seen how to create a table. And with the help of alter, we can perform three operations. What are those three operations? One, we can add a column. Second, we can modify a column. The third, we can drop a column. When I say modify a column, nothing but modifying here data types of that particular column. Okay, now coming to the drop will remove the table from your database. Rename, you can give the different name from the creation. Okay, and coming to the DML, again we have four operations, four statements here. One is insert, update, delete, and truncate. With the help of insert statement, we can insert the data into your table. With the help of update, we can update a particular cell value or entire column value. Okay, if you don't keep any where condition, then all the column values will be, for all the rows, for that particular column values will be updated. So delete, either you can remove a particular row or group of rows or the whole data from the table. Truncate will completely erases the data from your table. So what is the difference between delete and truncate? Delete is a row by row operation. Truncate is a at a time operation. In delete, we can apply a where condition. In truncate, we cannot apply a where condition. Now, what is the difference between delete and drop? Delete deals with the data. Drop deals with table. Drop deals with object. Drop is a DDL command and delete is your DML command. How to retrieve the data from a table, right? Okay, as part of that, we have seen various clauses like select, from, where, group by, having, order by. In the select, okay, what we can keep alias names, top, distinct, okay, any additions, all of that you can do. In from clause, you can specify the table name. In where clause, you can specify your filter conditions. In group by clause, you can specify the whatever the columns you would like to group. Okay, and in having clause, you can filter the aggregated data. Okay, what is the difference between where and having? Where clause is used on your table data, whereas having is used on group data. So order by is used to sort the data. What is the default sorting order? Default sorting order is ascending. Now coming to the data types, we have seen majorly three types of data types. One is numbers, strings, and dates. Each number is associated with two values. One is the size of that particular data type, and the second one is the range of the values that it can store. Okay, so these are the two values that you have to keep in mind while declaring a data type. Okay, coming to the null handling, we have seen four functions: null and coalesce and null if. Is space null is used to filter the null values. Is null is used to replace the null values. Coalesce is used to retrieve the first not null value from the multiple columns. Null if is used to compare two columns whether they are having the same values or not. For example, you have this. Okay, now I would like to filter out, okay, the departments, okay, who are greater than 5. I mean, where the employee's strength is more than 5, that I would like to filter it out. So can I filter it out that with where clause? No. Why? Because this is a result set prepared on your table data. Okay, so this particular data, whatever you're seeing in the result set here, that is not stored in the table. So where clause only can be used to filter the data that is stored. This is a result set. Okay, on this result set, if you would like to apply any filter, then you have only one way of doing is with the help of your count, having count greater than or equal, let us say, for example, if I say 5. So that means here I'm eliminating department 10 and department 90. So now I would like to retrieve the department details who are having more than 5 employees in that respective department.
Here is a quick quiz question. Which SQL constraint do we use to set some value to a field whose value has not been added explicitly? And the options are unique, check, default, and not null. Please make sure you answer this question in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft SQL certification training in partnership with Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below.
Okay, this is how having clause will work. For example, where commission equal to null, if I write, okay, no record will be retrieved. Because null expect a special treatment, you should write to filter the null records. Okay, where commission is null. So if you would like to filter the null records, then you should use this is null. Okay. The same way, for example, okay, so now I want to replace these null values, whatever you're seeing here, with let us say 100. Okay, then how do I do it is null of commission comma 100. If you ask me why only with 100, why can't with 1000? Yes, whatever the number you want. Okay, if your requirement is 0, you can keep 0. If your requirement is minus 100, you can keep minus 100. I'm giving some alias name to this particular column. Now if you see, okay, all the null values will be replaced. So this is how you can handle the null values. Yeah, to filter the aggregated data, we should use having clause. To filter the table data, we should use where clause. That's the simple difference between the both, where and having. This is how you can replace with the help of is null. Okay, now if you see, okay, actually you have null here. Now I have replaced with 100. So with the help of is null, you can replace. If you would like to specifically, replace a cell value, means that means Jones, for only Jones you would like to replace, and for rest of them, you would like to keep nulls as is, then okay, we can write something like this case statement. We can write case when, okay, employee name equal to Jones, then is null of this, else commission, and this will be the syntax, case statement syntax. Basically this is, so it follows something like this. This is the syntax: case when, then, else, end. These are the 4 arguments. Now if I execute this, okay, now see, null will be as is, but only for Jones. Okay, it has been changed. The first topic is constraints. What is a constraint? Okay, generally, I mean, in normal, simple, plain English, what is a constraint? Okay, constraint is nothing but a rule that we pass. Okay, why do we have a rule? Yeah, rule, conditions, okay, all of that. Yeah, why do we have that? To avoid any accidents. For example, if you are driving a two-wheeler, okay, there are certain rules, traffic rules you have to follow. Okay, what are those? You should have 2 mirrors. You should have a valid driving license. You should have, you should wear a helmet. Okay, your age should be greater than 18. Okay, all of that. These are all the rules, right? In the same way, in a table also, while inserting the data into that particular table, okay, we are setting some rules to avoid any junk data to get inserted. So for example, there is a salary column. Okay, in the salary column, if you are inserting ABC, okay, now end of the month, what should I disburse for him as a salary? Okay, it's a junk data, right? Okay, there only number should be there. There should not be any alphabets, right? So to avoid any junk data to get inserted into the tables, we are having certain constraints in place. The first constraint is on table is your data types. For example, so this is one of the system stored procedure that you can use. Okay, so sp underscore help and your object name if you specify. Okay, it gives all the information about this particular table. Okay, I mean when it was created, all of that. What is the data type? Okay, now if you see here in employee number, okay, if I would like to insert, okay, some, let us say for example Srinivas, will this be allowed? No, it will say, for example, let me insert that for you. So it will fail, stating that error converting data type varchar to numeric. Why it is saying? Because here your employee number is a number data type. In number column, you cannot insert a string. So the vice versa is possible. For example, if you say something like this, okay, it will allow, because this also treated as a character only. Okay, this will get inserted. Let's see. Employee name is 123. Okay. So if I want to record this particular record from this table, what should I do? Delete from MP where MP number equal to 123. If I don't specify this where condition, then what happens? All the data from this particular table will be erased. Now it's been only one row affected. So constraint is nothing but a rule that we are imposing on table. So what is the first constraint so far in the topics that we have discussed? Data type itself is a constraint to which restricts the data that gets inserted into your table. Okay, now there are different types of constraints. Okay, one is not null. Probably let me take Excel. Not null, default, check, unique, primary key. In short form, we call this as a PK. Okay, and the second thing is foreign key. So in short form, we'll call this as a FK. So there are total 6 different type of constraints. Okay, 6 different we have in place. So this not null is used to restrict the data that gets inserted into the table. That means, for example, in the commission column, now so far you have seen, okay, in the commission column, null value is getting inserted, right? Okay, if I want to avoid, okay, not to, this null should not be available here. Okay, null value should not get inserted into my table. Then if I define this commission column as not null, then you never ever can insert a null value. So that's the reason, whenever you are filling any web application form or in your organizations, while filling some details in online forms, okay, there will be asterisk symbol color in red saying that it is a mandatory field. So if they're asking as a mandatory field, that means in the database that particular column has been declared as a not null column. So if you don't supply a value, the insertion will get failed. That's the reason they'll keep that asterisk symbol. Okay, all mandatory fields are, okay, whatever you see in the web application form, in the behind the scene in the database, they are defined as a not null columns. Now, how to create this a not null constraint on a table, we will see. So I'm just creating one table, okay, stating that, okay, one table, create table students, student. So far what you have seen, okay, this is how you are creating student ID, data type, student name, some data type, what are the different fields and respective data types you are giving. So here now what I'm doing is, okay, I'm defining after the data type, just I'm mentioning this column as a not null. Okay, so SQL Server does not follow any uppercase, lowercase, conditions. Either you keep it in the uppercase or lowercase, it's the same. But as per the practice, standard practice, all system keywords, we prefer to write it in the uppercase. Okay, now I'm executing this table. Okay, and I can show you with the help of sp_help. Okay, student ID. Okay, now you can see nullable. There is a column called here nullable. For all of them, it is yes. For only student ID, it is no. So that means this particular table will not allow any null value. Okay, so now let me insert some data into this particular table. So let me show you what is the data that I have now. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, some names. Okay, age, city, all this information. Here, if you see, I have a null value. Here, I have a null value. Okay, now, okay, I would like to insert, okay, null value to this table. So if I don't supply a value for student ID, by default, the database engine itself will treat that as a null, right? So here I am not supplying any value to student ID. Okay, and I'm trying to insert this particular record. Now see what has happened. Okay, it is saying cannot insert the value null into column student ID table. Column does not allow nulls, insert fails. So your insert statement will not be executed and it will fail because you have defined this particular column as a not null column. So when we define a column as a not null, that particular column never ever accepts the null values into it. It will accept any other value based on your respective data type. If you define that as a integer, okay, only numbers it will accept. And default. What is a default constraint is if you are not supplying any value to any specific column, then database engine is supplying a null value, right? Now, instead of null value, okay, I would like to supply some default value. Okay, in the web applications, you might have seen, okay, for example, if you are trying to log in Amazon.in, okay, if you are trying to sign up, then by default, okay, in the web page itself, +91 will be placed. Okay, if you're because Amazon.in you have used. If you're using Amazon.co.uk, then your code will be UK score, some I think it's plus 447 or something. Okay, so if you're not supplying any value to your respective column and you would like to store the default value instead of null, then we will use this specific default constraint. So how do we do that? Let us check. Okay, I'm creating a table. Okay, if it is already there, let me drop. Okay, and now see how I'm creating is, okay, employee ID and respective data types. Here again, I'm using the not null condition also for your better understanding. Okay, this is how I can use not null. And then, okay, I'm saying country and some data type. And then I'm mentioning default Australia, or else I can mention India. Okay, so if I'm not supplying any value to this specific column, then by default India will be inserted. So how it is, we will see. Not null, you have verified where? Here under the nullable, it has been mentioned previously for student ID. Here no. Now if you see here for phone, it is saying no, because here you have defined this as a not null. So that means phone column will not allow null values. Okay, now I have defined a default constraint as India, but why it is not showing it? Because here we're talking about, we are only, it will show only nullable information. If you would like to check other constraints information, here you can check at the bottom of the result set. Okay, constraint type default on column country. This is by default some name, okay, generated by SQL Server engine, and it will say, okay, what is your default value? India. Okay, default on column country, on country column you have a default value. What is the default value? Default value is India. So here you can find after creation of your constraint. Okay, now let me insert some data to this. I'm inserting some data. Okay, now see here, here I don't supply a value for employee name. Okay, so that's the reason null value has been placed by my database engine. Now here, what I'm trying to do is for phone, I'm trying to supply a null value. Okay, what should happen ideally? It will get fail. It's stating that boss, you cannot insert a null value to column phone. Insert fails. Okay, now, okay, I'm trying to insert another record where I'm not supplying the country information. Okay, now you see what happens. Generally, what happens if you don't supply any value? Null value should be placed. But in this case, okay, India has been given instead of null. Why it has happened? Because here you have declared here default constraint as India. So that's how you can use this default constraint based on your need. Basically, default constraint will not insert null values, and instead it will give you a provision to select the respective value that you would like to choose. See, basically, with the help of default constraint, what we can do is we can supply the value to your column in case if you're not finding any suitable value at that particular time. For example, if you are not supplying any value, okay, let me create a table. Okay, so if I don't supply any value to this, okay, what is happening if I don't supply any value? Null value is getting placed. Okay, who are inserting this null value? Database engine is placing the null value. Okay, if you would like to replace this null value with your user defined value, Okay, then okay, we will create a default constraint on this particular table so that this particular value can be replaced with your default value. So that's how we have seen here. Okay, though we are not supplying the value for ID 3, okay, the country has been defaulted to India. How to remove is, for example, sp underscore help emp 123. Okay, so if you see here, okay, I have created first, what do you call first a empty table without any constraints. Okay, and then I have added default constraint, and then okay, if I would like to drop this default constraint, then how we are dropping the column generally, what statement we are using to drop the column to perform any additions, deletions on table level. Okay, I mean definition level, table definition level. Okay, what is the command that we are using? Truncate deals with data, delete deals with data, update deals with data, drop deals with object, drop deals with object. But what is my requirement? I would like to deal with column. For that, alter is the right statement for this. Okay, now to drop this constraint, okay, the syntax is alter table, your table name, alter column. What is your column name? This is your column name, and drop default. Now, if you see here, it was not there. The default constraint has been dropped. So again, if I would like to add that, if I execute this statement, okay, it will be added, and you can see it. Okay, now, for example, here, okay, if you take example of this, okay, your constraint name is this, right? Okay, if you want to drop that, drop constraint this, and your table name is employee. If I execute this, yes, it will be dropped, and you cannot find that here now. No longer it is available. Okay, again, if you want to add that, okay, how you can add it? Something like this. Add constraint df. I'm giving something default to, for what is the column name? Country. Default for country column. Okay, now you can see that default constraint has been created. All right. So let us move to the third one, check constraint. Okay. Okay. So check constraint. Okay, check constraint is used to check whether you are inserting the right values or not. For example, from the front-end web application, if you're trying to, if it asks for mobile number, okay, and if you are only supplying 9 values, okay, then it will say, please provide valid mobile number. Okay, so what it is checking? It is checking whether that particular number which you have entered, is it having 10 characters or not? Okay, and the mobile number should start either with 9876. Okay, if you are starting your number with 5, then probably it's an invalid mobile number, and it will say please enter a valid mobile number. Okay, how it is saying is with the help of check constraint. Okay, how do we create the check constraint? Let us see. So again, in this example, I'm using the previous examples also, the way we have used not null. Okay, and then a default constraint. Okay, and now I'm saying here check constraint. Okay, I'm trying to set a rule on this particular salary column. Okay, my salary value should be above 30,000 and less than 100,000. Okay, if I am trying to insert a 20,000, okay, it should fail. Not even 20,000, 29,999. If I'm trying to insert, then also it should get fail. If I'm trying to insert, 100,001, then it should fail. Okay, if that is the requirement, then okay, this is how I create my table. Okay, I'll specify my data type and I say check this particular column. Some condition here I'll specify. Okay, after creating the constraint here, you can check. Okay, now so you can see first the constraint I have checked created is not null constraint. So here that you can check it here. So the second one is default constraint. Okay, on which column I have created? On country column. So what is the value that I have specified? Australia. And I have created check constraint on which column? On salary column. And what is my constraint type? Salary should be greater than or equal to 30,000 and salary should be less than or equal to 100,000. Okay, now let me insert a valid case into this. Okay, and see the data, how it looks. Yes, the values have been inserted successfully. Okay, and let me insert the second row as well. Yes, it also been successfully inserted. Now what you have to notice here is I haven't inserted country here. Okay, but by default, okay, it's been inserted as a Australia, because here in row number 9 I have mentioned my default constraint as Australia. The interesting part here you have to notice is I have mentioned here my employee name is not null, but here I have inserted this as with null. Null in the string in single quotes is different than this null. Please mind this. Okay, here this is called as a string. This null is different. Okay, probably you can see the difference over here. Okay, here it is in color, in background color is white, but if it is a database null, then the background color is light yellow. Okay, so that you have to keep in mind. Okay, now, okay, let me insert the invalid record into this particular table. Okay, now I'm inserting, so my salary is 29,999. It will say the insert statement conflicted with check constraint. Okay, it will not insert. Okay, and I'm trying to insert the upper limit 100,001. Again, it will also fail. So this is how you can restrict the data that you are expecting to insert into this particular column with the help of check constraint. Unique constraint, the name itself, if you look at, okay, so far the constraint, whatever we have discussed, the name itself, they are self-explanatory. For example, not null means, okay, boss, the column will not allow you any null values. Default means, okay, don't worry, if you don't supply a value, database will give you a value for it based on the default constraint. Check constraint means, okay, I will check what are the values that are getting inserted into that particular column. Unique means, okay, this particular constraint will not allow you to insert any duplicate values. Okay, that's the main concept of unique constraint. It will not allow you to insert any duplicate values. For example, okay, there is an employee table and there is a mobile number column. Okay, 2 employees can have the same mobile number. No, 2 employees can have the same Aadhaar number or passport number or PAN number. No, right? So in those cases, I'll define that particular column as a unique constraint. Okay, so how do I do that? Let us see. I have defined simple phone. Okay, and then I have mentioned this is a unique. That's it. Okay, now you can see whether the constraint has been created or not. Okay, this is my constraint name on which column? On index column, on phone column. Yeah, unique and phone. Don't worry about this. What is this index? Okay, we have a different subject, a different topic to discuss. Okay, about indexes. There we will talk about this. Okay, for now you only focus on constraints. Okay, unique constraint will be created on which column? On phone column, that you can see here. Okay, now I'm inserting the data into this particular table. One. Okay, now see, my values are different. Okay, employee ID 2, name is different, DOB. Okay, let us say some DOB I'll change. DOB change, but only the phone number is same. Okay, now if I try to insert again, it will say boss, already this phone number was used. So that's how, right? You know, when you are signing up for Gmail or any for that matter, any ID, if you are creating, okay, user ID already exists, you'll get it. Okay, that means what? That particular column has been defined as a unique constraint. Okay, no other user can use the same user ID of yours. So in those specific use cases, if you would like to restrict, then we will define that particular column as a unique and no duplicate value will be inserted into it. So far we have discussed about 4 constraints: not null, default, check, unique. Okay, let us move to primary key. Okay, so primary key constraint is combination of unique and not null. Okay, unique plus not null. Okay, now what is the difference between unique and primary key then? Okay, the difference is unique will accept one null value. Okay, this will not allow 0 null value. Okay, and the second one is we can have 999 unique constraints on a table, but we can have only one primary key on a table. Okay, so these two are the major differences between unique and primary key. So apart from this, okay, in nature, they work in the similar fashion. Both of them will not allow any duplicate values. Okay, so these are the differences between these two. And at the index level also, it will be unique non-clustered index will be created. Here, clustered index will be created. Unique clustered index. This is non-clustered index will be created. So these are only the differences between unique and primary key. Okay, now let us create a primary key on a table. So I'm creating a primary key. Okay, first I'm creating a department table. Okay, in department table, okay, department ID is my primary key. Okay, and I have the script ready and I'm executing it. Okay, now you can see the values. Okay, these are the values I have. Okay, now let us try to insert, okay, one null value to department ID. Okay, now what happens? See, it will say boss cannot insert value null into department ID. It will say it will not allow you to insert null value. Okay, 40 department ID was already inserted. Okay, let me try to insert one more time this particular record. It will say violation of primary key. Okay, the duplicate key value is 40. That means 40 is already existing. So you cannot insert the same value. This is what it is saying. So primary key will not allow you to create duplicate value, and also it will not allow you to insert null value into it. Let me create another table, employee table. Okay, here I'm trying to create a foreign key for this. Okay, foreign key. That means, for example, there is a department. Under the departments, there will be employees associated to it. Okay, another example. Let us say, for example, okay, you are having an organization, and you are running few campaigns for your products. Okay, organization is the parent table. Campaigns that you run for your organization is your child table. Okay, in the same way, for example, products. Product is a parent table. For products, there will be a sales. Sales will be a child table. Okay, so in our example, department is a parent table and employees are a child table. In each department, employees will be there, right? So for in employee table, okay, how do I establish the relation between department and employee table is, okay, here, I'm creating all these columns, employee number, name, job, manager, head, date, salary, commission. Here under the department number, I'm specifying this as my data type. Up to here, this is very quite common. Now I'm adding a constraint to this. Okay, this is the syntax I'm following. Constraint and a constraint name. Okay, and then I'm specifying what constraint I'm creating. Okay, foreign key constraint I'm creating on which column? Department number column. And it is referencing to which table and which column? It is referencing to department table, department ID column. Okay, again, let me repeat this. Okay, so I'm creating the employee table and I'm trying to establish a relation between department and employee table. Okay, what are the common columns between these two tables? Department ID is the common column. Okay, here, if you see here, the column name is department number, and here the column name is department ID. Okay, the column names, I mean, there is no need of you having the same exact name. Okay, so if it is a different name also, that's fine. Okay, but how do I establish the relation is department number integer, and I'm specifying, I'm saying, okay, I'm trying to create a constraint. This is my constraint name, and I'm saying that foreign key I'm creating. Okay, on which column I'm creating? Department number column I'm creating. And this particular column is referencing to which table? Department table, and the respective column is department ID. So that means if I execute this script, okay, and let me insert these couple of records into this particular table, is all fine. Okay, so far so good. Now, okay, let us understand whether the relation has been established or not. Okay, so for that, I'm using sp_help dept. Okay, now you can see here, this is the constraint, primary key constraint we have created. Okay, and on which column we have created? D_ID. Now here, whether this particular table is getting referenced in any other table or not, how do we know is, this is here. Here you can see table is referenced by foreign key, where, let me copy this and put it here so that you can clearly see. Okay, this is my database name, this is my schema name, and this is my data table name. Okay, and this is my foreign key name. Okay, let me check this particular constraint in employee table, what it is having. Okay, this is my foreign key. Okay, okay, FK department DID. Okay, this is the constraint name. Okay, and on which column I'm having? On department number column I'm having. Okay, so this is how you will establish a relationship between the tables. Once you establish the relation between the tables, what happens? Okay, now let me try to insert this particular statement into employee table. Okay, it has failed. Why it has failed? The insert statement conflicted with foreign key constraint, okay, on so and so table, okay, with the department ID column. Why it has failed? Because I have mentioned my department ID is 90. Okay, whether my department table is having this value? No, 90 is not available. So that's the reason it is this particular statement is failing. Okay, if I say this is 40, 40 is already existing in my department table. Okay, yes, this will get inserted, but not 90. Why? Because boss, now you're trying to insert a value 90, but I have a relation between these two tables. 90 is not existing. The parent is not there. The parent value is not there. So that's the reason it is getting failed here. The same way, when the childs are alive, the parent cannot be removed. That means, for example, if I want to remove, delete from department table where department ID equal to 10. Now you see, you cannot delete. Okay, earlier you're able to delete, right? Whatever the department you want to delete it. Now you cannot delete from the parent table because in the child table, you have a records. These 3 rows are available here. So that's the reason it is not allowing you to delete. If you want to delete from this table, then what you have to do is first you have to remove child records. Delete from EMP where a department number equal to, okay, now only this can be removed. Now again, if you want to check with the department 20, no, department 20 you cannot remove because you have a dependent records here. So when you create a primary key and foreign key between these two tables are tightly coupled. Without having a parent value, child record cannot be inserted. When child is alive, parent cannot be removed. For example, if there is any salary table, okay, and now department is the parent table, employee is the child table. For what? For department, employee is the child. For employee, if there is a salary table, in the salary table, employee ID will be foreign key. Then, for employee, the child table is salary. Okay, let me show you one diagram to you how the tables are connected. For example, if you are seeing this particular image, okay, let me increase the, okay. Now see in employee table, employee ID is the primary key. Okay, now in job history table, okay, for employee table, this is the parent table. For job history is the child table. Department is the parent table. This department ID has been used as a foreign key here. Okay, and for department table, the child is employee. For employee, the child is job history. For job history, the parent is job table. Okay, so this is how you'll have the relation. So in general, in our families also, we will have the relations, right? The same way, the table to table will have the relation. As per the data warehousing standards, there should not be any orphan table unless they have been created for your intermediate usage purpose. So all the tables should have a connection. At least one connection should have a table. For countries table, region is the parent. This countries, the child is locations. For locations, the child is where? Department. For department, the child is employee. For employee, the child is job history. For jobs, the parent is jobs.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft SQL certification training in partnership with Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below.
Okay, this job grades table is not connected to anyone. This is the orphan table. For example, this is table 1 and this is table 2. And let's suppose there is a column ID and here also you have a column ID. Okay. And if you have values like this here, 1, 2, 3, 4. And in table 2, if you have values like 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And if you apply union all, okay, the output will be looks like this. If you apply union, then the output will be this. Apply intersect, output will be 3, 4. If you apply except, okay, that is table 1 except table 2. If this is the case, then your output will be 1, 2, and if you or table 2 except table 1, your output will be 5 and 6. Okay. So basically, these set operators are 4: union all, union, except, and intersect. All these 4 operators are used to merge the 2 different tables into one single result set. They are not merging the tables. They are just fetching the data from 2 different tables and combining them into one single result set. Okay, so result set will not be stored in a physical table. Okay, so it just show you in the select statement while retrieval of the information. Okay, so here if you see in union all, okay, it gives all the rows from both the tables. It will not apply any, removing the duplicates, nothing. Whatever the values you have from the 2 different result sets, it will be fetched. And coming to the union, what happens is it removes the duplicates from the result set and it will present to you. Intersect will give the the common values between the 2 tables. Except the name itself is having the meaning. Okay, T1 table 1 except table 2. That means already the 3 and 4 are available in table 2. So excluding these values, whatever the values are there, those will be retrieved here. It's the same with T2 was except T1. Okay, so this is how it will work. So to perform these data merging between 2 tables, we should follow 4 rules. Rule number 1. Okay, data type of columns should match. Number of columns should match. The third one is order of columns should match. So what I mean by this is, I'll show you practically here. I'm creating two tables. Okay, and the data is like this. So here I have 1, 2, 3, 3, and here I have 2, 3, 4. Okay, so between these two tables, the common column values are 2 and 3. Okay, so now you can see the result. Select star from employee A union select star from employee B. Okay, what is the output you are getting? 1, 2, 3, 4. So employee A table is having a duplicate. That is also getting removed. And in employee B, 2 and 3 are repeated. But again, these also get removed. All the duplicates from the table, okay, both the result sets will be removed and it will show you the distinct values. Okay, now union all, okay, will work. It will give you all the results from both the result sets. And employee A except employee B, because 2, 3, 4 are already available there. You are getting only 2, 3 is already available in the employee B table. So that's why you are getting only employee ID 1. The vice versa here. Sorry, intersect here. In intersect, the common rows between these two are 2 and 3, and those will be retrieved. Now, when I say number of columns should match, okay, for example, in table 1 is having 5 columns and table 2 is having 4 columns, then it will not get executed. For example, if you see here, okay, ID, employee name, gender, department, I have it here, and I'm having, let us say 4 columns here. I'm removing this. Here 3 and here I have 4 columns. If I do a union, it will fail and it will say, okay, all queries combined using union intersect except operator must have an equal number of expressions in their target list. So that means the number of columns should match. Okay, and the second thing here, the order of the column should match. Okay, for example, here the first value is ID and here also I have the ID, but it is in the last position. Okay, now see, it will fail. It will not allow you to create that because here you have the integer data type, but here you have the name data type. Okay, if you have a discrepancy between the data types between these two result sets, it will not allow you to perform any operation. So number of columns, order of columns, and data type of columns should match. Okay, if ID is same and other data is different in union, what will be the output? Okay, let me insert that. Now see, ID is 1, but names are different, right? So you'll have both the records in union because the row is not completely duplicate. So you'll have both Raghu and Sanchi. So the duplicates will be eliminated when the two rows are identical. Then only the duplicates will be eliminated. Otherwise, the data remain as is. So far, you have seen, okay, creating a table, inserting a table, and retrieving the data from a table, all of that. Okay, so far you're dealing with only one table. Okay, now we are going to talk about how to deal with two tables, more than one table. It could be 10 tables or 2 tables or 3 tables, for whatever the number is. So how do we deal multiple tables together, how do we marry the data between two different tables? We will see now. So to do that, we have a concept called joins. Okay. So we have varieties of joins, majorly three types: inner join, outer join, and cross join. Outer join is further classified into three types: left outer, right outer, and full outer. So the fundamental principles between these are: inner join, for example, you have a employee table, you have a department table. Okay. So inner join will fetch the records from both the tables where there is a matching. For example, in department table, okay, you have 10, 20, 30. But in employee table, okay, you have, let us say, okay, 10 department employees, 20 department, 30 department, some default employee number also, some 90 department employees also you're having. Okay, but when you do a inner join between these two tables, then only 10 for 20 and 30 department details will be retrieved. Coming to the outer joins, in left join, okay, all records from left table will be retrieved. Okay, and only matching records will be retrieved from the right table. If there is no matching, null will be placed. Again, this is the same reverse of left join, the right join. All the records from the right table will be retrieved. And if there is no matching from the left table, then null will be placed. Now, what is the left table? What is the right table? How do we identify them? We will see in next few minutes. Okay, full outer join, all the records from both the tables will be retrieved. Cross join will produce a Cartesian product. That means, for example, in table 1, in employee table, there are 100 rows. In department table, 4 records are there. Okay, 4 departments are there. Now, in total, you will get 40 records in the output. Okay, so how do we get that? We will see one after the other slowly. So in a nutshell, joins will help you to club two different tables data together. We have three varieties of joins: inner join, outer join, and cross join. Inner join will fetch matching records from both the tables. Outer joins fetch left join fetch all the records from the left table. And if there is no matching from the right table, null will be placed. And right join, all the records from the right table will be fetched. And if there is no matching from the left table, null will be placed. Full outer join, all the records from both the tables will be fetched. If there is a matching, matching values will be placed. If there is no matching, null values will be placed. Coming to the cross join, it will produce a Cartesian product. For example, this is a customers table and this is a order table. Okay. Customer table is having a customer details information, what is his customer ID, customer name, which location he is from, and all of that. Order table is having information of order ID, order day, when the customer has placed an order. Okay, what is the total sale amount, who has placed the order, all of that. It has the information. Okay, so let us take one simple example, real-time example. Okay, let us say you have downloaded Swiggy app in your mobile. Okay, and you have placed an order without a sign up. Okay, you didn't sign up. Without sign up also you can place an order, right? Okay, let us say you have placed an order. So now, being a business user, okay, I would like to understand, okay, how much sale amount is happening with my registered customer, and without registration, how many sales are happening. Okay, if this is a requirement, okay, then what should I do? Okay, and I should identify from which location what is happening. Okay, then what I have to do? This customer ID should be joined with this particular table to get the location of my customer. And then I have to identify from Hyderabad region how many orders are placed. What is the total sale amount? And here, if you see, customer ID is null. That means he didn't sign up. Okay, and I would like to identify how many such customers are there who have placed orders without sign up. Okay, if this is the requirement, okay, how I'm going to do is, for example, if I do a inner join, what happens is this is the result set will be produced. Okay, now see, customer 9 Riddhi, she hasn't placed order at all. Okay, so that's the reason her record hasn't been retrieved. Only the details where we have a matching between both the tables will be retrieved. Her record here in inner join haven't been retrieved. Now coming to the left join. Okay, if I take my customer table is my left table, then all the records from the left table will be retrieved, both 1 and 9. If there is a matching from the right table, okay, that is the orders table, those values will be retrieved. Against 9, there is not even a single order. Oh, I think, let me remove this. Okay. There is not even a single order. So that's the reason here I'll be having a null values. And coming to the right join, all the order details will be retrieved. You can see all the order details will be retrieved. And from the right table, okay, for against customer ID 1, there is a detail available. For null record, so we don't have any corresponding record in the table. So that's the reason we'll have null. In full join, okay, all the record, as I said, all the records from both the tables will be retrieved. So here you will have these rows. Okay, and for this record, it's nothing but union all of these two results. Okay, for order ID 1004, okay, there is no corresponding customer ID. So that's the reason you'll have the null entries here. For Riddhi, she hasn't placed any order. That's the reason you'll have corresponding order details as null. And coming to the cross join, in table 1, you have 2 rows. In table 2, you have 4 rows. Okay, that's the reason you'll have here total 8 rows output. This is one result set. And for this, it will repeat it for 4 times. Okay, and total you have 8 records. Now, practically by writing a query, let us see that how it works. I have created 2 tables, and this is how I have the data. Okay, if I want to write an inner join between these 2 tables, okay, the syntax is pretty simple. So far, what you're writing, select star from customers. Okay, this is how I'm doing an inner join with orders table. Okay, the syntax will be select star from customers, inner join orders. Okay, I'm saying do the join, but on what column I should do the join? Okay, so I'm saying in customers table, customer ID, in orders table, customer ID. So you can see here, you're having a customer ID in orders table, and also in customer table, you are having a customer ID. So these 2 columns, I am doing a join. Okay, the syntax will be like this. So if I execute this 2, now you can see from customers table, customer ID 9 record haven't been retrieved because it does not have any corresponding order in orders table. So all the results will be retrieved in this fashion. For example, you need only couple of details from specific tables. Okay, you need all the tables from all the columns from orders table. If your requirement is like that, okay, you should specify orders dot star comma. From customer table, let us suppose you need only city information, then you have to say customers table dot city. Instead of all the columns from your both the tables, if you need only specific columns, that also you can retrieve by specifying a list of columns. Oh, this instead of writing every time orders customers, okay, what I'm doing is here I'm giving some dummy name, some alias name we'll call. As is a optional key, okay, instead of orders I can specify o dot c dot, so that your script will look simple. These are all called alias name. So when there are two tables and you would like to club the data between these two tables, we will use joins concept. Okay, to perform a join, you should have a matching column between both of them. For example, in our examples, so can I join order ID and customer ID? No, order ID is different, customer ID is different. How would I join? That is wrong. Only the matching column should be available in both the tables. Then only you can join the tables. Okay. To perform the join, you should have a common column between the tables, common column or columns. Okay, it could be combination of one column or multiple columns. Okay, in my example, I'm taking one column to demonstrate to you. Okay, there is a customers, there are customers and there are orders. Okay, in customer table, customer information is there. In orders table, order information is there along with customer ID. Okay, now being a business user, now I would like to understand, okay, from Hyderabad, how many orders are placed? Okay, how many orders from Hyderabad region were placed? Okay, now what should I do? Hyderabad city information is available here. Okay, corresponding to this city, how many customers are there? First, I have to identify. And then I have to identify how many orders were placed by these customers. So what I have to do, for example, if I ask the same question, okay, now you tell me, okay, how many orders are placed from Hyderabad region? How many orders? I'm not talking about total sales amount. How many orders are placed from Hyderabad? 3. Okay, how did you say that? Behind the scenes, what has happened? Hyderabad, and then you travel to your customer ID. Okay, and this customer ID, how many times it's been repeated here? You have verified, and then you have taken the account. This is how it has happened behind the scenes. Now the same thing to happen technically, what we are doing, we are doing a join between these customers and the orders table. Okay, customers tables, I'm doing a join with orders table. On what column I'm doing the join? Now you have in your brain, what calculations was happened? Customer ID, this one and this one you have joined. You haven't joined this order ID with customer ID, right? You directly travel down to here and then you have counted how many times the rows were repeated, right? So in the same way here, I'm specifying was do the join on what column? On customer ID column. From customers table, customer ID, orders table, customer ID, do the join. Okay, the same thing I have done here with alias names. Instead of writing, every time customers, orders. Okay, so just I've given some alias name the way we give it in the select. Okay, for tables also we can give the alias names like this. Okay, C and O I have given. Okay, why I have given C? Can't I given more than 2 characters? Yes, you can give For example, CUSORD, corresponding to that, you have to use those alias names here. Okay, if I execute this, now what happens is, okay, all the order details from both the tables will be retrieved. Customer ID 3 has placed 2 orders. So there's a reason you have this information. Now, what is my requirement? Previously I asked, I want the details who has placed orders in Hyderabad location. Okay. So after doing this join, what I'll write is where customer dot city equal to Hyderabad. Now what happens? Only Hyderabad city details will be retrieved. So here what I'm trying to explain is after doing the join, you can perform all your where condition, group by condition, having, order by, all of that you can perform. For example, order by sales amount if you want. Order by sales amount, descending you want. Okay, yes, you can get that. Okay, and if you would like to apply any group by, okay, in each city, what is my total sales amount that is happening? Okay, then what you can do is you can do a join. Okay, and you would like to find what? City wise sales, right? So do the group by customer dot city, and you can find city wise what are your sales. Now you focus on here. Okay, city information is available in the customer table. Sales amount is available in the orders table. But you have joined these two tables together with the help of customer ID and you retrieve this result. So this is how joins help you to club more than one table and produce a result. Hope this clears some ambiguity that you had previously. All right, yep, great. So let us move to left join now. So now you have understood, okay, how join works. You can say conceptually denormalization. Okay, initially what we do, we break down the data into smaller chunks. Okay, and then now you would like to again form them into single form, then we'll do the join. Okay, now you see I'm doing customers. Okay, left join with orders. Now what is a left table and what is a right table? Whatever after the from, whatever the table that you write first, that table is considered as left. Okay, probably you can raise your left hand. Okay, you can compare. Okay, so from left table, when you are using left join, from the left table, that is your left table is customers. Now all the records from the customer tables will be retrieved. If there is a matching from the right table, that record will be retrieved. If there is no matching, null will be placed. This is a standard sentence. Okay, now in the customer table, how many customer ID one, how many entries were there? Only one. But now if you look at, okay, there are 3 entries in the result set. Why? Because customer ID 1 has placed 3 orders. So that's the reason his name was repeated thrice here. Okay, and coming to the customer ID 3, okay, Ashok has placed 2 orders and he has 2 records. And there is one customer, Sita. Okay, she hasn't placed any order, but she has an entry and corresponding all order details are null because she hasn't placed any order. Okay, now with this, what is the use? Okay, it is producing the result, but what is the use? Now, for example, customer has signed up, but he hasn't placed any order. Okay, take the example of Swiggy or Zomato. Okay, so now if you sign up and if you haven't placed any order, okay, you might be receiving a pop-up notification or a SMS or WhatsApp message stating that placed your first order, get 100 rupees off. Okay, that message who will get? Who has signed up but who haven't placed any order. Okay, I have signed up and placed an order. I won't get that message because sending SMS will cost them. Okay, now from this table, I would like to find out the customer who haven't placed any order so far. Then how do I identify is here I'll write a where condition stating that where o dot customer ID equal to null. Is this correct? Equal to null? Yes, exactly. We should not write equal to. We should write is space null. Now you see, okay, customer ID 9 hasn't placed any order. So now business team will take a decision what should how to provoke this particular user to place an order. They should have this information, no? Okay, so if they ask the question, okay, give me the list of customers who haven't placed the orders. This is how we will do a join between the customers and orders table and do the left join and filter it out your null records. Then you have the data ready and you give it to them. Then they'll use for their further analysis or further actions that have to be taken. Okay, now right join. Okay, for example, I would like to find out, okay, let me show you how right join works. Okay, now see, there is a one particular order. Okay, for this order, there is no corresponding customer ID. Okay, without sign up, he has placed order. Okay, his customer ID is not known to me. Okay, now what customer details I'll have? Nothing. Okay, so if I would like to find out, okay, a customer ID of a customer placed an order but who hasn't signed up, then what I write is here where c dot customer ID is null. Then okay, this order ID so on so date, this particular amount was placed but he hasn't signed up. Okay, this is how I can find out total how many orders were placed without sign up, with sign up. Okay, if you would like to do some analysis, this is how you can marry both the tables and get the data out. It's the same like full outer join. You'll have all the combinations. All the records from both the tables will be retrieved. If there is no matching record will be placed. If there is no matching, for example, Sita, there is no order. Yes, that record will be retrieved, but corresponding null values will be placed. For order, okay, for this 1004, there is no corresponding customer details will be there, but this order will be retrieved, null value will be placed. See, basically, char index will identify, I mean, I'll show you the example also. Okay, char index will identify the position of a string. For example, Ashok is there. Okay, ASHOK, total 5 characters. Okay, so O is in 4th position. Okay, for example, if I want to find out, okay, O is in which position, then I will use char index. Select char index of, okay, so it gives 4th position. For example, if I say K here, it gives the 5th position. So just to identify your particular specific character position in a given string, we will use the char index. Foreign key without using. Okay, see, if you don't specify constraint, yes, for example, see here, okay, in primary key, did you mention constraint? No, you have created, right? In the same way, without specifying constraint also you can create. The only difference is, okay, now if you look at here on this particular table, okay, the name of that particular constraint will be chosen by database engine. Okay, so if you see here, I haven't specified any name to it, then this random number is getting generated, right? So that is not in my control. So if you want to have some specific naming convention, then we should use constraint and give your constraint name. Topic is ranking functions. Okay, so basically these ranking functions gives a rank to your every row based on the condition that you specify. There are 4 type of ranks available. Okay, so technically we'll call row number, rank, dense rank, and entile. Okay, so now how they gives the rank, we will see. For example, there is a students table. Okay, and let us suppose I have a mark something like this. Okay, so if I would like to give a rank to the students based on the marks that they have attained, okay, then we will use this row number and dense rank, rank, and entile. Each ranking function will give the rank in a different way. Just notice, okay, how it is giving the rank. Here, if you see, okay, for every value, for every row, a rank. But here, okay, if he is getting the same marks, 4, 5, and 6, these 3 students got the same marks. So that's the reason, you're having the same rank for these same marks, and the next person will get the follow-up rank. Now coming to the rank function, this works in this fashion. So for the values, if the values are same, the same rank will be given. But here the rows which are skipped, those will be counted and the next rank will be given. For example, here 4, this is 5, this is 6. Okay, 2 rows have been skipped. Okay, so the next rank will be 7. 5 and 6 will not be allocated as per this definition of this ranking function. Now coming to the entile of 2, what it does is it divides the entire table into 2 parts or 4 parts, because here I have mentioned 2. Let us suppose if I have mentioned 3 here, okay, this everything will be counted as divided into 3 parts. How it will be is 1, 1, 1, 1, sorry, 2, 2, and this will be 3, 3, and 3. Okay, so one record is extra right here. Okay, this extra, okay, either it will be given for the first rank or the last rank. So database engine will choose. Okay, so rest of the values will be equally divided. If there is any additional row that is coming up, it is going to be added to the either last rank or first rank. So that is not in our control. It will be decided by SQL Server engine. Okay, so the syntax and all we will see practically, but first you have to understand how these 4 type of ranking functions are working. Okay, if it is exactly 60, okay, then what happens? In each team, 12 members, right? In the same way, here, let me keep one more row here to make your life easy, or else let me remove this row for now. Okay, now what I'm saying here, okay, I have 6 rows and I said, boss, divided into 3 parts. Then what happens? Okay, that particular table will get divided into 3 parts. For example, if I have 100 rows or 120 rows, for example, in each part for 40 rows, there will be one rank. For 40 rows, there will be second rank. For 40 rows, there will be third rank. For example, I have a 1.2 million rows. Okay. And if I'm applying a entail of 3, then what happens? For 400,000 records, there will be one rank. For next 400,000 records, there will be second rank. Next 400,000 records will be third rank. Okay. So this entail function will divide whatever the number that you specify here. Okay, you can say 100 also. Whatever the number that you would like to give here, you can give. Okay, if this is entail 2, then it will be something like this. For example, if it is entail of 3, okay, then total how many rows? 1 1 2 2 3 3. Okay, all right. Your rank will be 7. Here rank will be 5. Here rank will be 7. So you said entail of 2 here, and you said entail of 3. Okay. Entail also based on marks only. Okay, we will see the syntax. We will first, whatever the data we have, we will sort by our marks. Okay, and for first 3 ranks, it will be for first, these 3 numbers, it will be 1 based on marks only. For the next 4 rows, it will be 2. Confusion to this. Okay, listen carefully. Okay, now you understood how row number works, right? So row number gives the ranking to every row. Okay, now there is another concept in the same row number. We can do a partition and then give a rank. Okay, that means, for example, here in a class, okay, there are 30 students. Okay, and whoever got the first rank, I mean highest marks, he will get the first rank. Now if I separate it out gender wise, okay, and then take the highest marks, then the rank will be different, right? In the same way here, what I'm doing here is I'm separating out male and female and then giving the rank. Okay, so here he'll be first rank, he'll be second rank, and he'll be third rank. Now coming to female again, because in female category, okay, 70 is the highest mark. Okay, that's why you will get again the first rank here, because I'm doing a partition based on gender. Let me take the same example. Okay, for example, there is a employee ID, department ID, and there is a salary. Okay, employee ID is 1 2 3, department ID is 10, salary is, let us suppose, 100,000.
Time for a quick quiz. Which of the following allows you to uniquely identify a tuple? The options are schema, domain, attribute, and superkey. Please answer this question in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft SQL certification training in partnership with Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below.
Okay, in employee ID is 124, department ID is 10, and his salary is 90,000. 125, department ID is 10, salary is 80,000. And there is 126, he belongs to 20 department, and his salary is, let us say, 95,000. 127, his salary is 20, department is this one, and let us suppose 80,000. Now, if I do a partition and give a rank, the rank will be given something like this, because I'm doing a partition based on the department ID and giving the rank based on the salary. In entail, okay, if student mark is 95, for example, then what happens is, okay, because I'm going to sort the data based on marks first. Okay, and then I'm going to assign a rank. Okay, then for example, if his marks are here, okay, if it's 95, okay, as you said, this will be 1. Okay, and this will be 1, this will be 2, 2, and if there is no record here, this is how it will be. So Tripti, here row number behavior is, it does not bother about, okay, it does not bother about the marks that they have attained, whether this value is same or not. It doesn't bother. It just gives ranks to every row. If you want to bother about that, then we have another functionality, that is dense rank. If the values are same, then if you would like to give a same rank, then you should use dense rank. Okay. Now here, for example, if I apply the same dense rank here, what happens? 1, 2, 3, right? Here, 1, 1, 1. Let me take one more here. 60. Okay, here the rank will be 4. Here the rank will be 2. Now, if I come here, okay, how it gives the rank? 1, 2, 3. For this 1, 1, 1. But what will be the rank here? The rank is 4. It's not 7, it's 4, because it is skipping 2 rows, right? Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, and it will be 4 here. Okay, Roshan, it's not 2. In dense rank, it is 2, but in rank, it will be 4. Okay. Coming to the entail of 2. Now, how it works? If I do a partition by gender, 1, 2, again, here the rank will be 1, 1, 2. So theoretically, this is how the ranking functions works. One is giving a direct rank to every row. This is doing a partition based on some column and sorting the data based on some X column and then giving a rank. Okay, now let us suppose I have 54 attendees now. Okay, in 54 attendees, let us suppose, okay, 30 are female and 24 are male. Okay, now for female, I would like to make 5 groups. Okay, so how many in each group? How many people will be there? Total 54. Out of 54, 30 is female, 24 is male. In 30, okay, I would like to make 5 groups. In each group, there will be 6. Correct? In the same way here, what I am doing here, first I have separated, partitioned the data based on male and female. Okay, for female, I said, okay, divide the entire data into 2 parts, 2 teams. Then what it has done, because I have 4 rows and it has divided into 2 partitions. Now coming to this section of it, because I have an odd number, okay, 3 numbers. So that's the reason for one portion it has given 1 row and for the other portion it has given 2 rows. So ideally, okay, when I say I have a 3 rows, okay, I said 2 portions. Okay, so this will goes to one portion, this will goes to another portion. Now this row is left out. Okay, so because of this particular row either fall under one category or 2 category. For example, at times one time this will happen or else this will happen. So the additional row which are you're having it goes to some rank, either top rank or bottom rank, not the middle ranks. So this is how I have the table. Okay, now let me write this syntax for first the row number. Select star from grades. The syntax is row number, open braces, close braces, and then over order by grade. Okay, and I'm giving some alias name, row number. Okay, now if you look at the syntax, okay, what I'm mentioning here, row number. Okay, give row number to every row on what? On over what column? Over order by grade. For example, if I say order by grade, by default, what is the sorting order SQL Server Engine follows? By default, ascending order. If I want to, sort the data in descending order, what is the keyword that I should use? We should use descending. Okay, let me show you first, how the data will give the rank to this. Okay, let me execute these together. Okay, now see, okay, the first result is with this. Okay, the second result is now if you see here, automatically the data has been sorted by grade because here I mentioned pause sort the data based on the grade on what format, in ascending format, and then give a rank. So you are seeing this. If I specify here descending, then this is how you get. Okay, irrespective of the order that you insert the data into your table. Okay, let me drop and recreate this table just to avoid any confusion if you have any. Now, if you see, is the grades or is in sorting order in the table? No. Okay, now if I sort this, then automatically the data will be sorted based on the grade and the rank will be given. So as I told, the row number, irrespective of the same values or anything else, it just ignores that, and for every row it gives a rank. That's the behavior. Okay, for the same thing, okay, for example, if I give dense rank, the syntax remains same. Okay, so dense rank, open bracket, closing bracket, over order by grade descending. Dense rank, for example, I'm saying. Now, if you see here, okay, 1, 2, 3 and 70, 70 both are same, and the rank is same, and for 60 it is the next follow-up rank. Okay, and if you're using rank function, now 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 and 6. If you want to see all of these three together, you can see this is how the rank will be given. And coming to the entail also will follow the same entail. Over here I have to specify how many portions I would like to do. Over order by grade. Now see, because I have said 2 portions, and that's why it has been separated into 2 different groups. For example, if I say here 3, this is how it will be shown. Okay, now if you understand this concept, now we will see the practically in real time where exactly we use this. From this table, okay, I want to find out 4th highest paid salary. Okay, 4th highest paid salary details. Okay, then what I do is here select row number over order by, on order by what column I should do? Based on salary column, we will sort the data. Order by salary descending. Then if you see here, Okay, now the data has been sorted and a rank has been given, right? Now, if I want to retrieve 4th highest paid employee details, then what I should do is, this is how I have to write. Select star from this where Rn equal to 4. Now here, if you look at this, whatever I have written here, okay, this is known as derived table. Okay, this table is physically not available. You have derived. So that's why it is called as a derived table. Now you can ask me, hey, Srinivas, why did you write something like this? Why can't I write like this, where Rn equal to 4 here itself, right? Okay, if you remember the SQL execution order, query execution order, select from where group by having and order by. Okay, out of all these statements, first statement, what will be executed? What is the first statement gets executed? First, from will be executed. Then what will be executed? So here the second, where will be executed. Third, this is fourth. And then here, fifth, this is lastly gets executed. Now, okay, where is this Rn available? In the select. First, it executes the EMP. Okay, it gets all the data to the buffer, and then it looks for a column name Rn. In employee table, do we have a Rn column? No, this is alias column that has been mentioned in the select. But by the time it comes to where clause, whatever you have written in the select, that was not known to where clause. So that's the reason it was showing, a red color mark here. And if you execute this, it will say invalid column name Rn. Okay. So to overcome that, what I've done here is I've kept this in open bracket, closed bracket, and given some alias name to this. Okay. And then now this entire result set will become a table for me. On top of this, I have written select star from this table where Rn equal to 4. So this particular record will be retrieved. Okay, there is another way of writing this that is known as CTE. With CTE as the same statement, I'll keep it here. Select star from CTE where Rn equal to 4. This also gives the same result. Either you can achieve this, okay? In interviews, they'll ask, right? Okay, how do you find out, okay, nth highest paid salary, employee details? This is how you can say, okay, you can derive that using a derived table or else a common table expression. Okay, here you might feel that, should I mention this as a CTE every time? No. Here you can mention Roshan also. This is a user defined name. Okay, and if I execute this, it will get executed. Okay, should I give only A here? No, you can give Shankar also here. Anything you can give. This is a alias names, we can give whatever the name that we want, right? Okay, it's the same way. Okay, so you can find out any rank to the row. Okay, if you want a specific row to be retrieved based on some ranking functions, you have two facilities. One is using derived table, something like this, or else by using a common table expression. The syntax for common table expression starts something like this. Okay, start with semicolon. Okay, then with some user defined name as bracket open, bracket close, and then you have to together you have to execute the select and the CTE. Okay, together you have to execute. At times it happens. Okay, for example, you are working in some environment and you want to bring that data from that environment to the another environment along with the data. Okay, then how you can do is, okay, so click on your respective database, go to tasks, and there will be an option called generate scripts. Okay, if you click on here, okay, and you want to send that data to one of your colleague, okay, then how you can do that, that I'm going to show here. Okay, so go to your database, right click, tasks, generate scripts, and then you select your specific database objects. Okay, and you can generate the script for any of this, but now I'm only interested in table. In the table also, specifically I'm interested in the table EMP. Okay, right, and then click on next. Here there will be advanced option, and the advanced option, here you'll be having here type of data to script. Here if you select schema and data, okay, then what happens, you can see, click on OK, open new query window, click on next. It's a very small table, ideally it should not take such a long time. For some reason it is taking. Okay, it is blinking, I don't know. Then what this particular process will give you is table creation and insert script as well. Okay, this script, if you share with your colleague, if he executes in his machine in different environment or whatever, okay, the same table can be replicated there as well. Oh, it is taking time, I don't know, but let me do this activity again. Tasks, generate scripts, click on next. Whatever I'm doing now, okay, never ever do that on your live databases. You'll not be having the access to it, but if at all, if you have, never go to services.msc and do a restart. I don't know, this is not coming up. Go to tables, select your respective table that you want to generate. One or two tables, any number of tables that you can select. Okay, and come here. Okay, you change this option from schema only to schema and data. Click on OK, and click on open in new query window. Click on next, next. It's the same issue, I don't know. So basically what it does is, okay, I have that script with me. Yeah, it generates this script for you. Basically, this is the script which gets generated. Anyway, I'm pinging this here, this particular file. Okay, you can take it from here. Yeah, you can see. Now finally it has been populated. Okay, this is how the script, create script and insert script will be generated. Okay, of your database. That's it. So now going back to our ranking functions, you just open this file and execute it. That's it. What this script is having, just a create table and insert into commands, right? That's it. Okay, just open the file either in notepad, or if you double click it, automatically it will be opened in your SSMS. Okay, now where are we? We are here. Okay, so someone has asked, if two employees are having, okay, the same salary and they are having rank 4, then how do I retrieve? Okay, so in interviews, if they ask retrieve, something like this, okay, fourth highest employee salary detail, then this is the question you should ask. Do you need all the employee details are having fourth most salary, or else only one record do you need? Okay, then the interview whoever asking this question, then they'll immediately, they'll come to know, okay, what level of understanding you have about ranking functions. Okay, then immediately they'll say some answer and they'll skip ranking functions itself. It will give you a good impact, during the discussion. For example, okay, what is the employee ID? Let me find out here. Okay, let me update this salary details to 2850 only. Control C, update. What is the command? Update employee set salary equal to 2850, where employee, what is the column name? Employee number equal to this. If I don't keep this employee number, then what happens? For all the rows, the data will be updated. Now, if you see here, okay, in row number, what it is doing for the same salaries, it is giving 4 and 5. But if I want to achieve the same rank has to be given for this, then what ranking function should I use? So now let me write the query for this. So what should I write here? Simply dense underscore rank. That's it, right? From employee. Okay, wonderful. Okay. Now here for 3000 is the same rank. I mean, there are 2 employees. So that's the reason for 2 of them have received 1. Okay. Now here I have 2. For them, I have 3. For example, for these 2 rows, okay, if I would like to get rank 4, okay, then what is the ranking function should I use? The rank should be same for the same values, the rank should be same, but for this combination, I want to see rank as 4. Then what is the function I should use? Yes, rank. Why? Because it will skip the value, right? Now, let us suppose my requirement is to get the 3rd highest paid salary. Then what should I write here? Either I can do it in a derived table or a common table expression. What is the syntax for common table expression? Okay. With this time I'm giving Rohit as select star from Rohit, where Rn equal to 3. Then you're getting the employees who are having the similar salaries of 2850, all the records. Okay, the same thing you can do it in using derived table also. For derived tables, what will be the syntax here? Select star from. Here you will give alias name. Instead of this, the same CTE, here you are keeping the select star from, right? It goes to the top where condition remains same. Okay, and here whatever alias name that you are giving here, that comes here. That's only the difference. It gives the same result. Okay, so any questions so far? Clear how ranking function works? Okay, to perform dense rank and rank function, we always need to start with row number command. No, row number gives a rank in a different fashion. Dense rank will give a rank in a different fashion. Rank will give you another fashion. So why do we need row number command? probably let me allow you to speak. Okay, creating a view. Okay, basically what is a view? Let us understand this. Okay, view is a virtual table. Okay, now what is virtual? In reality, it will not be there, but you can use it. Virtual machines we'll call, right? Okay, so to have the virtual machine, okay, some real machine should be there, and on top of it, we will create the virtual machines, right? In the same way, view is nothing but a virtual table. We will create this view on top of a table. If there is no table, view will not exist. If there is a table on top of it, if you create something, okay, that can be accessed. Okay, so now let us see how to create a view. Okay, I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 columns. Okay, let me use. Okay, I need employee number, employee name, and department number. Only 3 columns I want to have. Okay, and here I create a view something like this. The way we create a table, create table, table name. In the same way, create view, view name. I think it is already there. Now, how do I access this view is select star from VW underscore EMP. That's it. Okay, instead of accessing the data from table, you can access the data from your view. Okay, so now what is the use of this? I mean, I can write, the same select statement here. Okay, and I can access the data, but why do I need a view for this? Is because, for example, you have department table and I'm joining emp dot department number equal to dept dot department id, and here I'm bringing department information name, I believe. Let me see what is the column names. D name. Okay, so we can create a view and we can alter the view also. So here I'm altering the view. Okay, now I have only information till employee number, employee name, and department number. Now I have the information including department name as well. Okay, and I've done this, altered it. Okay, now if I go and execute it, I'll have this information. Let us suppose this particular query is getting used in many places of my application. Okay, instead of writing these 2 lines everywhere, okay, I can directly access the data from this particular simple, I can say select star from VW underscore EMP instead of writing so many lines of code. So this is the use of a view to perform operation with the data in the view instead of using the whole lot of information. Okay, all right. So this is how you can create a view in real time. For example, if you want to see, okay, how the views will look like is, okay, you have many tables, employee table, person table, employee department history, department table. Okay, all these tables, from all of these tables, you are bringing some data together. Okay, and this particular result set is going to be used in many places. Instead of writing this specific query in many places, okay, and I'm making a small view for this and I'm going to use this across. Okay, so this is, you are simplifying your code. And the second advantage is, for example, if you want to make any change, okay, instead of making that in 10 different places, you can make it at one particular place and you can sit and relax. For example, okay, this table column name has been changed to department ID to D underscore ID. Okay, now wherever the script has been used in all the places manually, you have to go and modify it if there is no view. Okay, now it is pretty simple. At one place, if you change it, it's done. Okay, so these are the uses of view. View is nothing but a virtual table. Basically, it contains a select statement, including all your select, join, from, where, group by, having, and order by. All of that you can have in your view. For example, you have created a view and you want to see the script, what you have used in this. Okay, then the syntax for this is sp underscore help text vw underscore emp. If you write this, so this is how you can get your script also with the help of sp underscore help text. This is known as a system stored procedure. Create a view, alter a view, this is you can do it. And how to drop a view is drop view name. How do you drop your table? Drop table name, right? So in the same way, drop view name. Once I dropped it, can I access this again? It'll say, boss, it's a invalid object name. So if I want to create, how do I create? Create view name. And now if I execute it, it will be visible. How do I alter it? You just alter it here. Whatever the columns you want to add or joins, if you want to add all of that, you can do it here in the alter. You can have the information in your view. That's it. These temporary tables are used to store the data temporarily. That means, for example, you are creating a table and storing the data into your physical table. So where the data is getting stored in the hard disk. Okay, that will be permanently stored in the hard disk unless you delete a data or truncate a data or drop that particular object. If you don't perform either of these operations, the data will remain in the hard disk, right? But if my requirement is, if I want to, use them on temporary basis, then okay, SQL Server provides a provision of temporary tables. In very simple, a common language, if you ask me, how do I define? For example, a company is hiring you on their payrolls. Okay, and they'll give you PF, they'll give you health insurance, okay, term insurance, all of that. Okay, now they have a requirement, temporarily they have to onboard some resource. Then what they'll do, they'll hire a resource on contract basis. Will they give any, insurance to him? Any PF to him? Nothing, no additional benefits will be given to him. He will be used only to that specific task. Once that is done, they'll say goodbye, right? In the same way, in database also, if you want to hire contract to hire table, then we have a provision of called temporary tables. So how do we create those temporary tables is select star from MP. Okay, now I want to store 20 department details into a temporary table. How do I do that is where a department number equal to 20. And then I'll specify here simply into hash temp. That's it. Into hash temp. Now this data will be 20 department employee details will be stored in this particular table, temp table. So now let me take this, copy this query and let me go to the new session. Let me execute. What it is saying? Invalid object name. But if I am executing this here, it is returning the result. But if I come to the next session and if I execute this, no, it will not get executed. So that means this temporary table will exist only to this session. You can access where it has been created. That's it. Okay, once I close this, automatically this temporary table will be removed from my database. Okay, now I have created this temporary table, right? Okay, where it will be stored is, there will be a system database, and here you can see there is a temp DB. If I expand this, okay, if you have any doubt whether it is a table or not, let me create temp 123. Now, so far you have only DBO temp, right? Okay, now I'm creating this. Okay, let me refresh this. And the temporary tables, you can see, okay, some random number will be given by database engine and it will be stored here. Okay, if I close this session, and if I refresh this, nothing will be here. So when we create a temporary table, that particular temporary table exists as long as that session is open. Once the session is closed, the table will be dropped out and you will have the memory back. Okay. See, the difference between temporary table and a view is temporary tables physically stores the data, but view, it's just a select statement. It does not have any data. It's just a logical container. Okay. And when you execute the view behind the scenes, it touches the table and gets the data for you. As long as your data table has the data, and your view will represent that. But whereas in temporary table, you are inserting the data into temporary table and physically it is getting stored. But how long it is getting stored? Till the session is opened. If the session is closed, your data is gone. Okay. Now, let me, if my requirement is, for example, now again, I'm creating one temporary table. Okay. And if I'm accessing from another session, though it has been created, but it is not getting accessed from another session. It is only accessible from the same session. Okay, but if I come here, it is not getting executed. But if my requirement is, if I want to have the temporary table get used across all my sessions, then, okay, what you have to do is you have to keep here double hash. So when you keep a single hash, that is called as a local temporary table. When you keep a double hash, then that is known as global temporary table.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft SQL certification training in partnership with Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below.
Okay. Now this table follows the same principle, but it will be accessed from another session also. But how long it can be accessible? Till the time this session is opened. Now I have closed the parent session. Now you have see, immediately it'll say boss. Okay. So in a nutshell, temporary tables will hold the data temporarily and the table will get stored in the temp DB. That is point number one. Point number two, it exists till the session remain open. Okay, and point number three, there are two type of temporary tables, local temporary tables and global temporary tables. The difference between these two is local temporary tables will be accessible to that specific session, whereas global temporary tables can be accessed across the sessions. The similarity is they will exist as long as the session is opened. When we create a temporary tables, that table will be stored in the temp DB. Okay, and when, till what time it will be stored? As long as this session is opened. If the session is closed, your temporary table is closed. It will be dropped from your temp DB. Now, okay, in local temporary table, if I create this temporary table, okay, and if I want to access this from here, this is not possible. Okay, but if I want to achieve this functionality, then what I'm doing is, instead of a single hash, I'm going to create this table with a double hash. Okay, if I do this, then this can be accessed. Sorry, I have to keep double hash. Yeah, this can be accessed across all the sessions. For example, let me open one more session for you. Okay, this is a fresh session. It will be accessed here. Okay, but till how long you can access this in any of the session? Till the main session is opened. Okay, where it has been created. Now, this is in this session, it has been created. Okay, in session 51, you are seeing the number, right? 51. I'm going to close this 51. Okay, now I'm at 54 session. Okay, so if I execute this, let's say, boss, I don't know this particular table. So global temporary table can be accessed across multiple sessions as long as the session opens where it has been created. It's not only the way to create, for example, select star from EMP. Okay, so far, I know I was saying something like this, right? Okay, this is not only the way the table, I mean, temporary table can be created, but you can simply say that create table 345. You can specify all your column names. Let us say employee number, integer, primary key, all of that. Whatever the operations that you can perform with the table, the same thing can be performed with the temporary tables also. Okay, now I have just created a table. I haven't inserted the data into it. So you can insert the data, whatever the data you want to insert. When main table will get changed, when you perform a insert, update, delete operation on that particular table, then the data in that particular table will get changed. If you perform alter, create, drop, all of these operations, then the schema changes, schema definitions will be created for that particular table. As long as you are using select, okay, you are not going to change any data that stores in the table. Select only retrieves the data. So here, the most important asked question in interviews is around this. Okay, how do you copy a table? Okay, how do you copy a table? Okay, then the answer will be this: by using into clause, select star into whatever. I mean, I can use a physical table or a temporary table. For example, see, okay, I'm creating emp underscore test from emp. Now, whatever the data that is there in emp, now it's being created on emp test. Now in your environments, okay, you want to perform some test. Okay, you have some updates, deletes, all of that. Okay, and you don't want to get corrupted the existing data, and you want to play with some other table. Then in those use cases, okay, we'll copy this complete table data into this particular table. Okay, now if I query this, you can find the data whatever available in employee table. So this is most asked question. How do you copy a table? And the second question is, how do you copy a table without data? So that means what? They are expecting to copy only the schema, but not the data. Then for that, okay, what we write is here. For example, let me create one more table, emp test 1, 2, 3. Here I'll write a condition where 1 equal to 2. Okay, that means what? Will it be true in any use case where 1 equal to 2? No. For any row, okay, for any row, will it be, for example, if I'm saying where department ID equal to 10 from this particular table, any row will be returned? No, because there is no department with the 10 value. In the same way, I'm saying here where 1 equal to 2. This is a logical operator. It cannot be equal for any given use case. Okay, then if I execute this, 0 rows are affected. Now, if you say this, nothing will be there. Schema will be there, but data will not be there. So how do you copy a table with the data or without data? Is with the data is just star into your desired table name. Either it could be a physical table or a temporary table. And how do you copy a data without? How do you create a table without data? Then by specifying some false condition where 1 equal to 2 or a equal to b or 2021-0101 equal to 2022-0101, whatever the way you want to fail the condition. Okay, if you write, yes, you can have only schema, but not the data. I want to add, okay, let us say some $500 to their salary. Hope the question is clear. If whoever are working as salesman, okay, I want to add, okay, $500 extra salary. Then how do I write is select star from MP, okay, case when job equal to salesman, then salary plus 500, else salary and as final salary. I'm giving some alias name. Now let me execute this. Now if you see here, he is the salesman. Alan is salesman. His salary is 2850. If he is a salesman, then what did I say? Add 500. So was it been added? Yes, 2850 plus 500. Okay, now if you look at Smith record, he is working as a clerk. For clerk, I'm not going to give any additional bonus. Okay, then his salary remains same. So here, when job is salesman, then you do this operation. If rest of them, you leave it as is. That's what I have said here. For example, here, if job is clerk, then I want to add 200 to them. When job equal to clerk, then salary plus 200, else salary and as. Now if I execute this, wherever there is a clerk, 800. So if there is a clerk, then I said salary plus 200. So that's the reason salary has become 1000. For salesman, it has been added 500. For example, there is a manager. Okay, for manager, nothing as is salary. Okay, so that's how you can use this case statement. The syntax will be case, when, then. If this is true, then what you should do. If this is true, then what you should do. Else, okay, I need this. And till up to end, it is mandatory. As is the optional keyword, which I have given for your easy reference. Okay, alias names are always optional. If I don't specify this alias name, then it will be shown as a no column. Sir, if you want to add a new column too, where do you want to add a new column, Tripti? In when condition or where? Let us say, for example, instead of this, okay, you want to add commission. Okay, you would like to give commission only for salesman and clerk. Okay, then if you add this, yes, you can do that. But if you add commission, okay, because there are few columns with null values. right? How do you handle the null values? By specifying is null, right? So if there is a null value, I'm going to add 0. So now if you see here, okay, 800, okay, his commission is 0, because now I have said if there is a null, replace with 0. Let us say, for example, if there is 0, if I say 200, then you can see the difference. 800, but his final salary has become 1000 because it's a null replaced with 200. So 800 plus 200 is 1000. For this, yes, you have a value, you'll get it. So here you can write the AND conditions, OR conditions, whatever you want to write. Okay, so this is how case statement works. Case statement, again, okay, don't get confused. This will not change any data in the table because we are just writing a select statement. We are not updating it. We are not deleting it. We are not truncating. We're not doing any DML operation. We're just doing a select. Now see 800. Okay, commission is 0. Okay, I'm replacing with clerk. For clerk, I'm replacing with 200. Okay, it's been replaced. 800 plus 200, 1000. And further, I'm adding 300, 1300. So now let us move to while loop. Now, if you look at this, okay, what I was trying to do is I would like to print, okay, the next 10 days. Okay, what are the dates that I would like to achieve that? So for that, what I did is here, I have declared two variables. One is min, one is max. Okay, so how many loops I want to iterate is 10. Okay, and then I have declared a date. Okay, and I have assigned this date variable, okay, one function. Okay, you are aware, right? This date add, what date add will do for you? It will either a subtract a day or subtract a add a day or subtract a day. Will it work for only day? No, it will work for month, year, whatever the date part we have. What are the different date parts we have? Year, month, date, hour, minutes, seconds, milliseconds. Apart from this, we can add a quarter, week also. Okay, so this data function, what I'm trying to do here is for every loop that is running here, I'm going to increment 1 day. Okay, and I'm incrementing my value also, this variable value also by 1. Okay, so first time when it comes to the loop, it will be the value will be 1. For the second time, it will be 2 because I said here, set this value equal to value plus 1. 1 plus 1, 2. For third time, this will be 2 plus 1, 3. For fourth time, 3 plus 1, 4. Something, this is how this value will get increased. So I said 4 less than or equal to 10, true. Till the time it becomes 11, 11 less than or equal to 10. Is it true? No. Then it fails. Okay. So while loop will be useful when you want to perform the same operation for repeated operation for n number of times. Okay, so that n number of times that we will derive based on the logic that is required for that moment. Okay, how many times it has to be looped through, that we will decide based on the requirement. So this is how we will declare two variables and we will compare these two variables here. Those many times the same operation will be repeated. Or else, for example, if you want to print incremental numbers, okay, let us say from 100 to 200, print min at the rate, it will be repeated 100 times, 100 to 200. Okay, so here how much ever length you want to give, you can give it. For example, if you want to print 1000 to 2000 numbers, yes, you can do that. Okay, so in real time where it will be used is For example, okay, every end of the month, okay, you might be receiving a transaction statement from your respective bank, right? Okay, there, for Srinivas, okay, they'll mention as a dear Srinivas. Okay, for Ashok, they'll mention as a dear Ashok. For Rohini, they'll mention as a dear Rohini. Okay, on your specific name, the mail will be triggered. The rest of the content will remain same, but in the dear section, okay, the respective name will be coming, right? So what they'll do is they'll create a loop, something like this. Okay, and that name will come from a table for every row, and the same operation has to be repeated for, let us say, how many ever customers are there in my bank. Okay, only name has to be changed. Okay, so in those use cases we will use while loop. And coming to the constraints, there are 6 type of constraints: not null, default, check, unique, primary key, and foreign key. Here the most asked question is, in the constraints, what is the difference between primary key and the unique key? Okay, we basically primary key will have only one primary key on a table. Okay, but whereas we can have multiple 999 unique keys on a table. Okay, that is the first difference. The second difference is primary key will not allow any null value, but unique key will allow one null value. Okay, and when you create a primary key behind the scenes, okay, clustered index will be created. And if you create a unique key, okay, unique non-clustered index will be created. Primary key is unique plus not null. Set operators, union, union-all, except, and intersect. Okay, these operators will combine 2 different tables into one single result set. Okay, union will eliminate the duplicates and produce the result. Union all, okay, will not eliminate the duplicates, give just 2 different result set. They'll append and it will produce the result. Okay, accept and intersect. Okay, like a minus b is your accept. Okay, intersect is the common records from both the tables is intersect. Joins. Okay, inner join, basically from the 2 tables, if there is a matching will be only matching records will be retrieved. In left outer join, only the records which are from the left table, all the records from the left table will be retrieved. From the right table, if there is a matching rows will be placed. If there is no matching, null values will be placed. And the right outer join is the same, vice versa. And full outer join, it's a combination of left and right. Different functions like mathematical functions, string functions, date functions. And then we have seen the ranking functions, how a rank will be given to each row based on the column that we given in the order by clause. Okay, and we have seen CTEs, variable declarations, local temporary tables, global temporary tables. Okay, while statements, case statements. Okay, now I'm going to discuss about procedures. The first topic is procedures. Okay, what is a procedure? Basically, procedure is a set of select statements. Okay, for example, if you are writing a query, okay, select star from employee where department ID equal to 10. Okay, for example, now this particular query will return only 10 department details. But later, if I want 20, then what I have to do, I have to write another query stating that select star from employee where department number equal to 20, right? So instead of that, okay, the query will remain same, but I'll pass some parameters to it so that based on my parameters, the result set should be changed. Because you need one result set, I need a different result set, but the query remains same, just the value get change. Okay, to do that, how do we do it? Let us see practically with one live example. Okay, I'm going to take one particular table. Okay, this is a sales order header. It thrown error because I was at a different database. Now, okay, how do I find out? Okay, from what date the order was placed? How do you find out? From this table, I want to find out, okay, from which date the orders were, the data was captured. So you can take order date as your column. Now you are seeing in row number 1, you are seeing, okay, the date is 2011-05-31. The orders could be in 2008 also. Okay, so now I want to know, okay, what is the first order date in this particular table? Order by date, descending. Okay, so you're saying select star from sales order, order by, order date. If I say descending, then what happens? Okay, I'll get the when was the latest data that I have. Okay, in 2014. Okay, for example, if I say ascending, then choose what is the first record. The entry was happened on 2011-5-31. Okay, I want only, okay, the date. Okay, then how you can write is select min of order date from sales order header. Okay, if I want to find max of order date, then here be writing max of order date. Okay, so in this particular table, I have the data between 2011 May 31st to 2014 June 30th. Okay, so now I would like to retrieve the data from 2012 first quarter. Okay, so how do you write that? Select star from sales order header where order date between 2012-01-01 and 2012-03-31. So this has written 859 rows. Now, okay, let us suppose Srinath need the data from second quarter of 2012. Okay, I need first quarter of data and Srinath needs second quarter. Okay, then what he'll mention here, he'll mention this date. And he'll execute this query. Okay, he'll have the required data. Instead of writing this specific query twice, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a stored procedure and keeping this stored procedure, keeping this select statement in my stored procedure so that it can be accessed by all the team members just by changing these values through a parameters. How do we do that? Let us see. Okay, so far we have seen the create syntax, right? How do we create a table? Create table, table name. How do we create a view? Create view, view name. In the same way, how do we create a procedure? Create procedure and procedure name. I'm giving get sales details. Some user defined name I have given. Okay, here whatever the name you would like to give, you can mention. And then bracket open, bracket close. Within this, I'm going to mention, okay, the parameters. As this is a syntax, basically as begin and end. Up to here, this is the syntax. Instead of giving these values in a static way, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this in a dynamic way. Okay, so let me create this stored procedure. Now, how do I execute is exec and my stored procedure name, and you can simply pass these values instead of writing a query for this. For example, last quarter, if you would like to find out, instead of writing the select query, I'm just saying boss execute my stored procedures with these parameters. Then the data will be retrieved accordingly. Only you can see here the data is from 2012 10/01 to 12/31. That's it. So this stored procedure will give you a provision to have your select query in a container, and you can pass the parameters dynamically to it. This procedure can be used on other data types as well apart from dates. Yes. Let us see one more example. Let me take, you can create any name. Okay. For example, let me write this in bit, adding a joins and all. Okay, here I have an employee, here I have a department and a department history. Okay, select store from what kind of data I have it here. Okay, business entity ID is your primary key on this table. Okay, and this has been used in department history, employee pay history, document, purchase orders, salesperson. Okay, okay. So in department history it has been used. Let me take randomly one ID from here, where business entity ID equal to 10. Okay, and from this department history, select star from where is business 10. Okay, and what is the relation between, so if you would like to find out the relationship between the tables, okay, how we can do this is, okay, if you see this primary key, you are seeing this here, right? Okay, and if you, yeah, this table is not associated to any other table. Okay, but whereas if you see this employee table, okay, if you scroll down to the end here, you can find table is referenced by foreign key. So in what are all the tables it has been used? So for this employee table, these are all child tables. Okay, you're seeing right here, employee department history, employee pay history, job candidate, document, purchase order header, salesperson, all these tables are this employee table, child tables. So if I look at this particular table, I don't have any child table. Okay, so now by using these two tables, let me join. Okay, what I'm getting it here. Okay, I'm getting a department ID from here. Okay, and what department this belong to. So let me check it here. The department table. Select star from department ID is 6, where department ID equal to 6. Okay, so if you look at here, okay, there is a business entity ID 10. Okay, his name is Michael. Okay, this is his system login ID. Okay, and he is working in department 6, and the department 6 name is research and development. Okay, now, okay, I would like to find out if I pass a business entity ID. Okay, I would like to find out, okay, what is his login ID, what is his job title, in which department he is working, okay, and what is that department name. Okay, then how do I make a join or to all of these tables? Okay, let us see. Select from human resources employee. I'm giving some alias name, and then I'm saying inner join human resources employee department history. Let us say this is ED, some alias name I'm given. On which column I'm doing inner join? Where E dot business entity ID equal to ED dot business entity ID. Now, and then I'm going to do a one more inner join with human resources department table. On what column I'm going to join? Let's see, this is T alias name. Okay. ED dot department ID equal to D dot department ID. So what are the columns that I need? Though it has many columns, but I need only, okay, business entity ID, and then I need a login ID, and then I need job title, and I need which department is working on, and I need what is that department name, and probably group name also. Okay, for which business entity I need it only for 10. So if I execute this, then you can find the details. Okay, for business entity ID 10, okay, his login ID is this. Okay, his job title is this, his department is this, and department name and department details. So if you look at here, okay, so we are storing the data in multiple tables, okay, and they are connected with the help of primary key and foreign key relations. They're having the common columns between the tables. So that's how we marry the data between various tables. We do the joins and bring the required data into one single result set. Okay, now for the same use case, for example, okay, I want to execute it 11. Instead of changing it here, okay, let me create a procedure for this. Create, what is the syntax? Create procedure, procedure name, get EMP details. Here, instead of USP, you can write Roshan or Srinivas or whatever. Okay. And here in the brackets, I'll be mentioning my parameter, which I would like to supply. Previously, I have supplied date parameter, right? Now I'm going to supply integer as my parameter. So begin end, this is must, create procedure, begin end. And in between, you will have all your select statements. Okay, instead of here, physical static value, I'm going to use my parameter that I have declared during the creation of my procedure. So if I execute this, okay, now instead of writing this piece of code for 11, 12, okay, from different sessions, okay, now if Srinivas or Roshan or Rohini, anyone can execute without writing this piece of code again and again by simply saying, okay, for example, you want to find out for business entity ID 100. Okay, so he is Lolan and he is a production technician and his department is production and the group name is manufacturing. Okay, if I want to execute for 10, yes, you can do that. Let us suppose if he has worked in multiple departments, okay, those details also will be retrieved, that we have to see randomly. Okay, I'm not sure which employee has worked in multiple departments, but now not getting it. Okay, you can, instead of writing this piece of code again and again, you can write something like this and keep it in a stored procedure, and this procedure can be used. So where it will be stored is, this will be stored in, okay, in your respective database. There will be an option called programmability. If you expand this here, you'll find a stored procedures. So here I have created USP underscore get EMP details, USP underscore get EMP details. Okay, this it will be created. So if you want to see the script, what is the script? It has been created in this, then right click. Okay, either you can click on a modify, or else you can click on here, either you can select a create or alter, whatever. Okay, and you can see the script which has been created for this stored procedure. Or else what you can do is, you can simply write sp underscore help text. In the view also we have seen this, right? Okay, just you mention your stored procedure name. That's it. The same script will be given to you. So hope now you are clear about how to create a stored procedure and where does it get stored, how to view the script of a stored procedure. Okay, now how do we alter this stored procedure? That's pretty simple. Okay, now I'm altering it. Alter procedure. Now I have decided not to bring this d dot group name column. Okay, and you just execute this. Okay, now, okay, exec. Okay, to execute the stored procedure, this is the key that you have to use. Okay, and what is the value I would like to give is, let us say, some 10. Okay, previously I have a group name also, right? Now that group name is not there. Or else, for example, if you want to add one more join to it, yes, you can do that. Any column modifications you would like to do it, you can do that. Any logic change that you would like to apply, you can apply, and then you alter it. Okay, and then how do I drop this stored procedure? Drop proc procedure name. That's it. Now if I refresh this, see the stored procedure will no longer will be available. So again, if I want to create it, then what should I do? Create procedure, this logic. I should refresh it. You'll have the stored procedure here. To view a script of a stored procedure, how to alter and how to drop. Now, okay, we'll discuss about the second thing, functions. Okay, so function basically it will be used, for example, see, you're writing, okay, select date add of comma -1 comma get date. Okay, if I write this statement, okay, if I execute this, so it's a 16. So it exactly takes to you the previous month, the same day. It will not subtract 30 days or 31 days. Okay, it will take down to the exact same day of the previous month. Now here, what is this date add? This is a function. Okay, who has developed this function? Microsoft. Okay, now, okay, I would like to find out, okay, first day of the month. Okay, first day of the month. Okay, do we have any pre-built function for this in introduced by Microsoft? No. Okay, now what should I do? So I have to write a custom function. Okay, so that is nothing but a user defined function. I am defining it. I am writing, okay, based on my need. Okay, so that function we will write. Okay, first let me write the logic for how to find the first day of the month. Select, okay, for example, let me give a date. Okay, declare some variable date. Let me give some date. Okay, 2023 04/16. What is the first day of the month for given date? 2023 01/01. Right? Okay, to find out that, what I'm going to do is first, okay, I will use date part of dd comma at the rate date. What it gives? It gives 16. And then I'll say date add of dd comma minus 16 comma at the rate date. So this particular statement, what it gives, it is taking me to the previous month, last day. Okay, so if I do +1 here, then it gives the first day of the month. So will it work for any given date? Let me check. Yes, it's working. Now, okay, the way you are using this date add, instead of writing, this piece of code, okay, you're straight away you're saying date add of, you're passing, some parameters, -1 and your date. Okay, I would like to pass my parameters. Only date, if I pass, I should get first day of the month for any given date. Okay, for this, okay, what I do is I create a function. So there will be a simple syntax for this.
Now let's take a quiz. Which of the following commands are used to put a restriction on the number of rows returned from a query? The options are group by, like, limit, and where. Please put your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft SQL certification training in partnership with Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below.
Okay, let me show you that. Yeah. So how did we create the procedure? Create procedure, procedure name. In the same way, create function, function name. In procedure also, what we have done, we have given the parameter, something like this. Yes, same here up to here. Okay, whatever I have written in the procedure, the same syntax up to here, it follows. Now, the only difference here is between procedure and function. Function will return a value. Okay, that return data type you have to mention here, stating that returns and what it is returning. Is it a date or integer or a string? Okay, the data type you have to mention here. And then as begin, okay, and then I have declared a local variable here. Okay, because I want to return this variable, because I have said return. Okay, I want to return this variable. For that, I have declared a local variable. Okay, this is a parameter and this is a variable. Okay, what is the difference between parameter and a variable is, parameter, the value will be given before the execution of your script. But for variable, the value will be set during the execution. So that's the primary difference between parameter and variable. For parameter, the value will be given before the execution. During the runtime, if any value will be set to the your variable, that is called as a local variable. Okay, so whatever the logic there I have written, okay, I'm setting that particular query to my local variable and I'm returning it. Okay, and let me create this function. Now, how do I access this function is, okay, in procedure, how do we execute it? We have executed with exec, right? But how do we execute function is with the select dvo dot function name, and if you give any value here, it will give the first day of the month. So now this you can consider as a date add. The way it has the date add, right? Now I've given, very lengthy name. Okay, for example, only if I say FODM, first day of the month. Okay, instead of all of this, I can say FODM. So you can just change your values. Okay, it will give the first day of the month for any given value. Instead of writing this piece of code again and again, okay, once we create this function and it can be reused. Okay, so where it will be created now, okay, where I have created, in which database I have created this in IITM 2022. Here, if you come here and programmability, go to functions, go to scalar valued functions. Now, what is the function name? FODM is being created. So the way we did the alter, okay, for procedure, the same thing can be done here. The way we have dropped the object, the same can be done here. How do we drop this particular object? This function, drop function and your function name. That's it. So if I refresh this FODM will be gone. It will be erased from my database. So for example, the same function, okay, I want to return last day of the month. Okay, let me alter it. Okay, first we have to find out the logic to find out the last day of the month. Okay, how, for example, date. Okay, I'm giving some date 2023 04/16. So what will be the output? The output will be 30th to April 30th, right? Okay, let me do this. How do I write it? Select. How do I write it? Okay, date add of comma 1 at the rate date. Okay, so now what it will become? It'll become, it goes to the next month, and then what I can do, date part of sorry, date part of td comma date part of td comma this particular, and then I can write date add of dd comma minus this one comma this, and let me check what it gives. 2023 04/30. Okay, so if I take this out, logic, and if I keep it here, and if I execute this, oh, I think I have dropped this. Okay, so that's the reason saying invalid object. Okay, let me say this is last day of the month for that matter. Okay, I'm creating one more function, LODM. Okay, here I'll mention instead of this. Okay, if I execute this, let's guess the last day of the month. So in this fashion, it's not only for date or anything that you would like to do. Okay, For example, you would like to add two numbers. Okay, that also you can do. For example, okay, create, okay, addition. Okay, and you might be passing at the rate I int, comma, at the rate j int, two parameters that you are passing, and the returning will be int. You will be declaring a local variable. Okay, let us say instead of some meaningful name, some local. Okay, here you can say at the rate local equal to at the rate I plus at the rate j, and execute this. Oh, there is already this function is there. Okay, addition underscore test, for example. Okay, so now if I pass here 100 comma 250, for example, if I'm passing two numbers, now the output will be 350. So this is how you can write your function based on the need. Okay, either on numbers, strings, dates, okay, all of that, and the same code can be used, okay, in multiple places. So now so let me proceed with the next topic, that is which one is left out. Okay, transaction and this if statement. Okay, so for to start the transaction, okay, why we write the piece of code in the transaction is, let me show you some real-time procedures. Now if you see here, there are two operations are getting performed. Okay, so for example, okay, so let us say Ankit bank details. Okay, and Ankit is transferring the amount to Ashok. Okay, Ankit is transferring the amount to Ashok. Okay, now what will happen in this particular transaction? Okay, forget about SQL transaction. I'm talking about general. Okay, what happens? Okay, so Ankit will have, let us say, a balance of, okay, 100,000. Okay, and he has planned to transfer, okay, 10,000. Okay, so if this is the I mean before the transaction begins, okay, he has the balance of 100,000. Now he's planning to transfer this 10,000 rupees. So if you do this particular transaction behind the scenes in terms of data, okay, what will happen? First, your balance will get updated to from 100,000 to 90,000. This is the first operation. And what will be the second operation? There will be a transaction table, transaction history. You'll see, right? Okay, in the transaction, okay, there will be a record inserted. Okay, when was the transaction happened? Okay, what is the debit amount? All of that, right? One record will be inserted into transaction table. So this is your second operation. Okay, and what is the third operation? Okay, let us say Ashok does not have any amount in his account. Okay, now if he transfers this, what will be the third operation? Okay, the amount will be updated with 10,000, right? Okay, this is the third operation. Okay, and what will the fourth operation? In his transaction table also, one record will be inserted, right? This is your fourth operation. So if you do a one bank transaction behind the scenes, 4 statements will execute it. What is that? One is here update statement, here insert statement, here also update statement, here also one more insert statement. Okay, this is completely, we'll call it as a one single transaction. Let us suppose, okay, this section of it has successfully got executed. Okay, for some reason, okay, some due to network glitch or server unavailability, hard power issue, or what, for whatever the reason, okay, while doing this operation, okay, it has failed. Okay, so then what it should happen? Okay, the transaction should be reverted to the original position, right? If it is not that, then what will happen? So your transaction, you'll be losing your money, but the recipient might not receive the amount. This is an issue, right? To address these kind of issues, we have a concept called transaction. Okay, what it does is, okay, what we do is, in simple terms, to represent this, okay, I will start the transaction here, okay, and I will commit the transaction here. What I'll do here, I will start the transaction here, and here I'll commit the transaction. Let us suppose during these 4 operations, if any error occurs, then I will completely roll back my transaction. I will roll back my transaction. That means what? I'll take that to the original position. I will take that to the original position where it was before the transaction begins. Okay, to that particular state, I will take that so that I'll have the consistency across all my operations. So now let us see. Okay, what will be the syntax for this? Syntax is pretty simple. Begin, tran, commit, tran, rollback, tran. Okay. Now, okay, when I should do a rollback? When any error occurs, right? So to identify whether the error occurred or not, for that, okay, what I'll do is I will add 2 more blocks for this. One is begin try, end try. Okay, within this try block, your transaction will be started and committed. Okay, and if there is any error, okay, then it comes to the catch block, and I'll say here rollback tran. Okay, this is the simple syntax. Begin try, begin tran, commit tran, and begin catch, end catch. In between, I'll keep rollback transaction. So in the try block, if any error occurs, then only it comes to the catch block. If there is no error at all, then it will not come to the catch block. Okay, if it is not coming to the catch block, then rollback will not occur. Okay, the transaction will be committed only, right? So in practical, how do we write it is in this fashion. Okay, hope you are clear, right? On creation of the procedures, I'm creating some procedure here. Okay, and then I'm doing a begin try. Okay, and begin transaction here. Okay, I'm doing some update operations. As I said, I'm updating some balance, and then I'm inserting some transaction record. Okay, and then I'm doing my commit the transaction. Okay, and the try block will be ended here. and I'll start the catch block. This catch block will be activated whenever there is a issue here. If there is no issue here, it will not be activated. Okay, so this catch block here, I'll simply check if there is a tran count greater than 0 or not. If it is yes, then I will roll back the transaction. Okay, so let me show that by writing some simple example. Okay, let me check the data types of it. Okay, employee name, the length is worker of 10. Okay, update EMP. Okay, set employee name equal to, let us say, Varun 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, now what I'm doing is I'm trying to update, okay, my employee name for one particular employee with Varun Kanoja, okay, with 13 characters. But in the definition of my table, what is the length that I have specified? Varchar of 10 for this particular record. Let us say for this particular record where EMP number equal to 7566. Okay, now what happens? The execution will get failed because both this the data type is varchar of 10, but I'm supplying varchar of 13. Okay, so it will not store the data and it will get failed. Now, in the same table, let me do this. Okay, if I execute these two statements together, okay, now what has happened? One statement has failed, another statement has got succeeded, right? You can check, okay, whether 1, 2, 3, 4 has been inserted or not. Yes, it's been inserted. Okay, but if my requirement is, okay, if this one of these statement is getting failed, then okay, it should roll back. This record should not get inserted. Okay, if that is my requirement, how do I write it? Is with the help of transaction. For now, I'm again deleting, okay, this particular 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4 employee details. Employee number equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now if you look at here, that record is not there. Okay, so if I want to keep this in a transaction, what should I do? First, I should mention here begin tran. Either you can write complete name begin transaction or begin tran. It's the same. Okay, commit tran. If any error occurs, what should I do? Roll back tran. Okay, and after that, okay, I'm going to write try block on top of this to have the better visibility. I'm doing the indentation begin try and then immediately what should I write? End try and then begin catch and catch. Okay, now let us see what happens if I execute all of this together. Now you can see now 1, 2, 3, 4 was executed. Was it been inserted? No. Okay, let me keep this particular statement first. Okay, and see what happens, but still it will not be inserted. Now, if you see carefully, what it is saying here, one row affected. That means what? One row was inserted. But if you go and see here, it will not be there. Why? Because the transaction was, reversed, roll back. Okay, let me show you. Here, wait, delay, wait for delay. No. What is the syntax for this? Wait for 0 hour 1 minute. No. Expecting get or receive. Okay, then I have to take the help. Because for delay. I think wait for delay. I should write. Yeah, wait for delay. This is right. Here I would like to show you. Okay, whether the record is getting inserted or not. So let me run this. 1, 2, 3, 4 has been inserted, right? So here I'm purposefully making this particular transaction to wait for 30 seconds. Okay, it's now 18, 19, 20 seconds. Okay, till then, okay, this record will be here. Once it touches the 30 seconds, okay, it will be failed. Now, if you see here, the same table 1, 2, 3, 4 will be gone. So with the help of this transaction, what we can do is we can keep multiple DML statements at one place, and then if any statement gets failed, then we can bring back to the original position of the data. So for that we will use these transactions. Okay, this no lock is bit of advanced thing, but how much you digest, not sure, but let me tell you. I can put it in a simple language. For example, you and your friend in your college, you're working on the same project, and you are preparing a some your project notebook. Okay, first, what will you do? You will prepare the papers. Okay, once the papers are ready, then you'll collectively you do a binding, right? Okay, so if your friend is working on paper 15, and at the same time, can you also work on the paper 15? No, you cannot work. Okay, once he completes his portion of it, whatever, because if he's a good at diagrams and if you're good at writing, then you'll share your work, right? Okay, once he completes his work, then you can take that particular paper and do your work. All right, in the same way, in database also, the data will be stored in pages. Okay, so when you perform any DML operation, okay, any DML operations, what are the DML operations? Insert, update, delete, and truncate. If you perform any DML operation, then okay, that particular page will get locked. No one can read the data from that particular table, a particular page. Okay, so when I say no lock, that means I'm avoiding the lock. Okay, ideally we should not do that. Okay, because now if the transaction fails, the data gets changed. Okay, now during this particular query is running, if I take the how many employees are there in my organization, what is the count I'll get? 13. But after 30 seconds, what will be my execution? I mean count, employee count, it will be 12. So if you keep a no lock, okay, that means what? You are escalating that lock that has been applied on the page. Okay, and you are reading the dirty data. Okay, so to show you the example, I have used this no lock. Basically, transaction is used to handle the multiple DML statements Okay, if any one of the DML statement gets failed, then if you want to bring back to the original position before the transaction begins. Okay, so for example, if you're traveling in either Uber or Ola, any transportation, for example, in between, okay, there is some issue happened, okay, car brake broke down or whatever. So then what they have to do is they have to bring you back to your home. They should not leave you in between. Okay, so if that is the condition, then what we do is we create a transaction. Okay, if any error occurs, then take me back to the location or position where I was before starting this transaction. Okay, so if in those use cases we will create the transaction. So the syntax for that will be begin tran, commit tran, and rollback tran. These are the three statements. So how do I identify whether the transaction has failed or not is using try and catch blocks. For that, what I'm doing is I'm declaring the begin try and the end try. Okay, if the transactions are successful, okay, the complete execution will be ended by here only. Okay, it will not come to the catch block itself. The catch block will be activated only when there is any issue occurred in the try block. For example, in an apartment, we'll have a that fire alarms, right? When it gets triggered, when it touches that particular heat, till then it will not touch that. I mean, it will be there. It will not be ringing. Okay, the sprinklers will not be on, right? In the same way, catch block will be there, but it will not be activated. Okay, till the time no issue was there in the try block. If there is any issue, if it failed because of ABC reason, then immediately catch block will be activated and it does the rollbacking the transaction. A employee has joined, okay, in an organization. Okay, then what happens? His record will be entered into employee table. Okay, and his record should be added into employee pay history record also, because that's the table, org wise, organization wise, finance people use this for these salary disbursements. Okay, and also some login has to be created in IT infrastructure to access the internet portals and all. There a record should be inserted, right? So when an employee joins in the organization in multiple tables, that particular record gets inserted. Okay, and by any chance, for example, employee joined in employee table, his record was there. Okay, he's able to access swipe in, swipe out, all of that. But in payment history table, the record was not inserted. Okay, then what happens? Okay, he will not get the salary, right? So to avoid such use cases, what we do is we start the transaction. Okay, and if the record gets inserted in one table and it has to be inserted in many tables or update or delete or whatever, okay, then all those operations have to be done in rest of all the processes. For that reason, we'll execute all the set of DML operations in a transaction, and then based on the success, we'll commit the transaction. If it is not success, then we will roll back the transaction. Okay, just for a minute, transaction is used to no transaction just validates your DML operations. It will not insert the data. It just for example, in a college there will be a disciplinary committee, right? Okay, disciplinary committee people, what they do? Okay, they take care of how your behaviors, your attitudes. Okay, if you did a mistake, and they'll call your parents, they'll inform all of that, right? Okay, so they'll not do, apart from that, they'll not come to your class and teach, or labs, all of that, they'll not do that for you. Okay, in the same way, transaction does not insert or update or perform any DML operation. It just overlooks the set of statements that you have kept under transaction. And if any error occurs, okay, then, okay, what I should do? Okay, catch block will be activated, and in catch block, if you keep rollback transaction, so the transaction will be rolled back. For that matter, yeah, Ankit, you're right. I know that is one of the the best example. Phone Pay or your Paytm, Google Pay, whatever. Okay, whatever transaction we do on day-to-day basis is not just behind the scenes. If you look at, it's not only one insert statement or one update statement. One transaction to happen. Okay, for example, if you book a cab also, for that matter. Okay, first what will you do? Okay, you'll book a cab. Okay, and it has to be, someone has to accept that, the driver has to accept that, then only your order is confirmed, your pickup is confirmed. Okay, till then one transaction, right? Okay, you have raised the request and driver has accepted it. Okay, till then, if you see in your app, okay, there will be, the screen will be rotating. Okay, we're looking for drivers for you, all of that. It will give some pop-ups and keep on, the transaction will be on. Okay. What is, yeah, if basically, in Excel also we have this if, right? In the same way it works here. For example, if I take, okay, so what it does is it compares two values. Okay, if it's true, what is the output that you would like to get? If it is false, okay, what is the output that you would like to get? Okay, so now I greater than j, okay, 100 greater than 200, which is false. Okay, if it is false, then, okay, while I'm saying, okay, when it fails the condition, then you return the no. Okay, it could be, whatever, not available. What is the string that I would like to give? I can give. Basically, it compares two values based on the success, what I should do. If it failed, the condition fails, what I should do. In Excel also, we have many functions. Do we really use them on day-to-day basis? No, right? So as and when the situation arises, you'll come to know that particular function and you'll start using it. So in this particular session, we have discussed from the day one to till date. Okay, we have just discussed the fundamentals, the basic syntax wise, the usage of that particular functions or objects, all of that. Okay, okay, what it does is, for example, okay, if I say something like this, at the rate x equal to 100, print else. Okay, already they have this. Okay, so this if works, this I mean the programming languages, if you're aware, okay, if else conditions, okay, already they have if. So they would like to achieve the Excel functionality of something like this. That could be one of the reason, they might have used double I. Just assumption, huh? Okay. In hope you are aware, right? In if else, you can write multiple conditions. If else, if at the rate x equal to 200, do some logic here. Okay. So now if I say 200, then Srinivas will be printed. Okay, if I say 201, Okay, then Roshan will be printed. Only when it is 100 and 200, then only, Bharat or Srinivas will be printed. For rest of the numbers, okay, whatever the number you like to give, for Roshan will be printed. So this is the if else logic.
It is kind of a container where we will save our data, right? Where we store our data. So never get confused with the database and the table. Both are different. Table is a data, database is where we save our data. So ultimately we are always saving our table into the databases. Now I will be creating one database for my own reference. Now if you want to create the database, you can do that. Okay, it's on you whether you want to create a database or not. I'm creating because it will helpful for me so that I can know at what day and what type of data I have created. Okay, so for that I'm creating a particular databases. But if you want to create it will be better that because you will have one assignment section. Okay, one assignment database you can create where you will have all the tables of the assignment. It's on you. If you want to create a database, you can. So for creating a database, we just simply need to write create database and the database name. So let's say, for example, I will give the database name as April 2022, like today's date. Okay, just need to execute so that the database can get created. Now, by just creating the database, I cannot use that database. Okay, I cannot access the database just by creating a database, because if I'm creating a table, so it will automatically get created into the master database, which is the by default database in the SQL. But I want that whatever the tables I will be creating, it should get saved in the April 22 database. So how to access that database? If I want to work in the April 22 database, how to do that? No, not from. No, not select. You just simply need to write use and the database name. So database name is April 22. That's it. Select, execute, done. Now I am in the April 22 databases. So whatever the table I will be creating here, it will get saved in my April 22 database. Clear? Okay. Now we will be starting with the first question. The question is to create a customer table which comprises of this column: customer ID, first name, last name, email, address, city, state, and zip. These all are the columns. Okay. So how we have to create a table, guys? What is the syntax of creating a table? Okay, yes, create table name. So remember that in SQL, the syntax are almost similar for each and every code. Okay, if you want to create something, for that you just need to write create. Now what you're trying to create? You're trying to create a table, so you have to write a table here. So you just need to write create table and then the name of the table. You can give any name for the table. Okay, but here it is already mentioned in the question that you have to use a customer as a table name. So you just need to write customer. So create table name. Now tell me, guys, if I will execute this command, will the table will get create or not? That we cannot create a table with this statement. How can a table can get created, guys? Tell me, like those who are thinking, or there are those who are saying as yes, how the table can get created when there is no column, right? The table can be get created only when there is a columns and the row, then only we can call it as a table. So as of now, leave the row, because row does not define the structure of a table. The columns decide the structure of a table. So unless and until if we are not mentioning the column name, how the structure of the table can get created, right? So if we are just simply writing create table name, the table will not get created. We have to write the column name as well, then only the table structure will get created. Okay, so the column names you have to write while creating a table name only in the parentheses. So whatever the column names are there, you have to mention inside this parenthesis. So I will just copy the column name from the question only. Okay, so we will be starting with the very first column, which is the customer ID. So now by just simply writing the name of the column, it will not work. We have to also give the data type of a column. Why we do need to give the data type for a column? Define the type of data. if we are not mentioning a data type, then how the column will know which type of value it has to accept? So for that, we just mention the data type to a column so that this column will only accept that particular data value. For example, that we have a numerical data type, we have a string data type, we have a date data type. So we have to mention that what type of a value do I want to insert into the column. So for example, here we have a customer ID column. So in the customer ID column, we will always give a numeric as a value, right? 1, 2, 3 kind of a value. So at that time, we will always give a integer as a data type, int as a data type, because we want to insert a numerical value into it. Okay, so this is how, like, for each and every column, we need to mention what type of a data type we are trying, we will insert, sorry, what type of data we will insert into the column. So for that, we need to define the data type. So for the customer ID, I'm giving a int as a data type. Now, the second column is a first name. So first name will have a string value. So for the string, what type of a data type should we use? Exactly, varchar. Varchar, the variable length character. But one more thing, if you are just simply writing varchar, then there is no error. But when you are inserting a value, you will get the error, because here you have not specified a number of character you will insert into the particular column. Okay, so if you are not mentioning the size here, so it will take by default as 1. So if when you are inserting a value into the table, at that time in a particular row, you can only insert a 1 record. I mean the 1 character per row. Okay, so for that we have to give the size. Let's say for the first name, I am giving a size as 20, which signifies that I can have at most 20 character per row. Okay, in each row, I can give 20 character for a first name. Now again, the last name, again it's a string value, so we will give a varchar as a data type. Again, the size I will give as a 20. Now for the email, again the varchar 20, let's say 30 here. Address varchar 20, city varchar 20, again for street varchar 20, and the last is a zip. Zip is a pin code, right? So pin code will always be in a number format. So for that we use a integer as a data type, right? And you have to close the bracket. That's it. So this is how you will create the table. You have to write create table, table name, and in the parenthesis, like in the bracket, you have to mention all the column names with the data type. Okay, select the entire line, click on execute, and done. Now my table is created. So for that we are using the int, integer as a data type. It will accept an integer value only. If you're trying to say that we will create a table with the row, then it is not possible. While creating a table, we are using a DDL commands, the data definition language, where we are working on the structure of the table. So column define the structure. So we cannot use a row over there. Okay, now the next question is to insert a 5 new records into the table. Now guys, like here we have to insert a 5 records. So we will not type 5 times insert command. Okay, it is not feasible. Okay, so I will show you how you have to insert multiple records in a table using a one insert statement only. Using a one insert statement, you can insert a multiple values into the table. So for that, you just need to write insert into table name. What is the table name? Customer, then values. Now come to the next line and you have to write bracket. Okay, this first bracket signify the first row, comma. When you will go to the second bracket, this second bracket signify the second row. Same if you want to go with the third row, again the third bracket. So this is how you will insert a multiple row into the table using a single insert statement. Now, while inserting a value into the table, there are few things you have to keep in mind, that the number of columns you have mentioned to create the table, the same number of values you have to insert in a particular row. For example, like in the customer table, we have 8 columns. So for the 8 columns, we should give 8 values in a particular row. Second thing, the order of value should be same as the way we have created the columns. Like the column name, we have started mentioning with the customer ID, first name, last name, email. So when we are inserting a value, at that time also we have to follow the same order. We have to first give the values to the customer ID, then the first name, then the last name, email, like that. Okay, so the flow of execution should be the same. The number of values you are giving to the same. These are the things you have to keep in mind. Okay, so let's start inserting a value. You can insert any value into the table, but yeah, one more thing. If you will see this fourth question, it is mentioned that to select those record where first name starts with G and the city is San Jose. So there is a one, like in the fourth question, there is one limitation that I want that the first name should starts with a G and the same row, the city should be San Jose. So for that, I would recommend you that whenever you're inserting a value in a one row, insert a name which is starting with G and it has a row, it has a city value as San Jose, so that you can get the output for the fourth question. Okay, so let's start inserting the value into it. You can give any value you want. First name, last name, then email address you have to give, jaws@gmail.com. Then email, after that we have a address. So after address, we have a city. Let's say San Jose I will give here. Then California and any random pin code. First row is inserted. Now I have to go to the second row. So 2, comma, then the third row. Okay, done. So I've inserted 5 rows into the table. So I just need to select all these rows together with a insert statement. Okay, select entire line together, click on the execute button, done. So you can see the 5 rows affected. So I have inserted 5 records into the customer table. That the star in the select statement signify both, that are all the columns and all the rows, right? So let me write the statement first. We just need to write select star from table name. Okay, so as you are saying that whenever we are executing this select star from table name, we are getting both columns and the row as an output, right? This is what the star signify. But it incorrect. Okay, star does not signify that you will get both rows and the column. Star simply signify that you will extract all the columns from the table, not the row. Star does not signify row, it only signify a column. So select star from table name will give you the columns. Okay, so if I'm executing that, I'm getting the entire table as a output. Now many of you will say, then why we are getting a row here, right? When I told that star signifies a column, then why we are getting row as an output? We are getting row also here because when we are extracting a column has a value, so it will automatically come. Okay, so whatever, like, so whenever we are mentioning a star in the select statement, it means that we are extracting a column from a table, not the row. As we are extracting a column, the row will come automatically. So select statement is only used to extract column name. Okay, so there is a select star from table name from where we can get the entire detail of a table. So now we have one question, the third question. Third question is, select only the first name and the last name column from the customer table. What will be the code for that? You need to select only the first name and the last name column from the customer table. So I have to write select from customer. Now what are the column names do I want? I want first name and I want last name. Done. If I'm executing it, so I'm only getting a first name column and the last name column. And as I'm extracting the first name and the last name column both, I'm getting all the values which are there inside both the column, right? Now tell me what is the difference between the code which I have written, the select first name, last name from customer, and this code. What is the difference? Only the star is the difference. So when in this line, if I'm calling the columns, if I'm mentioning a column names to extract the column value only. So here, when I'm not mentioning any column, instead of that, I'm mentioning a star. What does it signify? The columns only, right? Because the syntax cannot be changed, right? Everywhere we have to write the same syntax. So remember that we never extract row, we only extract column. Okay, in the select statement, we only write the column names, not the row. Row will come automatically because we are extracting a column. Select those record where the first name starts with a G and the city is San Jose. So we need to write select from table name. The table name is customer. Okay, what do we want? Select those records. So all the record we want. So we will write select star from customer where first name. Now here I will use a like or I will use the equal. What we will use, like operator or the equal operator? Equal operator. Okay, to give a condition or to assign a value which is exactly same. So read the question. Is it mentioned that the first name is G or is it mentioned first name starts with a G? What it is written, starts or equal? So yeah, it has written as starts. So if you will write equal, so it means that you are trying to find out the name which is G, which is not a question. Equal means equality. It will check for the same value. It is not asking whether name is G. It is asking whether name starts with a G. So this type of a question, we called it as a pattern matching questions, where we have to match the pattern. The pattern is that there are lots of name, but in those where the name is starting with G, I need that one only as an output. So where we will not use equal, but we will use a like operator, which is a pattern matching. Okay, now again it's not completed. We have just mentioned where the first name like G, and after that we have to mention a percentage. Here the percentage signify that there can be a number of there can be a 10, 15, 20 characters in a name. What I want is the first name, the first character should be G. After that it can have a n number of character, right? To mention that we don't compare or we don't want to consider a total number of character, we mention a percentage. Okay, so when we are writing G percentage, it means I want a name which is starting with a G, but after that it can have a n number of character.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft SQL certification training in partnership with Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below.
We will not use the equal operator. Then we have one more condition that the end city is San Jose. So I have to write end city equal to, San Jose. Done. So that is the correct code. Select star from customer where the first name like G percentage means where the name is starting with a G and after that it can have a n number of character and the city should also be San Jose. So if we are selecting and executing it, we are getting only a one row where the first name is starting with G and here the city is also San Jose. Equal is the equality operator. It will check for the same value. In the question, it is not mentioned that you have to give the name as G. In the question, it is asking whether name starts with A. It is not asking that the name is A. Right? If it is asking name is Ankit, then I will give first name equals to Ankit. But when it is not asked that the name should be Ankit, it is only asked that the name should start with A, at that time we will use the like operator, not the equal operator. If you're trying to learn the code, then it's a very wrong practice and you will never learn the syntax. You will never learn the coding if you are trying to learn the code. Understand the logic behind that. In the question, it is mentioned to select only the first name and the last name. Then if it is already mentioned to use the 2 columns only, then we will use that column name only. Here it is mentioned those record. So here it is not mentioned to use a specific column. So we will use a star here, no? I will write few scenarios, okay, so that you can understand how the operators are working. So, okay, so the question like first name, this is a query, no? So I will write first name ends with G. If this type of questions come where the first name should, sorry, not G, let me see some code. Okay, where the first name ends with M. Okay, I want a name where the first name is ending with M. So if I want that the name should end with M, so before for that, in the starting I have to write the percent and then I have to write M, because I want the last character should be M, but before that it can have a n number of character. We don't care about that. What we care that the last character should be M. Like here the first character should be G, same here the last character should be M. Okay, if executing that, see, so we are getting a 2 output where the first name, the last character is M, and you can see the number of characters are different, right? In the RAM we have a 3 characters, in the Sham we have a 5 characters. So when we don't care about the number of characters, we use a percent. Got it? The first one is for the starting with G, second one is for the ending with M. Then next scenario is which consist, let's say A. I want a name which consists of A. Like in the name, A should be there. It does not matter in which position. Only thing is the A should be there in a value. So for that, we have to write percent, and in between that I have to write A, because I don't know where the A will lie. So I will just write before that A should be there. After that, sorry, A should be in the middle, like it can be in the starting, it can be in the end, we don't know that. So for that we just simply mention percent A percent, which signifies that wherever in the name we have a as a value, it will print that as an output. So almost in the 4 rows we have a as a value. So you can see in the first row only A is in the ending, like in the last character is A, even though it got printed here in the middle, again in almost the second last. So if there is a question like which consists of A, like the A should be the A should be there. For that you have to write percent A percent, like that. Now till now we are dealing with when we are not like taking a number of character, right? Now if we are dealing that we want a specific number of character only, then how we have to solve that? Okay, when we have this type of a limitation that the name should start with a G, but after that it should have only 5, sorry, in total it should have a 5 character only. So for that there is only few differences. Like in a single inverted comma you have to write G, as we want the first character as a G. Now in total I wanted a 5 character. How many characters are left now? 4 characters are left. So for those 4 characters we will use the 4 times underscore, 1 2 3 4. That's it. Now if we are executing, so it will only give me the value where the name is starting with a G, but in total it has a 5 characters only. So there is only Grace, which has a total 5 character, and where the name is starting with G only. So these are the few scenarios which we work on in the like operator. Okay. Then we have one last one. This is the OR operator. let's say if I'm copying the same code, see the difference between AND and OR operator is very simple. Okay, in the AND operator, it will check for both the value, okay, like the both the condition, and if the both the conditions are true, then it will give you the output, otherwise it will not give you the output. Whereas in the OR operator, if any one of the condition is true, you will get the output. So when we are executing the AND operator, when we are executing the AND operator, I'm getting only one row as an output, because here the first name is starting with G and city is also San Jose. So both the conditions are true, then I'm getting the output. But if we are using with the OR operator, I'm getting two row as an output. Why? You can see here in the first row, the first name is not starting with a G, but the city is San Jose. So because of that, I got the output. And in the second row, both the conditions are satisfying, so I got the output. So the difference is in the OR operator, if any one of the condition is true, you will get the output. Whereas in the AND operator, if both the conditions are true, then only you will get the output. Always remember the difference between the AND and OR operator. It is very important. Most of the query you will solve using AND and OR operator in SQL. So always remember the difference between those. Okay, so now in the module 3 of the assignment, okay, we will be working with the joins concept. Okay. So as you all know that for the joins, we need two tables, then only we can join it, right? So in that third assignment, in the first question only, it is mentioned to create an order table and to insert 5 records into it, so that in the second, third and fourth question, we can work upon the joins concept. For that, we need to create one order table. I've already explained how to create a table, so you can start creating table now for the orders table. Okay, so that we can work upon the joins. So now create table. One more thing, while you will be inserting a value into the orders table, you can check that the last column is a customer ID, right? It is the same customer ID which is there in the customer table. So as I have to explain you the joins concept to show you the differences between all the joins, I want you all that the 3 values you have to give the same which you have given in the customer table customer ID column. Okay, and the 2 values different. So for example, in this customer table, customer ID column, we have given 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 as a input, right? So when you will insert a value into the orders table, at that time you have to give 1, 2, 3 same, 4 and 5 different. Clear? While inserting a value into the order table, remember that you have to give 3 values same and 2 values different. So I have created the orders table as well. Now we will working on the joins. Okay, so first of all, I will give you the overview of joins. Okay, so as you all know, the join is used to join the 2 table together, right? Join is used to join the 2 table together, but there are few points to remember. The first point is we always join the table through a column which is common in both the table. There is a first point, okay, that we always join the table through the column which is common in both the table. Okay, the first point. Second point is it does not mean that the column name should be same. There is a second point. So as we are joining a column through a common column, so it does not mean this common column should have a same name. It can have a different name as well. Okay, the only point is data type of both the column should be same. There is a third point. Okay, so understand there's a very basic of the joins, that we always join the table through a column which is common in both the table. It does not mean that the column name should be the same. Only thing is the data type of both the columns should be same. Okay, then we use on clause to join or compare the columns between both the table. So whenever we are joining a table, we always use a on clause to compare the value. Okay, like the columns are there, na? So we always compare the value between the two columns and then only we do the joining. Okay, so let me create two tables and then I will explain you the concept. Now guys, take this table as an example. Now first table is the customer table. Second table is the orders table. Now, as I mentioned, whenever you're joining a table, you will join always through a specific column which is common. And what is the common between customer table and the order table? Customer ID, right? So think that this is the first table is the customer ID column from the customer table. Second table is the customer ID column from the order table. So we will be using these two customer ID column from both the table to join. Okay, how many types of joins are there? Yes, inner, outer, left, right. Right, we don't have an outer join in SQL. Instead of that, we have a full join. So we can say that we have an inner join, full join, left join, right join. Okay, so we will be starting first with the inner join. So what is the inner join? Inner join says that all the common values from both the table. So whenever you are doing a inner join between the table, you will always get a common values between them. Okay, so what are the common values? Now the customer ID column will get compare and it will check that these are the only common values between both the table. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So these are the only value you will get as an output when you are doing the inner join. So the output will be like 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. Okay, so here 1, 1 means both the table. From the first table, I am getting 1. From the second table also, I am getting 1 because these are the common value. That is about the inner join. Simple, you will only get the common value between both the table. Now the full join. So full join says that all the values from both the table except duplicate values. So you will not get the duplicate values when you are doing a full join, but apart from that, all the values you will get as an output. Okay, so it is very simple to explain the full join. So let's start with the first table. So it will give you the output as 1, 1, then 2, 2, then 3, 3, then 4. Now 4 and 8 are not common, right? 4 and 8 are not common, and you have to print 4 because you will get all the value from both the table except a duplicate value, which is the definition. So with 4, it will come null because there is a blank space in the second table. As the 4 is not there, so for that particular row it will create a blank space, and in the SQL the blank space is treated as a null value. Okay, so 4 null, then 5 null, then null, 8, then null, 9, because now when the 8 and 9 will get print, at that time 8 and 9 is not there in the customer table. So again the blank space, and for that blank space you will get the null value. That is what the full join will give you as an output. All the value from both the table but except a duplicate value. Then we have a left join. Left join says that all the values from the left table and only the common values from right table. Okay, so whenever we are doing a left join, always remember that we will get all the value from the left table and only the common value from the right table. So how the left join will work? It will give you all the value from the left table. So these are the left table value. It will come. Now it will go to the right table for seeing the common values. The common values are this one only. So this is how you will get the output in the left join. All the values from the left table and the common values from the right table. Now, table cannot be in this structure, right? Table cannot be formed in this structure. The table will always be in this format. Now, as the 8 and 9, which are not common, so what you will get here? Null. What you will get here? Null. So, the output in the left join will be 1 1, 2 2, 3 3, 4 null, comma 5 null. There is a left join. You will get all the value from the left table and the common value from the right table. Now the last right join. Again, it is almost same as a left join only. Let me write this here. All the values from the right table and only the common value from the left table. That's it. There is the only difference between the left join and the right join, that you will get all the value from the right table and only the common value from the left table. So if I will explain you with the diagram, it will be like all the value from the right table came, go to the common values. These are the common values. This will get print again 4 and 5. So for here we will get as null. Here we will get as null. So the output you will get in the right join will be 1 1, 2 2, 3 3, then null 8, then null 9. That's it. Exact opposite of the left join. So these are the 4 joins which we work on in SQL. Then also it is possible. It depends on what type of a join you are doing. Only in the inner join you need that both the value should be there in both the table. Otherwise it does not matter whether you have a same number of rows or not, or the same number of column, both. It does not matter. I forget to write the syntax, so I will write it down. The syntax is very simple for the joins and it is same for all the joins. Okay, so you just need to write select column name from table 1, inner join or left join, whatever the join you want to do, table 2 on table 1 dot column name should be equal to table 2 dot column name. There is a simple syntax. You have to write select and whatever the column name you want to write. So select column name from table 1 inner join table 2 on table 1 dot column name equal to table 2 dot column name. Simple. Okay, now coming back to the question, it is asking that to do a inner join on customer and order table on the customer ID column. So it is just simply mentioned to do the inner join between the customer table and the orders table, and it has given the hint that you have to use a customer ID column only because it is a common column between both the table. And as I mentioned that whenever you're joining, you have to use a common column only. So the syntax will be select from first table name. Always write the column names in the end. Okay, always write a column name in the end because it will be very simple for you. First join the table together and then use that. So here we will just write select from customer, and whenever we are doing the joins, it's always good practice to use the alias name of a table, because see, as a customer is a very big name, right? Whenever I want to refer to any of the column, I have to write customer dot column name. So it is a very big statement. So instead of that, if I'm just writing as a C, so now I can treat customer as a C only. So you will see that why I'm saying to use the alias name always whenever you are doing the joins. See, select from customer C, inner join orders O on. Now see, whenever I'm mentioning C dot, I can access all the columns from the customer table. So I don't need to even write customer. I just need to write C dot and I can get all the columns. So C dot customer ID equal to O dot customer ID. Now the join is completed. Okay, I have joined the table. Now what are the columns do I need to print? I don't want to print entire column. If you want to print the entire column, at that time you need to give the star as a symbol. But if you don't want to print all the columns, then at that time you have to mention table dot column name, like that. Okay, so it's like C dot, sorry, space, yeah, C dot. Now what are the columns you want to give? Let's say C dot customer ID. Then I want to give C dot first name. Then let me use O table now. The O dot customer ID, last O dot, let's say order ID. Simple. Okay, these are the four columns I have taken so that I can explain you how the joins work. So let's execute the code and see the output. Yeah. So you will only get the common values between both the table. You just need to compare here customer ID column. Remember, there is a customer ID column from the customer table. There is a customer ID column from the orders table. And you can see both the values are same. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, because these are the common value between both the table. So now in the third question, it is asked us to do the left join and the right join. So as I told that the syntax is same only. So I will copy that and copy that. Now in the first, I have to do the left join. So I just need to remove inner and write left. In the second, I will just remove inner and write right. That's it. There is the only difference. Okay, for the left join, you have to write the left. For the right join, you have to write right. Like when we are doing inner join, full join, it's fine. Okay, but when we are doing a left join and right join, at that time SQL needs to know which is the left table. So how the SQL will get to know which is the left table and which is the right table? So there is a very simple method. Okay, whatever the table name you will mention first will be considered as a left table. Whatever the table name you will mention first. What is the first table name we have mentioned? Customer, right? It is the first table name. So the customer will be treated as a left table, and here the orders will be treated as a right table. So whatever the column names you will mention, the first will be considered as a left table. Now if we are doing the left join, see the output. From the left join, if we are doing a left join, in the left table, all the values are coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All the values came. Now when it go to the right table, like the order table, it will go to the common values. So the common values are 1, 2, 3. Okay, but 4 and 5 were not common. So you are getting a null as an output, because 4 and 5 are not there in the order table. So there will be a blank space, and SQL will treat blank space as a null value. So that is how the output will be. From the left table, all the values will come. From the right table, common values will come, and wherever there is no common value, it will treat it as a null value. If we are doing a right join, exact opposite. See, from the customer ID column, from orders table, you are getting all the values 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Okay, and from the left table, you are getting 1, 2, 3 as a value, and after that you are getting null twice. because 8 and 9 are not present in the left table. So in the full join, you will get all the value from the first table. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the value came. Then it will go to the second table. Here 1, 2, 3, 8, 9 came. And wherever the values are not common, you are getting a null value over there. The combination of left and right join is the full join. Okay, so the last question is to just update the order table, set the amount to be 100 where the customer ID is 3. It's a very simple question. We just need to use the update statement over there. We just need to write update table name. Which table do I want to update? I want to update orders table. So I will write update orders. What do I need to update? So I need to update amount column. So I will write set amount to be 100. And where it should give the amount value as 100, where customer ID is 3. That's it. So update orders, set amount to be 100, where the customer ID is 3. Select, execute, one row affected, means updation has been done. So now if we want to see the output, select star from orders. Now you can see in this row, the amount is converted to 100. And yeah, one more thing, if you want to do a multiple table joins, okay, so there is a syntax for that. I will write it down over there. It's very simple. If you want to do multiple table join, right till here, you have to write this one. Okay, select column name from table 1, inner join table 2. When the two tables are joined, now you have to mention the third table name. So inner join table 3 on table 2 dot column name should be equal to table 3 dot column name. That's it. Now you have joined the 3 table. Now if you want to join the 4th table, same thing, inner join table 4. Okay, so with that we have covered this assignment as well. So one last assignment is there, guys. So let's complete that last assignment. Okay, so let's start with the module 4th assignment. In this we have a functions. Okay, so I hope you all have studied functions, to the aggregate functions, user defined function with the 4th module. The first question is to use the inbuilt function, or you can also call it as an aggregate function, to find the minimum, maximum and average amount from the orders table. So it's a very simple question, right? You just need to find out the minimum, maximum and the average amount. So for all this, we have a aggregate function in SQL like min, max and avg as a function, right? So we have to use that function only in a single select statement to find out the minimum, maximum and average value. So for that we need to write select. From which table do I want? From the orders table I want. So select from orders. Now the column names. What are the column names do I want? Because it's a minimum function. So for minimum, we have to use a min as a function name. The min function with the amount column, as I want for the minimum of amount as min underscore amount. Okay. Now, second is the max. So for max, we have to write max of amount as max amount. There are two methods with which we can give a space in a name. Okay, the first method is if we are using the square bracket. If we are using this square bracket, it is possible. There is a first method. We have one more method when we are using it in a single inverted comma. Then also it is possible. So if you want to give a space in the name, there are two methods. Either you can give in a square bracket or you can give in a single inverted comma. These are the two ways through which you can give a space in the name. So if I'm selecting and executing it, see, so I'm getting a minimum amount, maximum amount and the average amount from a single select statement. So if you want to give the space, you can use the square bracket or the single inverted comma. Now guys, this one, the second question. Okay, I will be explaining now the user defined function. So user defined functions are very simple only. So like it's like we have a aggregate or the inbuilt function in SQL which can perform some task, right? But there are lots of situations where the functions which are already present in SQL are not compatible or not sufficient enough to provide us the correct output. So in this type of a scenario, we want our own we want our own function which can work upon the situation like we have written, right? If I want, let's say for example, we have a sum function will do the addition and it will give us the output, right? But what if I don't want to do the sum, I want to do the subtraction? Is there any function which can do the subtraction? No, right? Is there any function which can do multiplication? No. So it's not only about the mathematical expression, it's not only about the mathematical calculation I'm talking about, it's for a general, like there are lots of situations for those which we don't have a function. So in this type of a scenario where the function, where we don't have a function and we want to perform some query or we want to perform some calculation in a database and we want to do it regularly, okay, multiple times, if we want to do the same thing, at that time we create a function, because we just need to create function once and we can execute the function as many times as we want. Okay, so there is the only use of a user defined function when the inbuilt functions are not sufficient enough to provide you the solution. We create our own function which can work upon the situation which we have given. So now here, this is a very simple question. It is asking us to create a user defined function which will multiply the given number with 10. Simple. Okay, we just want to do a multiplication. Now for the multiplication, we don't have any function in SQL. So first of all, yes, we have to create the function. And the second thing is not like I want for multiplication, I need a two variable. And in the question, it is mentioned that one variable, like the one input I have to give, and one input will be the by default. For example, here, as it is mentioned that which will multiply the given number with 10. Given number means the number which I will give. Okay, this number, it has to multiply with 10. So 10 will be the default one. I have to multiply all the numbers which I will provide to a function with 10 only. So how to create this function? To create a function, it is very simple. Okay, for that you just need to write create. What you are trying to create? You are trying to create a function, so you have to write create function and then the function name. Let's say the function name I will give as a multiply. Okay, now as per the questions, we have to give the parameter, but in the question only it is mentioned which will multiply the given number. So it means that I have to give some number to the function. So for that, function need a parameter or a variable which will hold the input from us. So for that, I need to give a parameter inside a variable, inside a bracket. So how to give a variable or how to give the parameter? For that, we have to just simply mention @ give the var. So it has created one var as a variable which will take a input from us. It will do the calculation and it will give the output. There is the use of a variable here, that it will take a input from us. Okay. Now, if we have created a function, it has to return something. For that also, we need to do some regulations we have to follow. So for that, we have to write returns int. Like whatever the calculation it will do, it has to return a integer output. So this return is used to give output. Okay, this will print the output, returns int. Now we have to write as, and here always remember that when we are working on a function, we have to give a block of statement which will work. Okay, because we cannot just simply write the select statement or any of the calculations. Okay, we have to first create the block, and inside that block only we have to write all the query which the function need to perform. We cannot write simply like that. We just need to write inside a block. So in SQL, how to create that block? For that, you just need to write begin and you have to end with end keyword. So you can see begin and end is highlighted. Why it is highlighted? That it is showing that this is a block of statement. Whatever you will write in between begin and end will be considered as a block of statement. So whatever the query you want to perform, whatever the calculations you want to do, always we have to do it inside this begin and end as a keyword. Okay, so here we need to write, let's say we have to first create one more variable, because this variable will take an input from us, but I need one more variable which will hold the output for us, right? One for input, one for output. So if I want to declare one more variable, so I have to write declare at the rate, let's say result. It will be clear to understand. Int to hold output values. Simple. Declare at the rate result int, which will hold the output value. Now I want to do the calculation. What is the calculation? That which will multiply the given number with 10. So I have to write set at the rate result equal to at the rate where multi 10. This is what the calculation is. It will, whatever the number I will give, it will multiply it by 10 and it will hold a value in the result. Now it will end. As soon as the end will come, my block of statement will end, but I didn't took out the value out from the block. So to take the value out, we need to write return at the rate result. To take out value out of the block. Okay, and then we are ending it. As soon as the function will end, whatever the calculation it has performed, the value it has taken, this value will go to this returns int. It will check whether the output which we are getting is compatible with this integer data type or not. If it is correct, it will print the output. So this is how we create a function. Okay, so we just need to select, execute, done. The function is created. Okay, now if you want to see the output, you need to call the function. And how we will call the function? For that, we just need to write select dbo dot function name. Function name is multiply. In the bracket, we need to give the input parameter, a input value which will taken by this at the rate where as a variable. So let's say for simple, I am taking 10 only. So 10 multi 10 is 100. So as I will give one alias column name as result. Now I just need to call the function. Call and see you are getting the output. You can call this function as many times as you want with a different input parameter and it will work accordingly. For example, let's say 27. See, if I'm executing twice, I will get the output twice because I'm calling the function 2 times and 2 times it will give me the output according to the input I am giving. So this is how the user defined function works. So the returns int will give you the output and the return at the rate result will take out the value out of the block. Until unless value is not coming out of the block, it will not print. Okay, so now this is a simple function which we are using according to the input we are providing. But now if we want that the input we will give to the table. Okay, I want to use this function in a table now. So for that, first of all, I need to call the table. Yeah, it is compulsory to mention both the place. It is a part of a syntax. So if we want to use this function in a table, so at that time we need to write select from table name. Let's say the orders table I want to use. So orders. Now I want all the columns from an order table. So I will write select star. Okay, select star from orders as I want all the column from the order table. Now what I want one more output which will come from the function. So I have to give comma and have to write dbo dot function name. Function name is multiply. Okay, now I have to give some input parameter. Here in the input parameter, I will not give a value. Instead of that, I will give the column. And I will print this value as a result. Okay, if I'm calling this function now with a table, see, I will get the entire table as an output as well as the function value as an output. So this is a use of a function in SQL, that you will use that function in a table. We don't use like this, like in a simple values we are giving and we will get the output. We don't use like that. Mostly we will work on the table, and this is how we will work on that. We just need to create one general function, and we have to call the function with a table so that the function will work in a table and it will give you the output. Okay. In SQL, if you want to create a variable, you will always use @ symbol first. Then only the variable will get created.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft SQL certification training in partnership with Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below.
Okay guys, so now let's start with the first question. What is the difference between delete and truncate? Now, coming to the delete, it is a DML command. That means data manipulation language, right? Moving to the second point, delete command is used to remove some or all the records from a table. Along with that, delete operations can be rolled back. Also, it is slower than truncate. Now, coming to truncate, it is a DDL command. So what do you mean by DDL here? DDL stands for Data Definition Language. Moving to the second point, truncate is used to remove all the records from a table. So let's suppose if you are having a table and if you want to remove all the records from a table, then you will use truncate. Whereas if you want to delete any specific record, then you will go for the delete command. Also, you cannot roll back a truncate table statement, and it is faster than delete command. So now, coming to the second question, what are joins in SQL? So a join clause is used to combine rows from two or more tables based on a matching column between them. So let's see, we are having different types of joins. We are having inner join. So what is inner join? Inner join returns records that have matching values in both tables. It is also known as simple join. So here you can see that this is the table A and this is the table B, and here it will return the records that have matching values. Moving next, we are having the full join. So what is full join? It returns all the rows from both join tables whether they have a matching row or not. So this is a full join which will return all the rows from both join tables irrespective of a matching row or not. Next, we are having left join. So now let's see what is left join. So left join returns all the records from the left table and the match records from the right table. So this is a table A which is on the left side, right? So it will return all the records from the left table and the match records from the right table. Cool. So moving ahead, we are having the right join. So talking about right join, it returns all the records from the right table and the match records from the left table. So here you can see that it will return all the records from the right table and the match records from the left table. So this is the basic idea about joins. Moving next, what is a primary key? So let me give you idea about the primary key. The primary key constant uniquely identifies each record in a table. Primary key contains unique values and cannot have null values. So there is only one primary key in a table. Now here you can see that this is a store details table in which first column we are having a store number and the second column we are having a store name. You can clearly see that each store name has having a unique primary key. For example, Walmart is having a store number as 1, whereas the Home Depot is having a store number 4. So each store name is having a unique primary key in the form of a store number. Moving ahead, next question is, what are constants? SQL constants are used to specify rules for the data in a table. Constants are used to limit the type of data that can go into a table. This ensures the accuracy and reliability of the data in the table. If there is any violation between the constant and the data action, the action is aborted. Constants can be column level or table level. Column level constraints apply to a column and table level constants apply to the whole table. So now let's see different types of constants used in SQL. So the first one is not null. So what is the use of not null constant? It ensures that a column cannot have null value. Next, we are having unique. It ensures that all values in a column are different. Next, we are having primary key. So a combination of a not null and unique uniquely identifies each row in a table. As I've already told you about the primary key, that if you are having a table, then in a table there will be only one primary key. Right? Now let's see what is foreign key. So foreign key prevents actions that would destroy links between tables. So check constraints ensures that the values in a column satisfy a specific condition. Next we are having default. So default sets a default value for a column if no value is specified. So this is the basic idea about constraints. So the next question that we are having is, what are subsets of SQL? The following are the four significant subsets of the SQL. The first one is data definition language or DDL. Second one is data manipulation language or DML. Moving ahead, we are having DCL, which is also known as data control language, and the last one is TCL, transaction control language. Now, let's see what is DDL. As I told you that DDL stands for data definition language. It defines the data structure that consists of commands like create, alter, drop, etc. Moving to data manipulation language, it is used to manipulate existing data in the database. So the commands in this category are select, update, insert, etc. Next, we are having DCL. So it controls access to the data stored in the database. For example, the commands in this category include the grant and revoke. Moving ahead, we are having TCL. It is used to deal with the transaction operations in the database. The commands in this category are commit, rollback, set transaction, save point, etc. So this is the basic idea about four significant subsets of the SQL. Moving ahead, the next question that we are having is, what is normalization in a database? Let me give you the idea about normalization. Normalization is a process to minimize data redundancy by organizing fields and tables of a database. Okay, so there are some database normalization rules, also known as normal form, and they are as follows. The first one is first normal form, then second normal form, then third normal form, and after that you're gonna apply the BCNF, which is boy squad normal form. Using these steps, the redundancy, anomalies, and inconsistency of the data in the database can be removed. Now, moving to the seventh question, which function in SQL is used to display the current date? There is a built-in function in SQL called getDate, which is used to return the current timestamp. So, in MySQL server, when you're writing the query select getDate, you will get the current date along with the timestamp, as you can see in the output. Now, moving to the next question, we are having what are the set operators in SQL? The set operators are used to combine data from one or more tables of the same type. SQL set operators used to combine rows from different queries. So the first set operator that we are having is union. So why do we use union? So union is used to combine two or more results from multiple select queries into a single result set. Along with that, it has a default feature to remove the duplicate rows from the tables. Now, this was the idea about union. So what is union all? Coming to the union all, this operator is similar to the union operator, but it doesn't remove the duplicate rows from the output of the select statement. So what is the difference between union and union all? Union removes the duplicate rows from the tables, whereas union all doesn't remove the duplicate rows from the output. Moving ahead, we are also having intersect operator. So intersect operator returns the common records from the two or more select statements. It always retrieves unique records and arranges them in ascending order by default. Here, the number of columns and data types should be the same. So the last set operator that we are having is minus. This operator returns the records from the first query which is not found in the second query. It doesn't return duplicate values. So this was the basic idea about set operators. Now, coming to the next question, what is the difference between in and between operators? So in operator is a logical operator that determines whether or not a particular value exists in a set of values. This operator reduces the use of multiple OR conditions with the query, whereas between operator is used to select the range of data between two values. The values can be numbers, text, and dates as well. So now let's see what is the difference between where and having. Coming to the where, it is a clause which is used to filter records prior to grouping. Also, it is implemented in row operations. So, this clause can be used with the select, update and delete statements. So now, coming to the having clause, it is used to filter values within a group. Along with that, it is implemented in column operations and it can work with aggregate functions such as count, minimum, maximum, right? So this clause can be only used with the select statement. So this is the basic idea about where and having clause. So the next question that we are having is, what are aggregate functions in SQL? So as I was talking about the aggregate functions in previous slide, let me give you the idea about it. The aggregate function is used to calculate multiple values in a table and returns the result as a single number. For example, the average of all values, the sum of all values, and the maximum and minimum value among particular groupings of values. So now let's see the aggregate functions that are involved in SQL. The first one is the average. This function is used to return the average value from specified columns. So now, coming to the count function, this function is used to return the number of table rows, including rows with null values. The next function that we are having is max. This function is used to return the largest value among the group. Similarly, for the minimum function, it is used to return the smallest value among the group. Next, we are having sum. The sum function is used to return the total summed value of the specified column. Along with that, we are also having first and last aggregate functions in SQL. So the first function is used to return the first value of an expression, whereas the last function is used to return the last value of an expression. Alright guys, so after understanding aggregate function, let's move ahead. So the next question that we are having is, what is the difference between rank and dense rank function? Let me give you the idea about rank function first. The rank function returns the rank of each row within the partition of a result set. For example, let's suppose if we have 3 records at rank 4, then the next rank listed would be the rank 7. Now, coming to the dense rank function assigns a unique rank to each row within a partition based on the specified column value with no gaps. For example, if we have 3 records at rank 4, then the next rank listed would be rank 5. Alright, let's go ahead. So the next question that we are having is, what is the purpose of the DCL language? Let me give you the idea about DCL. DCL stands for Data Control Languages. It enables users to manage access and permissions of a database. It is a subset of a database that determines which parts of the database should be accessed by which user at what time. It comes with 2 commands. The first one is the grant and the another one is the revoke. Let me give you the idea about the grant command. Grant is used to enable the system administrators to assign privileges and roles to the specific user accounts to perform specific tasks on the database, whereas revoke enables system administrators to revoke privileges and roles from the user accounts so that they cannot use the previously assigned permission on the database. So now, coming to the question number 14, explain different types of TCL commands. TCL stands for Transaction Control Language. These commands are used to ensure database consistency and to manage transactions generated by DML commands. A transaction is a set of SQL statements that are executed on the data stored in DBMS. Whenever any transaction is made, these transactions are temporarily happening in the database. So to make the changes permanent, we use TCL commands. So there are different types of TCL commands. Let's understand one by one. The first one is commit. So in a simple way, I will explain you that commit is used to save the data permanently. For example, whenever we are performing any of the DML command like insert, delete or update, this can be rolled back if the data is not stored permanently, right? So in order to be at the safer side, commit command is used. Moving to rollback, this command is used to get the data or restore the data to the last save point or last committed state. If due to some reasons the data inserted, deleted or updated is not correct, you can roll back the data to a particular save point, or if save point is not done, then to the last committed state. The last function that we are having here is save point. Save point is used to save the data at a particular point temporarily, so that whenever needed can be rolled back to the particular point. So this is the basic idea about TCL commands. The next question we are having is, what is DBMS? So DBMS stands for Database Management System, which is a system software that is used to create and manage databases. It serves as an interface between databases and end users or application programs so that data is consistently organized and remains easily accessible. It allows end users to create, read, update, and delete data in a database. So there are different types of databases. The first one is the relational database. So let's see what is relational database. Relational database, also known as RDBMS, is a system where data is organized in two-dimensional tables using rows and columns. The next database that we are having is object-oriented database. It is a system where information or data is represented in the form of objects, which is used in object-oriented programming. The next database we are having is hierarchical database. It is a system where the data elements have a one-to-many relationship. And the last database we are having is network database. A network database management system is a system where the data elements maintain one-to-one relationship or many-to-many relationship. So this is the basic idea about DBMS. Now, moving to the next question, what is the difference between SQL and MySQL? So let me give you an idea about the SQL first. Coming to the SQL, it stands for a structured query language which is used in a database, whereas MySQL is a database management system. SQL is used for the query and operating database system, whereas MySQL allows data handling, storing, and modifying in an organized manner. Now, moving to the third point, structured query language is always the same, whereas MySQL keeps updating. And the last point that we are having, SQL supports only a single storage engine, whereas MySQL supports multiple storage engines. So this is the basic idea about the SQL and MySQL. If you want to add one more point, then in SQL, the server is independent, whereas in MySQL, during backup sessions, the server blocks the database. So this is the basic idea about SQL and MySQL. So now, let's see some SQL query related questions. Now coming to the question, write a SQL query to count the number of rows where the sales is greater than 70 and order number is less than 500. So for this question, you can see that it is clearly asking, write a SQL query to count the number of rows. So which function we will be using for this? We will be using the count function. So I will just write here, select count, and we want all the records, right? So in count function, I will just write here asterisk. And I will give the column name as row count. That's why I have written here, select count function, and inside that count function, I have written asterisk, and I have given the column name as row count. And our table name is store details. So I have just simply write here from store details. Now, if you see the condition here, where the sales is greater than 70 and order number is less than 500. So I have given here the condition using the where clause. So I have written here where sales is greater than 70 and order number less than 500. After writing this query, when I'm writing here select star from store details, you can see that we will having the output where sales is greater than 70 and order number is less than 500. You can see that in this column, sales column, all the sales is greater than 70, whereas in order number column, all the order number is less than 500, right? Now we have to count it, right? So the total number of rows is here 7. So this is the output for this particular question. Moving to the next question, write a query to find the store name that begin with T, right? So when somebody is asking that store name that begin with T, so which operator shall we use? So here we will be using the like operator, right? So I'll just write here select star from the table name. So my table name is store details. So I'll just simply write here select star from store details, where I will give the condition store name and the operator that we will be using is like. So I'll just write here like, I will just write here T, and then I will just write here percentage symbol, and I will put into the string. So when I'm writing this, you can see that in output, I will get all the store name that is starting from the T. So the next question that we are having, write a query to retrieve the store location and city column as a single column. So when somebody is asking these type of question, that means you have to use the concatenate function, right? Because they are asking to merge the store location and city column as a single column, right? So what will be using here? Concatenate function, right? So how do we write this function? We will just simply write here concate, right? So I'll just write here select store location city, and then I'll just write here concat, and inside that concat function I'll just simply write here store location city, and I will give here the column name as address, and what's our table name, that is store details. So this simple query, when I will be writing here you can see that I was having a store location, I was having a city, I've just created another column with address, and I have concatenated them, right? So the final output that we were getting here, Bentonville, and this city name also, right? So this way we will be solving these types of SQL query questions. The next question, write a query to extract first 6 characters from a city column. When somebody is asking to extract the first 6 characters, so the function that we will be using is substring, right? So what I will write here, I will just simply write here select substring, and I will just write here the column name, that is city, and if I want the first 6 characters, so I'll just write here the 1, and 6 characters I want, so I'll just write here 6. And I will give here the column name as extract string, so that's why I have written here as extract string, and from the table name. So here you can see that these are the first 6 characters of the city. So previously, if I am going to this slide, you can see that this is a city column, and if you count the first 6 characters, it will come up to Montegio, right? So here you are getting the first 6 characters. Okay guys, so now let's move to the next question. Next question is, create a stored procedure to estimate the 10% increase in sales. Now, how to create the stored procedures? So to create a stored procedure, I will just simply write here create procedures. So this is the basic syntax to create a stored procedure. So I'll just write here create procedures, and I will give the name as pro sales, right? And after that, what I will do here, I have just select the store name here, and if I want to see the increment, that to 10% increment, so I'll just give here the fundamental formula, basic mathematical formula, that is sales plus 10 by 100, right? So that I can show that 10% increase here, and I've given the column as estimated increase, right? And these all things I will be taking from my tables, so I'll just write here from store details. So this is the way to create a stored procedure, right? Now you have to execute a stored procedure, so you have to write execute and the stored procedure name. So what we are having the stored procedure name here, pro sales. So when you are execute pro sales, then you will get the output like this. So this is the way to create a stored procedures. Now, the next question we are having is display the order number in decreasing order. So when somebody is asking about the decreasing order, that means you have to use order by, right? So I will just simply write here select store name, order number from the table name, that is store details, and I will just write here order by clause, and I want it to the decreasing order, right? So I will just write here order by order number decreasing, right? So when I'm executing this query, you can see that I am getting here the store name and the order number, which is in the decreasing order, right? So these are the store name in which we are having the order number in decreasing order. So now coming to the question number 23, display the last record from the store details table. Now if you want to display the last record, so what query you should write? So in store details table, we have seen the store number from 1 to 10, and I want the last record. So if I'm writing the query, select max function, and inside that max function, if I'm writing here store, which is a column from store details, then I will get the output only this 10, right? So what I will do here, I'll just simply write here select star from store details, and I will be using here where clause, and in that where clause I will just simply write store is equal to, and then I will select here select max store from store details, right? So when I am executing this query, you can see that I am getting the last record. So now before coming to the question number 24 and solving it, let me give you the idea about the data set that I am using here. So I am using here the coffee chain data set, in which we are having total 3 data sets. The first one is the fact table. So this data set is the fact table. The second one we are having the product table. So this is the product table. And the third one that we are having is the location table. So let me give you the idea about each table. The first one is a fact table, which consists of 13 columns such as profit, margin, sales, COGS, which stands for cost of goods sold, total expenses, and so on. The second table we are having is product table, which consists of 4 columns such as product type, product ID, type, and the last table that we are having the location table, in which we are having area code, state, market, and market size, right? So as you can see that we are having here multiple tables, so we can use this table to perform SQL queries. Now let's see the question. So in the question it is written that combine the table with the following attributes: date, product ID, product type, product, sales, profit, state and area code. Now if you see this fact table here, the product ID is matching with the product table, right? So one thing we got to know that we can apply here joins, because in the fact table the product ID and in the product table the product ID columns are matching, same columns. Similarly, if you see the location table, here the area code and the area code of the fact table are matching. So we're gonna be applying here joins. So let's see the queries. So what I will do here, I will just simply write here. The first one is the combine the table with the following attributes date, right? So I've created a table. So I'll just write here select F. What is F here? So F is the alias, right? Alias of the fact table. So I've just written here select F dot product ID, right? The second was the product type. So I'll just write here product type. Then we will write here the product, then sales, then profit, state and area code. So what I've done here, you can see that we are having three tables here. The first one is the fact. So for fact table, I have written here the alias as F. For product table, I have written the alias as P. And for the location table, I have taken the alias as L. So I will write this select F dot product ID, P dot product type, P dot product, F dot sales, F dot profit, L dot state, L dot area code, and from which table? From the fact table. And I will once again give here the alias as F. So now what I have to do here? I have to apply here the joins. So the concept of joins tells that you should have the same column to apply it, right? So as I told you that I will be applying the joins on the multiple tables. So I'll apply join here. That join will be inner join on the dbo.location, right? On which column? Area code. Let me show it. Here I will apply joins on this column, right? Area code of the location and the area code of the fact table. So I've just applied here joins, and once again, since we have to merge three tables, we have to combine three tables. So that's why once again I will apply one more join, that is inner join on which product ID. So here you can see that when you will apply the joins here, the final output that we are getting here product ID, product type, product, sales, profit, state, area code, right? So here in this question it is also written here date, right? You can also write here the date one, so date will be also displayed in the output. So this is the basic idea how to implement joins. So the next question is that how much spending has been done on marketing for product ID 1. So if you see this fact table in which we are having the marketing column, and these are the dates the product has been sold, right? So these are the sales, COGS, total expenses on each date of each unique product IDs. So basically in this table we are having 13 product IDs, and in the question it is asking the sum of the how much spending has been done on marketing for product ID 1. So that means you have to calculate the sum. So we are having the sum function here. So I'll just write here select sum, and inside that I will just write here the column. The column name is marketing, and I will give the alias as marketing. So it will be the new column in the output. And obviously it is asking for the product ID 1. So I will just write here the where clause, and I will just simply write here where product ID is equal to 1. So in the output you can see that this is the total spending that has been done on the marketing for product ID 1. So the next question that we are having, change the product type from tea to coffee where the product ID is 13. So you can see that we are having a product table here, right? So in the product table we are having here tea, right, for the product ID 13. So it is asking that instead of tea, just change it with the coffee. So which command that we have to use here? It's easy, right? Update. So I'll just write here update, and what's the table name? Table name is product. So I'll just write here simply update table. Then I will set here the product type, because our product type is a column. So I'll just simply write here set column name, that is product type, and I'll just write here is equal to coffee, and I will give the condition where product ID is 13. So earlier it was tea, now it will be updated to coffee. So this is the basic idea about the update statement. Next question is display the rank without any gap to show the sales wise rank. I have already explained you about the dense rank concept and the rank concept. So here which function we will be using? Dense rank, right? Because in the question it is asking that without any gap, right? So what I will do here, I'll just simply select our product ID, sales, dense rank. So this is a syntax for the dense rank. I'll just write here dense rank, and I will just write here over, and inside that I will just apply the order by clause, that too in the decreasing order, right? and I'll give here the new column name for the output is as sales dense rank. So what I'm doing here, basically I'm just selecting here product ID, I'm selecting here sales, and then I'm just applying here the dense rank function, that to decreasing order of sales, right? So now if you see the dense function here, so here this is the sales done here 912, so the sales dense rank is 1. Similarly 912, again the sales rank is 1. So you can clearly see that after 912 we are having 910 and the dense rank is 2, right? But if you are using here rank function, so the rank will be 3. So that's why we use dense rank, so that we shouldn't get any gap. Okay guys. Now moving to the next question, how many products are of regular type? So what does it mean? How many products? That means we have to again use the count. So I'll just write here the count function. So to write the count function, I will just perform a SQL query. I'll just write here select count, and inside count function I will just writing the column name, that is product, and I'll give here the new column, so that the new column should be displayed in my output as a count of regular type. So I've just created it, and from our table name is product. So it's simple, I just applied here where clause, and it's asking for the regular type. So here if you see the type, I have to just write here type is equal to regular. So there are total 8 products which are of regular type. So the next question, find out the total profit generated by Colorado State. So as I told you that we were having total 3 tables, right? The fact table, the product table, and the location table, right? So we know that the area code is in the fact table and as well as in the location table. So here we have to perform once again the join, right? And it is asking the total profit generated by the Colorado State. So what I will do, first I will select the profit column from the fact table. So I'll just write here select, and since I want the total profit, so I have to use here the sum function. So I'll just write here select sum, and the column name is profit, and then I will give the new column name as total profit, and that too, this I will select from the fact table. I will apply here inner join. Okay, on which table? Location table. So that's why I have written here location, and on which column? So we have to apply on the area code, right? So I'll just write here the area code of both the columns, that is fact table dot area code is equal to location dot area code, and here I have to give the condition where state is equal to Colorado. So this is the total profit, right, that has been generated by the Colorado State.
Another quiz for you guys. Which of the following functions do we use to get a specified date of the month for a given date? The options are day, get date, current timestamp, and lastly, date part. Please make sure you put your answers in the comment section below.
So to display the average inventory, I will just write here the product ID. I will just take the average function, and inside that I will just write here the column name as inventory, and I will just write once again using alias as average inventory. Yeah, so I want here average inventory, right, for each product ID. So as I told you that we were having total 13 product ID, right? So what I will do from the table, that too from the fact table, I will just select the product ID column, and if I want the average inventory, so I will just use the average function, and inside that I will just write inventory. Yeah, now if I want to print the average inventory, right, if I want to get the details of the average inventory, so I'll just create here the column as average inventory. So that's why I've written here as average inventory. So what I've done here, I've just written here average inventory, so that whatever the records that I'm getting at in the form of average, it should be in the average inventory column. So that's why I'm using here as, right? And from which table? From fact table. And again I'm using here group by. Now why I'm using here group by? So let me give you the idea about group by. So group by statement groups rows that have the same values into the summary rows. For example, here you can see the product ID. We are having the unique product IDs, and this product IDs, I mean, let's suppose the product is the T, right? So that T is having the specific product ID as 1, and it has been sold to the lot of states, right? So for that we have to use here group by as product ID, and after that what I will do here, I'll just apply here order by. So what I'm doing here, I'll just applying here order by product ID. So when I'm applying here order by product ID, that means my product ID will be displaying in the ascending order. So you can see that product ID is displaying in the ascending order. Okay. So this is the way to display the average inventory for each product ID. Next question. Write a query by creating a condition in which if the total expenses is less than 60, then it is a profit or else loss. So for this, which function shall I use? Cause they are asking to create a condition in which the total expenses is less than 60, then it's a profit or else loss. So for this question, I'm gonna be use the if function. What is if function? If function is IIF function. So what does IIF function returns? Well, this function returns a value if a condition is true or another value if a condition is false, right? So what I've done here, I just select the total expenses column and then I've applied the if function, and in if function I've given the condition. If the total expenses is less than 60, then it will be profit, right? Or else it will be loss. And that too I've given the column as a status, right? So if you see here, while executing it, so if you see the output here, if the total expenses is less than 60, so what I will get here, I will get in the status column profit, right? And if it's greater than 60, then you can see that I will get here loss. So this is the way to apply IIF function. Now moving to the question number 32, what is the minimum sales of a product? So by understanding this question, we got to know that we have to apply the aggregate function. So which aggregate function will be applying here? Min, right? So I'll just select here, select min, and inside that min function, I'll just write here sales, and then I will create a new column as minimum sales, and that's it. I have to just select it from the table. So the query will be select minimum sales as minimum sales from the fact table. Now coming to the question number 33, if you want to display maximum cost of goods sold, right? So again I have to apply here aggregate function, that is max. So I'll just write here select max. Inside that max function, I'll just write here COGS, and I will give you a new column name max COGS. So when I'm selecting this thing from the fact table, I'll get here the maximum COGS. So the next question that we are having here, display the average budget margin of the store where average budget margin should be greater than 100. Now what I will do here, once again I have to use here group by, right? So why we are using here group by? As I already told you that group by statement groups rows that have the same values into the summary rows. So now what I will do here, display the average budget margin. So first I will select here the product ID. So I'll just simply write here select product ID. Then I have to calculate the average. So I'll just simply write here average function, and inside that I will write the column name as budget margin, and then I will create a new column that is average budget margin, so that whatever the average is coming, that should be fitted into the average budget margin column. So for that I have to use here group by. So what I will do here, I'll just simply write here select product ID, average of budget margin, and I have assigned here the new column name from the fact table. Now I'm using here group by on the product ID. Now why I'm using here having, as I told you that you can't use group by for the aggregate function, since here the condition is given that the average budget margin should be greater than 100. So that's why having comes into the picture. I've just written here having clause, because by using having clause I can apply aggregate functions. So I've just written here having, and then once again I have used the average function, and the condition was it should be greater than 100. So it's greater than 100. So this is the way you can see that I am getting the total 4 unique product IDs in which the average budget margin is greater than 100, right? So now coming to the question number 35, display the date, product ID and sales where total expenses are between 100 to 200. Now if you see here, first what I have to do, I have to just select here date, product ID, sales and total expenses. Now I have to apply here between operator, right? Because it's asking between 100 to 200. So I have just given here the where clause, total expenses between 100 to 200. So if you see here in the output, I am getting the total expenses in between the 100 to 200. So the only thing that you have to know to apply here the between operator. Now coming to the next question, what is the difference between views and tables? So now coming to the views, a view is a virtual table that is extracted from a database. So what about the tables? A table is structured with a set number of columns and a boundless number of rows, but it's not in the case of views. Moving to the second point, a view doesn't hold data itself, whereas a table contains data and stores it in the database. Along with that, a view is utilized to query certain information contained in a few distinct tables, whereas a table holds fundamental client information and cases of a characterized object. Also, in a view, we will get frequently queried information, whereas in a table, changing the information in the database changes the information that appears in the view. So this is the difference between views and tables. So now coming to the question number 37, what do you know about the stub function? The stub function deletes a part of the string and then inserts another part into the string starting at a specified position. Let me explain you by syntax. So the syntax will be, I will be writing here the stub function. Inside that I will be having 4 parameters. The first one is the string one, the second one will be the position, third one will be the length, and the last one will be the string 2. So here string 1 is the one that will be overwritten. Position indicates the starting location for overwriting the string, whereas the length is the length of the substitute string and string 2 is the string that will overwrite string 1. For example, if I'm performing a SQL query in the MySQL server, I will just write simply select stub. The first string that I will be passing here is the SQL tutorial. Then I will just write here 1,3 and then I will just write here Python. So what will happen here, if you see, when I will executing this query, this will change SQL tutorial to the Python tutorial. Why? Because I have given here the position and length. The position is 1 and the length is 3. So SQL will be removed and it will be replaced by the Python. So this is the basic idea about the stub function. The next question is, what is the collage function? So the collage function takes a set of inputs and returns the first non-null value. So let's suppose we are having different values in a collage function. This is the syntax of the collage function in which we are having multiple values. Let's suppose if I'm writing here 1, 2, 3, 4 and if there is a null, so after null, what is the first non-null value? It will be returned by the collage function. Here you can see that I am writing here select collage and it is written here null. Then after null it's written here 1, 2 MySQL. If you read the definition, then it told that it takes a set of inputs and returns the first non-null value. So the first non-null value in this we are having is 1. So it will return here 1. So this is the basic idea about collage function. Now, coming to the question number 39, delete the records from store details where sales is less than 100. Right? So here it is basically asking to use the delete command, right? Delete operation. So how do we use the delete operation? I'll just simply write here delete from table name. So our table name is here store details. So I'll just write here delete from store details where sales is less than 100. Now if you see the output, all the sales which are less than 100 has been removed, right? So this is the way to delete a particular record based on the condition in a table. So now coming to the last question, drop the existing data from the store details. So basically it is telling you to delete all the data from your table. So which command you should use? So the command that we will be use here, truncate. So I'll just write here truncate table and table name. So when I'm executing this query, all the records from the table will be deleted.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft SQL certification training in partnership with Microsoft. The course link of which is given in the description below.